Chapter 1376, Xia Fan. 10 months of gestation, 1 day of birth. It was not long afterwards that Xia Fei's third child with Avril was born. It was a boy, with rosy red cheeks and fair skin. His eyes were large and his gaze was filled with vigor, looking very much like Xia Fei and his pretty wife Avril. Except this child did not cry when he was born. Instead, he looked at the faces of his parents and giggled, his tiny hands waving constantly, almost like he was trying to clap. Strange. Why isn't he crying? Xia Fei restlessly stroked his chin, perplexed. Babies would always cry. Whether it was his oldest, Xia Fei, or his second daughter, Xia Xiaoyi, both were crying when they were born. The only one different was this third child of his. Not only did the boy not cry, he was even laughing, his lips curling into a crescent moon as he let out that tinkling laughter. How he looked as his hands waved like he was dancing, as if he was celebrating his birth into this world. Father, look, the usually quiet Xia Fei, who was fond of reading books, set aside the thick book titled Cosmic Chronicles Volume 7, and pointed out to the starry space outside the porthole. What is it? Xia Fei walked to his son's side and froze up. A meteor shower seemed to have broken out without any warning in the endless expanse of darkness, a beautiful sight as countless meteors streaked across space, lighting up the dark sky. Xia Fei was still young, but he possessed the calm one would expect from an adult. He spoke in a serious tone, I read in the books that when there's a heavenly phenomenon upon birth, there would be an auspicious sign. There were many great people who would be accompanied by such manifestations when they were born. Xia Fei nodded, and took both his son and daughter into his arms, happily saying, but of course. After all, he is my son. As time went by, the happiness that this third child displayed very quickly disappeared. In its place was a look of glumness. Xia Fei discovered that though his son was adorable, he did not have a seventh brain region. Xia Fei and Xia Xiaoyi both had their father's genes, demonstrating astounding talent not long after they were born. They were the fiendish blade Skywing, inheriting the speed super ability. Yet it was the youngest who was born with no talent whatsoever, aside from an adorable smile. Xia Fei was despondent, and used everything he had learned in his life to do all sorts of tests on his son's body, but everything failed. Xia Fei was unwilling to accept his youngest would be a mere mortal, so he brought him across the universe, seeking help from the fiends and the draconids, as well as all his friends. Finally, when the baby was finally 1 year old, Xia Fei helplessly admitted that out of his 3 children, there was really a mortal among them, and that he could never live a life like his, with a pair of fiend wings on his back, flying freely across the galaxy and 9 heavens. Looking at their sleeping infant, Avril showed the tenderness of a mother. Look, even when he's asleep he's still smiling. What a handsome smile! Changing the subject all of a sudden, Avril changed her tone and somewhat reproachfully said, even if he does not have a 7th brain region, he is still our son. And what's so bad about being mortal? You're anything but normal, and your days and nights are inundated with troubles and problems, constantly worrying me to death. Look, he's now 1 year old. You ought to give our third child a name, right? Xia Fei nodded, looking at his youngest son with gentle eyes and said, then. Let us call him Xia Fan, in hopes that he can lead a fulfilling and normal life. Xia Fei's youngest son's first birthday was a momentous occasion. Everyone came to congratulate him, and God's Eden was crowded with all his friends. Everyone, young and old, from the Skywing clan had never been one for rules, and their casual personalities very quickly turned the party into a boisterous affair. Everyone was exchanging drinks, heartily imbibing alcohol without any restraint, acting as if they would not be stopping until they were all properly drunk. All of a sudden, someone heard a scream coming from Avril's bedroom. Trouble! In that instant practically everyone rushed over. The banquet was trampled, and God's Eden was in a mess. Pushing open the door to Avril's bedroom, everyone saw her in a pretty white long dress, adorned with simple yet precious jewelry and makeup. As the hostess, Avril would of course have to receive guests, which was why she had put in a lot of effort in dressing up. But at this moment, the makeup on her face was already smeared, and tears were streaking down her face. Avril was as pale as fresh snow, her breathing labored. She pointed to the empty crib and screamed hysterically, he's gone. Our precious third son was gone when I left the powder room. Boom! There was a buzzing sound that echoed in everyone's head instantaneously, standing rooted to the ground as if they had just been struck by lightning. Xia Fan was nowhere in his crib, all that was left was a set of wind chimes that hung from the cot, still softly twisting in the wind, tinkling its crisp notes. There were no good men under the dome. No one had any idea who had thrown this transparent sky dome up, but a whole host of scoundrels from all over the universe were trapped under it. At this very moment, it was already late at night. There was a machinist and a doctor sitting outside a tomb, looking up at the stars above. The machinist only had one good eye and a mechanical eye, one good limb and another mechanical arm, one good leg and a mechanical leg. Ultimately, the machinist was a half-human, half-robot monstrosity. He did not need to eat, and relied on the energy crystal embedded in his abdomen storage device to survive. In contrast, that doctor had an ashen countenance, looking sickly, skinny and always coughing. His eyes were completely sullen, almost as if he could just die at any moment. It has been 123 years, 4 months, and 9 days. How I really want to escape from this accursed place. The machinist's voice was a hoarse and electronic sounding. He did not have a voice box, and used a sonic vibrator as a replacement. Who doesn't wish to leave? The doctor retorted in an enigmatic tone. He let out a sigh. Hey, had we not let ourselves let our emotions get the better of us, spurring us to capture this tomb, we wouldn't be in this state that we're in today. I'm afraid we might never be able to leave this dome for the rest of our lives. Suddenly, the machinist abruptly got up, and the mechanical eye in his left eye socket let out an infrared glare. What are you doing, robot? The doctor asked with pursed lips. I seem to hear someone laughing. Laughing? Being trapped in such a damned place, who could find it in them to laugh? The machinist shook his head. It doesn't seem to be our people. It sounds like a child. A child, the doctor coughed fiercely, of such intensity it sounded like he was about to cough out his internal organs. You must have been trapped in here too long, and problems are starting to crop up, the doctor scoffed. Why don't I make a few cuts in that half-brain of yours? You won't have any more hallucinations after I extract the neurons in your brain. The machinist shook his head again and said in a very serious tone, You murderous doctor, I wouldn't let you operate on my remaining half of my brain even if I die. Also, I'm not pulling a prank on you. There really is a child crying out there. My hyper-audio monitor can't be wrong. With that said, the machinist began to run at a shocking speed toward the darkness behind the tomb. He's gone mad, stark raving mad. The doctor got up and shook his head, muttering to himself. Well, it's good that he's gone insane. Then this doctor will be able to put his scalpel to work on his brain. It sounded like there was really laughter. The doctor was startled as he turned to face the darkness behind the tomb. Whoosh! The doctor watched as the energy thruster on that machinist's back ignited, a blue flame shooting out from its exhaust as he returned from somewhere far, far away. He was holding something in his arms, and because the nights here were very dark, the doctor could not make out quite clearly what it was, but he could distinctly hear the crisp sound of giggling. It really was a child. The machinist's voice was filled with excitement as he arrived by the doctor's side and displayed the thing that he cradled in his arm under the light. The two of them could now make out a small face wrapped in a cashmere blanket. His rosy cheeks and big eyes sparkled with awareness. Curling his lips, the baby let out a giggle, waving his arms as if he was clapping, looking absolutely excited. The machinist was so excited his entire body was trembling. A child. It's a child. He was not even in the least bit afraid when I held him as I flew here. Instead, he was laughing even more enthusiastically. Just look. The God of the universe had sent us a child. Tisk. The doctor waved his hand in irritation, but his eyes did not move even a centimeter away from the baby's face. After all, this was a child, and he had almost forgotten the last time he had set his eyes upon one. There's no such thing as a God in this universe. The doctor was resisting the urge to look at the giggling child. He turned his head toward the darkness all around the tomb and remarked coldly, Call everyone out and search the surroundings to see if there's still anything else alive. Kill anything alive. There was a crowd thronging inside the tomb, their heads poking out to get a good look. The scoundrels who lived under the dome had all come out. There was some inexplicable force that actually made all these evildoers line up all orderly, all for the sake of setting their eyes on the little life that had been found. The doctor was keeping things in order, letting everyone just have a minute of viewing, while the one in charge of taking care of the young one was the dancer couple. These scoundrels all had peculiar personalities and pasts, and no one had any experience taking care of a child. No one, except the dancer couple. There were no good men under that sky dome, and that couple was of course no exception. But despite how vicious they were in life, they loved each other dearly. It was rumored that they had once had a child together, and it was just too bad that it had died prematurely. How cute! Such a handsome boy! Look at how big his eyes are. Have you seen his small hands? So tender and soft. I really want to touch them. The doctor that was maintaining the order frowned inwardly. How had all these infamous scourges all turned into nice people the moment they set their eyes on a child? The chef was holding a pen, diligently taking down the instructions from the dancer couple. The chef was absolutely inexperienced when it came to what food to give a baby, and what he should be making for the tot. Afraid that he might make mistakes, he had decided to write down everything that the couple told him in his notebook, nodding incessantly as he listened. After he was done jotting down his notes, the chef proceeded to rush to the kitchen in a hurry. Rat Grandpa blinked his beady eyes and asked, "Hey chef, didn't you claim to make the most atrocious food in all the universe? Won't this baby end up vomiting out all the food you make for him? How could the food I make for you to eat be the same that I make for a child? Watch your words, you old undying rat, or I'll poison you to death," the chef cursed him without even turning to face Rat Grandpa. Rat Grandpa shrank his head back in fright. He knew very well that the chef was a master poisoner. When the doctor witnessed this exchange, he could not help but feel perplexed. The only ones alive under this dome were all scoundrels and scourges, yet it was like everyone became a different person the moment this child arrived. The doctor heard the dancer couple call his name, so he went over with a stern expression on his face. "This child's surname is Xia." The couple pointed to the name that was knitted into the corner of the small blanket. "Skywing Clan, Xia Fan." The doctor read the words and furrowed his brow. "Skywing? Haven't heard of them." Chapter 1377, Lucky Star. Cough cough. The doctor stood on the altar and coughed twice, signaling that everyone should quiet down. The scoundrels all went silent as they turned to face the doctor's horrific visage. The doctor looked toward the fisherman and the machinist. "Are the two of you positive that no one managed to get past the sky dome?" The fisherman shrugged. "Nope, absolute nothing. My little guys have already run all over the entire Holy Tomb planet, and they have not found the shadow of a ghost anywhere." The crowd descended into a cacophony of chatter. Since the sky dome had remained intact, and no one had managed to sneak their way past it, just how exactly did this child that went by the name of Xia Fan get in here? Some of the more superstitious scoundrels among them already began to drop down to their knees and pray, thanking the gods of the universe for bringing them an adorable child, so that they would at least have a bit of joy as they lived out their lives until the day they died under the dome. The doctor was expressionless. Sweeping his gaze coldly around the room, he said with knitted eyebrows, "No matter what, we've found this child, Xia Fan. So now, the question is whether he keep him, or whether we kill him. After all, kids are very troublesome." The moment the doctor said this, he was astonished to find the scoundrels all exploding into an uproar. "You dare touch the child? Don't think we won't dare to kill you just because you are the killer doctor. I'll have it out with you if you dare try and kill the child." "That's right. He's just a child. He has such a cute smile, how could you think about killing him? Doctor, do you have any compassion?" "What the heck?" The doctor's face began to twitch. There were no good men under the dome, and the number of people that had died by the hands of each of these scoundrels was surely no less than his own, yet they were actually calling him heartless. It sounded as if they were all very compassionate people to begin with. That was when someone exclaimed, "The blind man's back." The scoundrels immediately made a path as a blind old man made his way out from deep in the tomb. None of them had any idea how long the blind old man had been alive, but the wrinkles on his face were as deep as the fissures one would see after an earthquake, and his hair had turned completely silver, fluttering gracefully behind him. This blind man, who had an enormous hooked nose, came up beside the dancer couple, and reached a hand out to stroke Xia Fan's face. He then looked up and said in his hoary old voice, "What a handsome child." Gurgle. Xia Fan giggled and the blind man laughed along with him. The doctor saw that the old man's hunched back seemed to slowly straighten at Xia Fan's laughter. Zing! He was obviously a doddering blind old man, yet now he was as vigorous as a teenager. He darted over to climb up the altar and squinted his already visionless eyes. "It has been 123 years that we've been trapped here on this Holy Tomb planet, a whole 123 years. The blind man's voice was loud and sonorous. "In the first few decades, I even dreamed that I would one day leave this accursed place. But now," the blind man chuckled bitterly. I do believe all of you feel the same way as I do. I'm afraid that there's no way for us to leave here in our lifetimes. We'll all end up dying here. And this child? This is heaven's bestowal upon us. Let us have a bit of enjoyment for our days while we wait for each day to pass until our death. Humans aren't afraid of much, but we do fear hopelessness. So, this child is our hope. We're already very old, but this child is still young. We should keep him, and earnestly teach him everything that we know, imparting to him what we've learned in our lives. One day, we'll all die, but this child will leave, and in doing so, inherit our will. After we're dead, on our death anniversary, wouldn't it be nice to know that there'd be someone out there in the world who will remember us, light some joss sticks and pour out a glass of sake for us? Don't any of you want that? Hurrah! The old blind man's words caused the atmosphere to erupt with excitement. The days they spent waiting for their deaths trapped under this dome had indeed been difficult, and these scoundrels were all tormented over whether they wanted to kill themselves, so they could end up living a life that felt worse than death. But now, a child had appeared. With how adorable he was, and his cute smile, he was no different from a life-saving plant that had ignited a hope for these scoundrels to live on. How could they not feel grateful for that? Thus, the scoundrels all agreed to keep the child and raise him properly, as well as impart all that they knew to him. Upon thinking about how they would be dead in the future, and that there would be someone who would still be thinking about him, these scoundrels could not help but feel uncontrollably excited. Everyone discussed this enthusiastically. There were a total of 79 scoundrels here in the ancient tomb, and each and every one of them fought to get time with Xia Fei. Given how there was only so much time each day, they nearly ended up fighting for real over it. Suddenly, just as these scoundrels were getting all excited, thinking that their lives were filled with hope once more, the dancer couple said something that was no different from pouring a bucket of ice water over them, dampening all their spirits. This child, he doesn't seem to have a seventh brain region. Buzz. These scoundrels felt as if their brains were about to explode. No seventh brain region? Did that not mean he was ability-less? Everyone had a seventh brain region, and it was just their individual abilities and the width of their seventh brain region that differed. Only about 1 in 100 million humans would be without a seventh brain region, not being gifted with any abilities, and would be considered a born cripple. Such situations were extremely rare. Without a seventh brain region, there would not be any way for them to have special abilities, and how could Xia Fei be expected to carry their will if he did not have any special abilities? These scoundrels all dashed over, using all sorts of methods to examine Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not know the concept of fear, and no matter how these scoundrels pinched his neck or used energy to inspect his body, all Xia Fei would respond with was his giggle. Reality was cruel, and just as the atmosphere had been uncharacteristically lively before, it was now quiet. Everyone was like a deflated football, their heads drooping. There were even some who hid in dark corners, hiding their faces and crying. Grief was greater than death, and these scoundrels felt despair once again. Having lived a life suppressing this emotion for over 100 years, it was enough to force a good person into bad, and a bad person into a lunatic. It was not easy for them to gain some hope, and so quickly have this hope turned into dust. That was when Xia Fei's laughter rang through the room crisp like a silver bell. He was still very small, and was being cradled in the arms of the female dancer. He had no idea why the scoundrels were all being so depressed, and all he thought was how interesting everything was. Everyone was quiet and stony-faced, it was just too fun. That bright laughter pierced the hearts of everyone, and they could not resist looking at Xia Fei's little face again. It was such a cute little face, like a fresh red apple. The machinist was squatting down on the ground, his hands hugging his head, absolutely in tears. Boom! Suddenly, he raised his mechanical arm and slammed it forcefully on the ground. This blow broke the floorboards, and the whole altar shook from the force. Arg! The machinist yelled, I've had enough of this. Like he had gone mad, the machinist dashed toward the deeper parts of the tomb. He proceeded to bring out a crate which was filled with energy crystals inside, transparent like pretty crystal ores, filled with the purest natural energy. Each and every one of them were as high as grade 9 energy crystals, able to easily buy a powerful battleship from any part of the universe. This crate full of grade 9 energy crystals was enough to buy a Class A planet. Thud! The mechanists threw the crate of crystals down on the ground carelessly. He reached out to Xia Fei and declared loudly, if none of you want to take care of him, I will. So what if he doesn't have a seventh brain region, I can just feed him with energy crystals. Back then, we joined up to assault this holy tomb, all for the sake of getting our hands on this loot, only to be trapped in here. So what if I ended up acquiring these precious energy crystals? I gave up my life in exchange for them. No more. I don't want them all. No amount of energy crystals out there could exchange for the life I lost. The dancer couple hugged Xia Fei and retreated back. The machinist reached out, yelling as if he had gone crazy, "Give Xia Fei to me, give him to me. I'll give the portion of my energy crystal all to him. We'll use the pure energy of nature to improve his physique." With a smack, the male dancer pushed the machinist's hand away and laughed bitterly, "We have quite a sizable portion of those crystals when we divided up the spoils. Since you're willing to do so, why don't the three of us pool our crystals and nourish him with them?" There were 2 lines of crystal-clear liquid streaking down the stern expression on the male dancer's face. He hugged his wife along with Xia Fei and said, "You're right. No amount of energy crystals is enough to trade for what we've lost. From now on, this is the chance we've been given." The words between the machinists and the couple motivated everyone, and they ran toward their own rooms like crazy. Several minutes later, there were crates filled with precious grade 9 crystals heaped around the altar. The astronomical wealth on display here was gathered like common vegetables, strewn around carelessly. "Aren't they just energy crystals? I don't want them either. If I give you all these crystals, would I be able to hug the child? Trust me, I'll be very careful." These scoundrels were all speaking up. After having been trapped for 123 years, they were even willing to give up these priceless energy crystals, all for the opportunity to hug the child in their arms. It could be seen just how lonely these people had been all these years. "Ha ha ha ha." The blind old man suddenly burst into laughter. "Sure enough, time changes everything. Can all of you remember how much blood we spilled for those energy crystals all those years back? There were plenty of people all over the universe that had rushed over, all in the hopes of getting their share of the treasures in this holy tomb. In the end, only the 79 of us remained. But look at us now. Those were precious crystals that we risked our lives for, but we no longer want any of them. I dare bet that no one out there in the universe knows the meaning of life better than we do right now. This child right here is our lucky star. There will come a day when we're all dead, but Xia Fei will be alive here in the universe in our place, and the life that he led will be even more exciting than any one of ours." Ever since that day, Xia Fei led a life that no ordinary folk could even imagine, becoming the shared son of the 79 scoundrels. Other children would eat rice growing up, but what Xia Fei ate was grade 9 energy crystals. Each crystal was enough to exchange for a powerful battleship, but Xia Fei would practically be eating one every day. His starting point in life was not merely high, it was impossibly high. Even unparalleled figures in the universe would not have such qualifications to feed their own child in such a way. Along with this high starting point of his, Xia Fei also grew up quickly. Though he was an ability-less individual that did not have a 7th brain region, he nevertheless managed to build up a strong and sturdy body by force through those super energy crystals. Xia Fei did not know sickness as a child, and never understood the concept of fear, either. Under the sky dome, there was no lack of peculiar individuals, a doctor who was not a doctor, but a killer, a fisherman that did not fish, but was skilled in controlling beasts, a chef who made terrible tasting food, but was an expert in concocting poisons, or a dancer couple who were as elegant as nobles, when they were actually notorious thieves. In any case, no one under the dome had a name, and they called each other by their nicknames. On top of that, every single one of them were masters in an assortment of strange skills. Yet these were the people that Xia Fei grew up with, so of course he learned a myriad of strange abilities from them all. There was only one exception to that, and it was the blind old man. The blind old man was very respected by everyone, and they were all very afraid of him. Everybody obeyed him, almost as if he was the most impressive one out of the 79 scoundrels that were trapped under the dome. But he was also just a blind old man, and he had not once taught any skill to Xia Fei as the latter grew up. While this blind old man had lost his sight, he was still observing from the sidelines whenever someone was teaching Xia Fei, leaving without saying a word once the lesson ended. Xia Fei had a feeling that this skinny old man seemed to be waiting for something. He once asked the dancer couple inquisitively why his blind grandpa never once taught him anything, despite being so impressive. It had to be stated that Xia Fei would be surrounded by a whole group of people from the moment he woke up, as these scoundrels all clamored to teach Xia Fei what they knew. The chef said that as long as Xia Fei learned the art of poison from him, he would give him a delicious fruit cake. The machinist said that if Xia Fei were to learn bomb making from him, he would make for him a very fun robot. It was only the blind old man who never said a word. Though his eyes no longer worked, he nevertheless kept observing him. The dancing couple only smiled in response. You will have to grow up as soon as possible. It isn't that your blind grandpa doesn't wish to teach you, but that he's waiting until you're older to do so. Xia Fan was ignorant, so he nodded with uncertainty. This was the kind of life he led, and in the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed. Chapter 1378, Coming of Age. Early in the morning, Xia Fan hefted some metal alloy armor and strolled along in the deep and large ancient tomb. The weather was very cold, reaching 34 degrees. Even the air coming out from his breath was rapidly turning into transparent icy droplets. However, Xia Fan was only wearing a white short singlet as well as thin, high-strength fiber sweatpants. He wore a pair of standard combat boots, and was unaffected by the cold in the slightest. The swaddled baby of yesterday was now a hale and hearty youth. Xia Fei was a bit on the skinny side, but he was muscular. His cheeks were flushed with health and his eyes were still large. With a slight curl of his lips, he looked like he was smiling despite being expressionless. But when he really smiled, it was as refreshing as a spring's breeze. Living with the scoundrels here in this ancient tomb, no matter how tough and boring life usually was, as long as they saw Xia Fan, they would immediately be affected by the boy's sunniness, inexplicably finding themselves in a good mood. Morning, Xia Fan. Morning, fisherman grandpa. Why are you carrying the armor and not wearing it? Machinist grandpa got the measurements wrong, and there are cracks in the joints of the protective layer after wearing it for a few days, so I need to get it repaired. So I see. The machinist sure is careless. To think he would still make such calculation errors even with that half-mechanical brain of his. Quick, go on then. Everyone that encountered Xia Fan would always greet him warmly, and Xia Fan would respond to each and every one of them courteously. Being able to greet Xia Fan early in the morning made everyone happy. Everybody carried on with their own business with big smiles on their faces. It was also all thanks to the boy Xia Fan for existing, as ever since that day he arrived here on the Holy Tomb planet, the gloominess that hung over the place gradually dissipated, and their lives were enriched with a bit of joy. Pushing open the door into the machinist's workshop, Xia Fan saw there were scattered alloy parts all over the room, while the machinist himself was using a laser welder to repair a fusion reactor in the corner. Xia Fan placed the broken war armor on the repair platform as the machinist stopped his work and made his way over. What's wrong with the armor? It's broken. Again. The machinist's mechanical eye widened, nonplussed. Rascal, did you damage it on purpose? How could it require repairing after only wearing it for a few times? Xia Fan smiled, Machinist grandpa, this isn't my fault. Shrugging, Xia Fan took out a water-based pen and began writing on the alloy wall of the workshop. It was an extremely complicated formula, and the machinist slowly squinted, his mechanical brain quickly doing the calculations for Xia Fan's data. Look here, Xia Fan pointed at the wall filled with complicated numbers and said, this is the conclusion I came to last night. The main portions of the war armor are fine, but the metal stress has a 0.07% error with the position of the active connecting joints. Realization dawned on the machinist and he nodded, since you've already discovered the problem, then how do you suppose we need to correct it? Xia Fan nodded and wrote down an even more complex formula. Not only did it contain stress testing algorithms, there was even a long series of logical functions. Tossing the pen to the side, Xia Fan flashed his bright smile and said to the machinist, covering the active connecting joints with a layer of carbon could offset the impact from external environmental changes toward the metal stress. Keep up the good work, Machinist grandpa. Your skills are the best in the field, and I'm sure you can perfect the armor even further. Xia Fan said as he flashed him a thumbs-up gesture. Child, you've sure got quite a way with words. I'll give it a shot, but I won't guarantee anything. The machinist seemed to be grumbling, though his face was already lit up with a smile. As always, the natural closeness Xia Fan demonstrated, as well as his bright voice, always made the machinist feel very at ease. Even if Xia Fan was making some harsh request, he would always be willing to help the boy see it through. Xia Fan smiled and walked away. Though the sun was gone from the workshop, the machinist could still hear Xia Fan cheerfully calling him grandpa. The machinist could feel himself completely reinvigorated as he took apart the broken war armor and picked up his tools. That was when the room inside the workshop burst open. This was the machinist's bedroom, and he would usually be found asleep inside, guarding his pile of metal junk. A blind old man walked out from inside. Though he had no vision, he nevertheless turned his head and faced the mathematical formula that Xia Fan had left on the wall. Were his calculations correct? The blind old man asked in a hoarse voice. Absolutely, the machinist answered, stopping what he was doing. The old blind man nodded his head slightly. What are your thoughts on Xia Fan's standards right now? I'm referring to his knowledge with mechatronics, of course. The machinist replied earnestly, I'm afraid his talent is already beyond my own. As for actual operation, he would still need a lot of training, but I think we all know that I'm not the only teacher he has, so he doesn't have that much free time. Xia Fan's life was busy and intense. He would have 3 classes to attend every day, one each at noon, the afternoon, and at night, each lasting 4 hours. They would all be undertaken by different teachers, instructing him in learning different skills, which was why he did not have that much time to solely train in one particular subject. The best he could do was learn a bit of everything. The blind old man nodded and said softly, very good. With that, he began to leave. The machinist furrowed his brow and then stopped him. Blind man. Anything else? Yes. Actually, this is something that I've thought about for many years, but I still can't make sense of it. Why is that fearsome sky dome able to keep us all trapped in here? The blind old man shook his head. How would I know the answer to such a thing? You ought to know. The machinist's voice grew slightly louder as he continued. Among us, though we all possess decent combat strength and skills, none of us would be targeted with such great fanfare. There's only one possibility, and that is that among the 79 of us here, someone's special. This person is the one who caused this scary sky dome, who must not be allowed to leave this holy tomb planet no matter what. The moment this person makes his or her way out and into the universe, they will bring about a great catastrophe. That is why this sky dome exists. The reason isn't to trap us all, but to trap someone among us, and you ought to be well aware who this person is. If Xia Fan was still here, he would definitely be extremely shocked. This huge sky dome was of unparalleled strength. Could all that just be for the sake of trapping one person? Was there such a need to create such a scary sky dome all for the sake of one person? The blind old man shrugged and did not give an answer, choosing to continue to make his way out. Please consider. Xia Fan is already ready. The blind old man paused in his footsteps and said without even turning his head back, whether Xia Fan is ready or not, your words don't count. Only I can decide. With that, the blind old man walked away. He had no eyes, yet it seemed like he was able to see everything clearly. He very easily made his way through the room, despite the messy clutter of metal parts everywhere. That old monster, the machinist sighed as he picked up the war armor Xia Fan had left behind. With the cold winter over, a spring breeze picked up. The tender grass saplings began to grow in the wilderness outside the ancient tomb. Even further out in the mountains and forests, the ferocious beasts had ended their hibernation and began to come out and search for food. Whether it was the squirrels in the forests, the wild rabbits, or even the sour fruits found in the wild, the beasts were not picky after suffering for a whole winter. All they wanted was to fill their bellies. On this spring day, the 79 scoundrels who lived here in the ancient tomb were planning to throw a coming-of-age ceremony for Xia Fan. They had no idea when his actual birthday was, so they picked that night when they first found Xia Fan as his birthday. In many places of the Ashen Moon universe, 16 was the custom day when they were acknowledged to be as adults, where relatives and friends would attend and give their congratulations, along with gifts. Until now, Xia Fan had been living under one roof with the dancer couple, and they had been taking care of Xia Fan's daily living needs. But now, with him becoming an adult, it was tradition for him to begin living independently from today onward. The room where Xia Fan would be staying had already been completed. It was right in the middle of the ancient tomb, not far from anyone else's places. Such an arrangement was so that it would be more convenient for Xia Fan to visit the homes of the others. Other things like food and things had long been arranged by the rest, and as the only child, it was hard to list out every preferential treatment Xia Fan had received. In short, he was completely doted on by everyone, in every way possible. Xia Fan changed into a set of new clothes and left the ancient tomb. Though there were not many people who lived under the sky dome, there were lights all around and it was very lively, all for the sake of Xia Fan's coming-of-age ceremony. Everyone was already long prepared. Xia Fan greeted everyone warmly. The dancer couple even shed quite a few tears, knowing that he was about to move out of their place. The female dancer went on about just how small Xia Fan was back when, and that in a blink of an eye, he was now an adult. Similar, she was older as well, truly, Time was a knife that only urged people along toward old age. Xia Fan consoled the female dancer and lifted his head up toward the sky. Last night he had seen an extremely bright star up in the night sky, and that aroused his keen interest. That is no star, but a chaos stargate, Rat Grandpa stroked his beard and explained. Come to think of it, it's about time. The Holy Tomb planet orbits around the chaos stargate, coming in close proximity to it every 15 years. In about 2 months' time, you'll be able to see the true face of the chaos stargate. It's a spectacular sight. An extremely huge gate that's even larger than an entire galaxy, and right in the center is a dazzling gleam, looking like a lake filled with colored gems. Xia Fan was startled, to think there's such a thing in the universe. I wonder just how a thing like the Chaos Stargate came to be. Rat Grandpa was unamused, the universe is vast and filled with wonders. It's just a pity that we have this dome that restricts our freedom, so there's no way for you to see the vast and wondrous world that lies beyond the Holy Tomb planet. As for the Chaos Stargate, I can't really explain it clearly, but just know that it is a very ancient existence. It seems to be even older than the Ashen Moon universe. It's even said that if anyone were to make it through the Chaos Stargate, they would enter a different realm. But from what I know, there's a powerful barricade on the Chaos Stargate, and no one has been able to get through it. Xia Fan felt a little disappointed. It sounded rather fun to be able to visit another universe and have a look around. But since no one had been able to get past it, there was nothing he could do about it. What are you asking all this on such a joyous occasion? Rat Grandpa asked, narrowing his eyes. Xia Fan smiled, nothing. I just have a sort of strange feeling toward it, that's all. What sort of feeling? Rat Grandpa asked. It's nothing, really, Xia Fan waved his hand dismissively. Look, Machinist Grandpa is calling to us, so let's hurry over now. On the clearing outside the ancient tomb, a large stone table and many chairs had been laid out. The chef was moving along, giving everybody their breakfast. While others ate roasted meats and bread, oatmeal and fruit salads, only Xia Fei was eating a huge bowl of noodle soup. These are longevity noodles, made specially for you. I have been busy since the early hours of the morning making it. The chef patted Xia Fan on his head with his greasy hand affectionately. Xia Fan lifted his head up and flashed him a bright smile. Thank you, Chef Grandpa. Good boy. What a good boy. The corners of the chef's eyes brimmed with tears. He wiped them with his hand and said, slightly choking up slightly, it was worth all the effort just seeing you so happy. You're about to become an adult, and so you must remember from today onward, don't end up being like us. You must be a good person, the chef lectured him. I will remember that, Xia Fan nodded vigorously. The situation was just that weird. They were very clearly a bunch of notorious scoundrels who were living in the ancient tomb, yet they wanted Xia Fan to become a good person that could hold up the heavens no matter what. It was perhaps the shared wish that all parents alive had. Good, good, the chef hugged Xia Fan's shoulder. I still have to stay here to prepare for the banquet tonight. I won't be going for the hunt later, so take care of yourself. If you really can't do it. Xia Fan carried on his words, if you really can't do it, then use poison to kill them. I know. What a good boy. The chef shook his head with a sigh and left. After they were done with breakfast, the doctor got up and looked all around. If there's nothing else, then let us head off now. The fisherman is already ready. According to the rules, when a boy becomes a man, 10,000 beasts will kneel. Xia Fan today will take on 10,000 beasts today, and none of you are allowed to help him. After all, he is now a real man. The old blind man also got up and said the final words, then go. Don't let the fisherman wait in anxiety any further. Chapter 1379, Slaying 10,000 Beasts. The scoundrels and Xia Fan got on a mid-sized shuttle that the machinist had retrofitted and soon arrived at the edge of a forest far away from the ancient tomb. The shuttle came to a stop and everyone disembarked, to find the fisherman sitting on a large slab of granite, holding a wooden fishing rod in hand. Though there was no lake or fishes here, the fisherman nevertheless adopted a posture like he was fishing. Fisherman Grandpa. Xia Fei ran over and smiled at the fat and squat fisherman, saying, thank you for all your hard work. For the sake of my coming-of-age ceremony, I'm afraid you haven't slept all night, have you? The fisherman rubbed Xia Fan's sturdy arm softly as he made light of the fact, it's no problem at all. Grandpa doesn't feel it's hard work at all, though my little ones have been busy the entire night. The doctor also walked over, lifting that metallic eye upward. There's no need to be so troublesome in the first place. All you needed to do was find an enemy that is a match for you, and then proceed to fight them in a ring. When a warrior comes of age, they have a great battle. That is tradition. Unfortunately, we couldn't find a suitable opponent under the dome, which was why after much discussion, we got the fisherman to use his beast control technique to gather a group of ferocious beasts as your first fight when you came of age. Xia Fan nodded and clenched his fists, already raring to go. The doctor asked the fisherman, "So, how's the situation?" The fisherman twisted his lips and answered, "There's not much to hunt in the early spring. The wild beasts could barely endure their hunger, and are at their most savage. I did manage to gather 10,000 beasts, but I'll be honest. I'm afraid the difficulty of this challenge is higher than what we anticipated." Everyone was silent. The reason why they had gathered 10,000 beasts was actually a private decision among the scoundrels. They felt that it would be cooler if they did it on such a grand scale, and given how much everyone adored Xia Fan, all of them of course hoped that the first battle he got into would be a spectacular one. But hearing what the fisherman said, all of them began to worry. What if the challenge was too great, and Xia Fan was injured? That would be terrible. Everyone was wondering if they should reduce the challenge's size when the blind old man suddenly lifted his head and said, "We have faith in Xia Fan, so let us begin." The fisherman froze up, then nodded with a furrowed brow. The scoundrels were all afraid of the blind old man, and since this was what he had said, no one would dare refute him. All they could do was tell Xia Fan to take care of himself. Wearing the metal alloy armor that the machinist HD newly made for him, Xia Fan stood by the treeline of the forest, holding the thick-pronged war trident that he usually trained with. "Here they come." The machinist pointed out into the distance, and they promptly saw the taller trees deeper in the forest sway vigorously. Everyone could hear the trembling of the ground growing in intensity. It was a beast pack. The beast controller fisherman had driven over an astonishing amount of wild beasts who were going to be Xia Fan's enemy today. A green-faced saber-toothed tiger was the first to pounce out from the trees. Its eyes were blood red, its killer gaze locked onto Xia Fan where he stood. The wild beast let out a bestial roar and charged towards Xia Fan. The beasts on the Holy Tomb planet were vicious, and spent most of their time during the year fighting with one another. Many of the beasts had old battle scars, and this saber-toothed tiger had plenty all over his body too, an indication of the many battles it had fought over the years, where it had been a kingly existence on this planet. Suddenly, everyone saw Xia Fan let out a soft laugh and gathered strength to his legs. He exploded from the ground, dragging the war trident behind him, charging forward so he could meet the ferocity of the wild beast head-on. He, who usually had a bright smile ready, had now turned into a different person, engulfed in a fierce and ferocious demeanor. "He has a speed of 113 meters per second. That's at the advanced starlight rank," the machinist yelped in excitement. His electronic eyes had a full display of Xia Fan's data. "Oh my, advanced starlight rank! That's amazing! Even if hasn't opened his 7th brain region, Xia Fan is seriously amazing to be able to reach such extraordinary speeds." The scoundrels were cheering enthusiastically, each of them trembling in their exhalation. Just what did it mean to have a top speed of 113 m/s? It meant that Xia Fei could cross 6.78 km in 1 minute, which was 428 km in 1 hour. He could clear a little over 10,000 km in a day. That was comparable to the speed of a hovercar fitted with a jet engine. More importantly, Xia Fan did not have any special ability, and he could already reach such a terrifying speed through his powerful physique alone. It just went to show how well developed his muscles, motor nerves, and bone structure was. Xia Fan instantly closed the distance between him and that saber-toothed tiger. The beast's eyes nearly fell out of its eye sockets from its shock at how fast he was moving. But the beast could never have imagined that given how fast Xia Fan's movement speed was, the tempo of his attack was even greater. Drag blade style. A powerful force of strength broke out. Strength was applied to the back of the blade. Squelch! That was the only sound made, and the head of the green-faced saber-toothed tiger that had just made it out of the forest went flying upward. The cut was as precise as if it was made with a surgical scalpel, perfectly slicing through its neck. It died right there, without even making any sound. An explosive strength reaching 563 kilograms. Advanced starlight rank, the machinist read out Xia Fan's data yet again. The scoundrels simply could not believe their ears. Xia Fan, a boy without any superpowers, had achieved strength that had reached advanced starlight rank. A single pass of his weapon and more than half a ton of force was applied. Adding to the force of the impetus from his high-speed charge, the damage he could cause was frightening. Less than a second had passed since Xia Fan first took action, and the saber-toothed tiger that could easily kill 7 or 10 adults turned into a corpse under Xia Fan's war trident. However, what the scoundrels found even more incredulous was that it was only the start. As the saber-toothed tiger fell, ever more ferocious beasts came charging out from the forest. The border that divided the plains and the forests was like Xia Fan's defensive line. Any beast that drew near would be subjected to Xia Fan's unhesitating assault, slaying them on the spot. His smile remained etched on his face, but his attacks were as sharp as ever. There was not a hint of doubt in his actions, the epitome of the term decisive killing. In the blink of an eye, there were corpses of beasts strewn everywhere, the blood he spilled forming a river. The scoundrels were all stunned. None of them had expected Xia Fan's performance to be so insane. Training and battle were two different situations, and though Xia Fan had undergone strict training in the past, he had not once taken part in a real battle. This was his first battle, the first time he had seen so many blood and corpses, yet he appeared as if he had never known the concept of fear, and was completely absorbed in the fight. It had been several dozen minutes since the beast pack began their stampede, and Xia Fan had maintained his own defense line, not retreating even an inch. No matter how many beasts came rushing out from the forest, they were all slaughtered at Xia Fan's hands. 1,000 killed. 2,000 killed. 3,000 killed. The machinist was adept at keeping statistics, and kept reporting Xia Fan's kill count. Everyone was cheering at Xia Fan's performance. Suddenly, just as everyone was feeling happy for Xia Fan, something unexpected happened. Right about the time a slant-eyed coyote fell, everyone heard a crisp sound. Xia Fan's thick-backed war trident had split right down the middle. The constant fighting had broken Xia Fan's weapon. This is bad. Machinist, why didn't you make an even better weapon for him? The machinist clutched his head in his two hands and yelled, I did. But Xia Fan said he's more used to that trident he has been training with. I had thought that rooting the beast pack would be enough, so who would have thought he would actually be slaying all these beasts? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A warrior losing their weapon was no different from losing an arm. The situation was dire. The female dancer grabbed the fisherman and yelled, end this battle right away. No one does anything. This time, it was the blind old man who shouted a stern order. This is Xia Fan's coming-of-age battle. Do all of you want him to lose his honor? Besides, this is also a choice he has made. A choice he has made? No one understood what he meant, and turned to the fisherman. The fisherman shrugged, helplessly saying, could none of you tell? I am no longer controlling the beast pack anymore. It is Xia Fan who's in charge. It was as if everyone had been struck by lightning. They had nearly forgotten that it was not just the fisherman who knew the beast control technique, Xia Fan had learned it as well. He had long since replaced the fisherman and was now in control of the beast pack. A closer inspection, and they saw that there was a slight smile on the corners of Xia Fan's mouth, but his tongue was also a little curled, giving out a high-frequency sound wave that humans could not hear. There were several war beasts deep in the forest that the fisherman had trained, and that high-frequency sound wave was giving orders to those war beasts, commanding them to keep the beast pack surrounded, and subsequently force them towards Xia Fan. Xia Fan might have lost his weapon, so he would just use the broken weapon. If he could not slay them from a distance, then he would dash right up to them and engage in melee combat with those ferocious beasts. He stabbed the broken war trident into the head of a beast. The scoundrels were all so stunned that they stood there as dumb as wooden chickens. That was because this was not a fight, but a one-sided massacre. When the broken weapon in his hand was also ruined, Xia Fan simply resorted to using his fists. His two arms. His knees and elbows. He did everything possible to kill the wild beasts that were being driven toward him, leaving not one alive. The scoundrels could feel a chill run through their insides. It appeared as if Xia Fan had this innate disposition, an indescribable temperament toward insanity. This big boy who always had a sunny disposition and a ready smile transformed into a reaper the moment he was in a battle. It was just a pity that none of these scoundrels had ever seen Xia Fan's father, or they would not have been so flabbergasted by what they had just witnessed. After all, no matter how bright a smile Xia Fan had, he was ultimately a demon-sealing fiendish blade. No one had any idea how much time passed, but the battle finally concluded. Xia Fan threw the final carcass of a beast down on the ground and sat down on the ground with a heavy thud, breathing hard. That was when thousands of rats came running out from the forests. Each of them had sharp fangs and steel-sharp claws. Their black beady eyes stared ahead, looking extremely vicious. But those vicious rats only surrounded Xia Fan obediently and proceeded to stand on their two hind legs as if they were human. They clasped their front paws together, almost as if they were offering their congratulations to Xia Fan, giving him their best wishes on his birthday. Xia Fan laughed, radiant as the sun. He reached his hand out over the heads of some of Th0se rats and gave them a petting, muttering, "Thank you all for your hard work, truly. I'm now an adult, so all of you must do your best from here on out." "Oh, you're pregnant? Your husband has done a good job then. Be sure to take care of your baby together in the future." The scoundrels were once again dumbfounded. The fisherman shrugged and said with a hint of grievances, "I can't even tell these war beasts apart, but Xia Fan can recognize each and every one of them. Honestly, though they are my war beasts, they are more willing to be with Xia Fan, and they take his orders." After Xia Fan greeted and praised the several thousand tiny war beasts, the vicious rats ran happily back into the forest. It appeared that earning Xia Fan's praise and encouragement was a very important matter to them. That was when Xia Fan finally got up, turned around and revealed that resplendent smile of his to the very astonished scoundrels. The hearts of these scoundrels softened. All of them felt that even while Xia Fan's style of fighting was a little too much, he was still that Xia Fei they were familiar with at the end of the day. All their worries and shock dissipated with a simple smile from Xia Fan. Xia Fan did not seem to care despite his wounded body and fighting exhaustion. He made his way toward the scoundrels and they all promptly felt that Xia Fan had truly grown up. Furthermore, he was even more outstanding than anything they had hoped he would become. His sunshine disposition, with plenty of skills under his belt, along with his determined perseverance and accompanied by that slightly crazed fighting style. Even if there came a day when Xia Fan left the Holy Tomb Star and joined the more complex society outside, he ought to still be able to put up a good fight, and would not be a pushover. 11,305 dead, the machinist let out a low whisper. That's too incredible. Xia Fan has accomplished a 10,000 kill. Hearing this statement, the blind old man's ears pricked slightly, though the expression on his face remained calm as ever. That was when a blue electric light flashed across the sky without warning, a piercing glare that could be seen over the entire planet. The blue light was gone in a flash, and everything around them grew darker. The scoundrels all looked up to the sky, only to find dark clouds gathering outside the sky dome. The sunlight was already gone, and in its place was a gloomy sky. The change in atmosphere was so swift that it left everyone tongue-tied. "Seems like a cosmic storm is about to spread to the Holy Tomb planet," the machinist stated after observing with his electronic eye for a while. "Looks like there's another dome over the planet, but it's not really anything bad. Ignore it. Today is a joyous occasion, and the chef has already prepared a good meal tonight. We won't stop drinking until we're all wasted." That night, in the open plains outside the ancient tomb, a not too grand but very lively coming-of-age banquet was held. Everyone had plenty to drink, and quite a lot of them even ended up somewhat drunk. Meanwhile, Xia Fan received the most gifts and congratulations in his entire life so far. The scoundrels were all elated to see Xia Fan officially reach adulthood. That night, the drunk scoundrels slept with great satisfaction. When the next day arrived, they walked out of the ancient tomb, only to find that the sky was still as gloomy as before, and there was a streak of blue lightning constantly circling the sky. It crackled loudly, but no rain fell upon the land. When the third day came, the lightning still remained, and instead looked even fiercer than before. By now, even the most optimistic person began to sense that something was off. Chapter 1380, A Painful Farewell. An entire week had passed, and that lightning outside the ancient tomb was still crackling. The black clouds looked ominous, and the terrible weather got everyone feeling very depressed. Today finally, under the blind old man's behest, the scoundrels gathered at the altar of the ancient tomb for a meeting. The altar of the holy tomb was made of gold and was 99 meters wide. All around, there were 12 golden holy monuments, each bearing no words or lettering, and all that was on it was a large eye. In truth, there was neither a single character nor word found in this entire tomb or even the entire planet that they were on. The only thing carved anywhere was the shape of an eye, whether it was the moss-covered tablet in the forest, or the hanging mural on the cliff walls. This image of the eye was everywhere, yet none of the scoundrels could make sense of it at all or of what it symbolized. Everyone present, including the scoundrels, discovered that the person taking charge of the meeting was not the doctor but rather the ever-mysterious blind old man. The machinist had brought a seat over, allowing him to be seated on the altar. "Is Xia Fan still training?" asked the blind old man in his hoarse voice the moment he opened his mouth. The fisherman nodded. He's practicing his stealth skills by the lake. My little creatures are accompanying him, so if he's making his way back, I'll know. The blind old man heaved a long sigh. It's about time. Today, I shall tell you all something very important, but you must keep this a secret from Xia Fan. Only after all the scoundrels nodded in agreement did the blind old man continue. We don't have too much time left, so as fantastically as what I'm about to tell you, I guarantee that it's nothing but the truth. 138 years ago, a group of vicious criminals, who had come from all over the Ashen Moon universe, gathered together to barge into this place in hopes of finding the treasure rumored to be hidden within and get rich. Those people were you all. These scoundrels felt the words that the blind old man had used were very odd. He was also someone who had come here, hoping to strike it rich, but the way he had just spoken sounded as though he had nothing to do with any of that. The blind old man swallowed. Back then, while all of you joined hands to get into the Holy Tomb planet, you actually didn't know one another. Even now, you use aliases and don't divulge your real names, nor do you wish to do so, much less reveal your true identities, and that's because most of you are fugitives. At this point, I'd like to ask everyone, do any of you remember seeing me when you first gathered? The scoundrels under the altar discussed this among themselves for a bit. Some said that it had been too long for them to have a clear recollection of what had happened then, while others replied with a no. There were some who seemed to recall that they had. One even said that it was impossible for them to remember everyone's faces, given that hundreds had originally gathered then. Hearing all these words, the blind old man chuckled. You people are really audacious to the extreme. Did you all dare to plunder this place without knowing where it's even? I'll be honest, when you all gathered to set off, I wasn't among you. Shock. These scoundrels nearly exploded. None of them could guess where this blind old man had come from since he was not actually one of them when they had first assembled off-planet. He could not possibly have jumped out from a crack in the land, could he have? When the scoundrels displayed flabbergasted looks over this revelation, the blind old man looked very satisfied and laughed. This place is obviously my tomb, and all of you woke me up with your arrival. Later, everyone began killing each other, all for the sake of profiting the most, which I found to be very interesting, so I stayed around to enjoy the show. Who knew that all of you would fight and kill until no one wanted to carry on anymore? The doctor voiced that there's no longer any meaning in continuing the slaughter and that everyone might as well divide the energy crystals equally. During that time, I happened to be sitting at the side, and you all thought that I had come along with you, so I was included in the division. Back then, I was practically laughing until my belly ached. All of you came to steal my things, only to end up presuming me to be a fellow compatriot. Split part of the spoils with me? That's definitely the greatest joke in the world. Shock. Extreme shock. The color on these scoundrels' faces got drained. The ancient tomb had become so silent everyone could hear their rapidly beating hearts. As a killer, the doctor furtively reached behind his back and touched his silver surgical scalpel. If this really was this blind old man's ancient tomb, then there was no way anyone could say what would happen next. The doctor's killer instinct told him that the situation was about to take a turn for the worse, which was why he had decided to make the first move. Quite a few shared the same idea as he had. Since they were notorious scourges from all across the universe, not one of them was obviously averse to the deed. Boom! Just as the scoundrels were undecided, the blind old man suddenly looked up and opened those two eyes, which had supposedly already lost vision. At that instant, a mysterious golden light burst forth from his eyes. All the scoundrels were enveloped in that golden light. They felt their bodies lift from the ground as this unparalleled force pulled them up in the air. Each one of them felt like they were being stifled, unable to breathe, while the blood in their veins was seemingly flowing in reverse. The agony they felt was akin to having their entire body be cast into hell itself. The torturous pain made these scoundrels wish that they could scream. Alas, no sound would come out. Terror. Absolute terror. The scoundrels felt so terrified they wished for death. Puff. However, it was at that moment that the blind old man shut his eyes again. The mysterious golden light disappeared along with it, and the scoundrels collapsed heavily on the ground, every cell in their bodies racked by extreme pain. Now, do you all believe me? The blind old man chuckled. He then spoke in this somewhat sheepish tone. Ah, I've been badly influenced by that rascal, Xia Fan. I clearly wanted to threaten all of you, but I ended up not being able to hold back my laughter. Oh, well. So be it. Time has already changed everything. While I am the owner of this ancient tomb, I don't have any plans of killing you, and that's because you've all brought me plenty of joy over the years. In terms of combat strength, each of you is scum, and all you know are some random tricks and skills. I've been asleep in this tomb for too long. So much time has passed that even I forgot how many epochs there have been. It's why I was not only not mad when all of you barged in here, I even felt slightly amused. It's also because I felt too lonely, and when all of you gave me a share of the energy crystals, I decided to join in, but I didn't dare to reveal my eyes, as I would then be discovered by you all, which caused you all to begin calling me blind man. Unfortunately, interesting days can't continue forever. When all of you discovered that you'd been trapped under the sky dome, everybody became sullen and depressed, sighing and frowning. It's only upon Xia Fan's sudden arrival that this place found itself renewed with life. Why are you telling us all this? Could it be related to the constant thunderstorm happening outside? Shouted someone from among the scoundrels. The blind old man nodded. I already told you all, we don't have much time left. There's a powerful old nemesis nearby. What all of you see as a thunderstorm is actually a warning from my nemesis. Everyone below the altar was in disarray once more. The enemy of the blind old man was about to come? Just how scary would that person be? The blind old man spoke as he recalled things. I've told you not just once before, a day will come when all of us will die. That's because this is a forbidden area of the Ashen Moon universe. Since you came, none of you shall leave with your lives. Everything I've told you today is done on the account that we've spent all these years in peace with one another. I'll be giving you all some time so that you can prepare your last affairs. I've already been alive for a very long time, so death means nothing to me, but while I am fine with dying, I don't wish for Xia Fan to suffer the same fate as I do. He's still young and has a great future ahead of him. That's why I'll use up all my strength to send Xia Fan away. As for the rest of you, I'm sorry. The strength I have left is only enough to send him alone. Okay, that's what I wanted to tell you all. None of you must leak a word of this to Xia Fan. When he returns, I'll be sending him off, so if you have any words you wish to relay to him, do so soon. As for whether any of you understand why I'm doing this or not, I'll be honest, I don't care. While everyone was still in shock, the blind old man stepped down from the altar. All of a sudden, someone grabbed him by his shoulder, and it was the dancer couple. The two of them appeared to be very excited. Did you just say you'll be sending Xia Fan away from this place? The blind old man furrowed his brows slightly and then nodded. That's marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. The male dancer felt so excited he was nearly in tears. He turned to his wife and said, Quick! Let's go and prepare something for Xia Fan to take with him. This is the day I've been looking forward to all these years. The blind old man was nonplussed. I'll just be sending Xia Fan alone. The rest of you will be staying here, awaiting death. We know, we know. The female dancer had a kindly smile on her face. Xia Fan is like a son to us, and there's simply nothing else we could ask for than him being able to leave this place and lead a proper life. With that said, the dancer couple actually knelt on the ground at the same time and kowtowed deeply to the old man. Blind man, no, Grand Master. Please accept our gratitude. Please accept our gratitude. We are truly thankful. If there's such a thing as a next life, I'll be willing to be your cow or horse. The scoundrels all gathered around the altar and bowed to him in unison. Even the usually ruthless doctor was no exception. The blind old man was startled. A dawning realization then appeared on his face and he mused. So I see. Xia Fan isn't just some child, he's a child we all share. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs, and no matter what evil things you've all done in the past, the love that you have for Xia Fan is as true as that of actual parents. I'm very touched that you all think like this. Unfortunately, I really can't save any of you. Except for Xia Fan, even I will be dying this time as well. No matter. We've always remembered your words, the fisherman stood up and said with a straight face. A day will come when we will all die, but Xia Fan will inherit our will, live on in this universe, and that is already enough. Xia Fan ended his afternoon lesson and returned to the ancient tomb. It was a little strange today, that group of rats the fisherman raised kept accompanying him everywhere. No matter where he went, the rats would all follow him, unwilling to leave his side, all the way until he reached the tomb. The rats were very quiet, and their eyes carried with them some sadness. They looked like they were unwilling to part from him, and Xia Fan found this to be very curious. All these years he spent learning the beast control technique, this was the first time he had witnessed such a situation. Oh, everyone's all here. Xia Fan saw all the scoundrels surrounding his room outside and exclaimed in surprise. The female dancer walked up and took hold of Xia Fan's hand. It looked like she had just been crying, as there were traces of tears that had streaked down her cheeks. She handed Xia Fan a bundle and said in a scratchy voice, "There's a pair of boots inside, called Light Cloud. It is frighteningly light, and it won't even disturb the clouds if you step on it. Back then, it was all thanks to this footwear that we could steal things everywhere. Today, we'll be giving it to you." Giving it to me? Xia Fan was beside himself with happiness, but soon he asked, puzzled, "On my birthday several days ago, didn't you already give me a gift? Don't ask so many questions. Just take it. In the future, just be sure to remember the two of us." The female dancer forced that pair of light cloud boots into Xia Fan's hands and then crumpled into her husband's back, suppressing her soft sobbing. The male dancer gave her a hug to console her. "This is the little robot that I've promised to give you all this time. Unfortunately, there aren't that many materials in this ancient tomb, so I wasn't able to give it any powerful capabilities. I could only record the voices of everyone here." The machinist gave Xia Fan a little robot with a somewhat simple appearance. It was no bigger than Xia Fan's palm and could move as well as mimic everyone's voices. "I actually don't know how to fish, so this fishing pole is my gift to you. It's made of ebony wood, and the thread is nightshell cicada silk. Perhaps you'll be able to use it in the future." The fisherman handed Xia Fan his precious fishing pole. Everyone gave Xia Fan a gift, and each of these was the most treasured possession of every individual present. After everyone was done, the doctor patted Xia Fan on his head. The man who had never once smiled was now showing a wide smile on his face, and it was a smile that revealed indescribable relief and reassurance. "These are your things. We already helped you pack everything. Quickly go see your blind grandpa, he has something very important that requires your doing." The doctor told Xia Fan this. With that, the machinist handed over a box, and inside were the clothes that Xia Fan usually wore. The scoundrels all surrounded Xia Fan and walked with him toward the deeper parts of the ancient tomb, carrying the box and all the gifts that everyone gave him. "Blind grandpa wishes to see me, so why aren't we heading to his room?" Xia Fan asked inquisitively when they passed the entrance to the blind old man's room. "Don't ask too many questions. You'll know the answers soon enough." The female dancer cajoled Xia Fan. The path kept leading deeper down until they reached the bottom floor of the tomb. There was a room here that had been kept sealed off all year round, its heavy metal doors bolted tightly with an enormous golden lock. Xia Fan remembered that this was a room that had always been shut tightly. According to the machinist, this golden lock was extremely sturdy and was so ingenious, so he wondered if there was anyone out there that could even unlock it. However, to Xia Fan's astonishment, this golden lock, which was said to be impossible to be picked, had actually opened at this moment. Chapter 1381, The Textless Celestial Tome. Entering through the mysterious golden doors, Xia Fan saw the blind old man, as well as a series of majestic sculptures. These sculptures were carved from pure white jade, but their eyes were all made of gold. They were all very lifelike, their gazes piercing. There were tens of thousands of them, and it was almost as if each and every one of them was staring right at everyone. Right in the center of this mysterious room was an altar, though this one was a lot smaller than the other, somewhere between 7 to 8 meters wide. Similarly, 12 of the sacred sculptures with the golden eyes were all around the altar. A grade 9 energy crystal was slotted between the eyes of each one, and in that way, the 12 sculptures and 12 pairs of golden eyes formed an array. Could this be a formation array? Xia Fan was immediately shocked when he saw this scene. "Blind grandpa, where is this place?" Xia Fan asked the blind old man with a smile, his heart filled with curiosity. The blind old man did not answer him. Instead, he pointed to the altar in the center and said, "Good boy. First, I want you to stand up there, and then I'll tell you everything." Xia Fan promptly got up the altar and stood there, while the blind old man addressed the scoundrels behind him, "Bring me everything." The scoundrels handed over Xia Fan's luggage, as well as all the gifts they had prepared for him, to the old blind man. As the blind old man took them one by one, he flicked his right wrist and rubbed the golden ring on his hand lightly. Each and every item mysteriously disappeared, almost as if it was being sent into the ring. Xia Fan watched this, wide-eyed. It was such a tiny ring, and he found it far too amazing that it was actually able to fit so many things. Lastly, the blind old man took a book from his bosom, a thick and ancient tome bound with animal leather, and placed it into the ring as well. It must have been the gift the blind old man was giving to Xia Fei. After everything was done, the blind old man took off the golden ring he wore on his right pinky and strode up to the altar, grabbing Xia Fei's right hand and personally helping him put it on. Xia Fei could clearly feel that the blind old man's hands were trembling as he did that. Blind grandpa, Xia Fei could not help but blurt out. He really wanted to make sense of what was going on. Suddenly, something he was not expecting happened. The blind old man thrust out both of his hands while Xia Fei was not paying attention to himself and grabbed Xia Fei's head. He forced open Xia Fei's eyes to meet his already blind eyes. As their eyes aligned, the blind old man opened his eyes. He had peculiar golden eyes, the glaring light that shone forth carried with it a powerful energy pulse at the same time. Twin golden pupils, open, the blind old man exhorted, and his eyes shot forth two beams of golden light. This dazzling light penetrated through Xia Fei's own eyes and went straight into his head, then to his brain. It rapidly gathered in his body, becoming an unstoppable torrent of energy. This energy torrent was akin to a river bursting its embankment. It rushed through Xia Fei's body, and surged right for Xia Fei's brain. In an instant, Xia Fei could feel as if a wall in his brain had been washed away by force, forming a small and special region inside his brain. This feeling was indescribable. It was like the blind old man had helped Xia Fei open a door to a whole new world. The years of grueling training on top of the nearly limitless amount of energy crystals had given him this sturdy foundation, allowing Xia Fei to gain a physique that was far superior to the average human. But at this time, what he was feeling was a pain similar to that of being tortured in jail. He wanted to scream in agony, yet he was unable to make a sound. When Xia Fei next opened his eyes, he discovered he was sprawled on the altar. The blind old man had already stepped away with the help of the scoundrels. He was seated on a chair that had been prepared prior, appearing to be very tired. Xia Fei was shocked to find that the blind old man was looking right at him with a kindly gaze. He was not blind at all. All these years, he had been lying about that the entire time. But for some unknown reason, the blind man's eyes had already returned back to their original color, white eyeballs with black pupils. He looked no different from the others, though Xia Fei could distinctly recall that his eyes had been golden just now. They had even shone brightly. "Blind grandpa!" Xia Fei shouted. He dashed toward the blind old man, but it was like he ran into a formless wall, the repelling force from it sent him tumbling back onto the altar. He looked around and saw that the grade 9 energy crystals fit onto the 12 holy sculptures were all shining. Furthermore, as time passed, the glow from the crystals was growing even more glaring. He had no idea when the formation had become active, trapping him inside the small altar area. The blind old man saw that Xia Fei was awake and he smiled. "Truly you're a child who had been fed energy crystals growing up, to think you'd wake up so fast after receiving my golden divine talent." "Blind grandpa, everyone. Just what exactly is going on?" Xia Fei asked anxiously. "Why am I trapped in this formation array? And why are all of you looking so sad?" The scoundrels were hesitant to speak. They all turned to the blind old man, who looked around and softly answered, "These sculptures are the ancestors from my clan, the twin golden pupils. This here is my clan's ancestral hall, and I am the last living descendant from my clan." With that said, the blind old man chuckled bitterly. "It's just a pity, that from today onward, the twin golden pupil clan will be eradicated. I've already used my golden divine talent to create a 7th brain region for you, and I no longer have the power." "Indeed, you heard me correctly. I created one. I managed to create a 7th brain region for you, someone who did not have it. In this way, from here on out, you'll be just like us, becoming an ability user, and will become a true ability warrior. I really wish I could see just what your ability will be and accompany you as you grow up, but alas, that isn't something I can do. My nemesis will not allow me to leave." As the blind old man said this, everyone could hear a clap of thunder, and the entire ancient tomb began to shudder and rumble. During this last week, lightning had been striking constantly, but now, the force from the lightning seemed to have been strengthened. Despite being in the deepest floor of the ancient tomb, everyone was still able to hear it loud and clear, and feel just how fearsome that power was. The blind old man pointed upward. "Look, speak of the devil. Perhaps he has already sensed that I've lost my golden divine talent and will no longer be a match for him, which is why he no longer hesitates to launch his attack." The scoundrels were all in shock. The enemies here? Then what shall we do? The transportation array has only just been activated, Xia Fan has yet to leave. We'll stop them even if we have to put our lives at stake. At the very least we must hold them until Xia Fan can safely leave. The blind old man waved his hand lightly at them. No need to worry. Believe me, there's no way he can stop this transportation formation. Xia Fan panicked. No. I don't want to leave. I want to stay with everyone. The blind old man shook his head and said in a morose tone, remember, you must live well from here on out. If you have the time, read that book I gave you, but make sure never to mention its existence to anyone. Go on, my child. What must come will come in the end, and those who ought to depart will do the same. There's no such thing as a banquet that does not end, and I hope there will come a day when you will find your biological parents, the clan known as Skywing. But it's really too bad that none of us have ever heard about just where that clan is. While I'm unwilling, it seems like the fate we share ends here today. Xia Fan watched as the blind old man slowly shut his eyes as he said his final words. After exhausting his lifelong cultivation to help Xia Fan create a seventh brain region, as well as send him away from the Holy Tomb planet, it seemed like he had finally run out of fuel. The scoundrels hugged each other, tears flowing freely as they bade Xia Fan farewell. Remember, don't be like us in the future. You must be a good person. If you ever miss us, just hear the voices the machinist has recorded of us. You'll forever be our child. Our only child. Sentimental emotions rapidly swept up those in the final tomb of the twin golden pupil clan, as the formation array gathered in strength. In a blink of an eye, Xia Fan could no longer see the blind old man or the scoundrels. The white light surrounding him was like a wall that separated Xia Fan from them, and he was no longer able to see or hear any of their voices. After a short while, this spatial barrier made of white light turned golden. Finally, the light reached its peak and the space began to change. An endless channel opened up, and Xia Fan was drawn into it. At the very last moment, Xia Fan seemed to make out a strange voice that was filled with resentment echoing, "Undying old man, hand over the law of gold." Planet Brenia, belonging to one of the three major federations in the Ashen Moon universe, Star Cloud Union. Here on this night that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history, by the shore of a lake that was far away from a city, a weak glimmer of light flashed past. After that glimmer of light dissipated, a young teenager appeared. He had a thin yet powerful physique, and with a slight curl of his lips, he looked like he was smiling even when he was not. This teenager was none other than Xia Fan. Sitting down in a daze by the lakeside, Xia Fan did not cry. He was never one who cried to begin with, as he was used to facing everything in life with a smile. Whether it was tough training, or learning obscure scientific principles, Xia Fei would face them all with a smile. Even today, when he had to say goodbye to the scoundrels that had watched him grow up on the Holy Tomb planet, he was still smiling. This was not because Xia Fan was callous, but rather that it was how he was born. All he knew was bottling up the pain inside him, and showing to the world the best side of him, no matter what. After spending some time, Xia Fan finally figured out that the ring the old blind man had given him was a spatial ring, with an astoundingly large storage space inside that measured 1,000 cubic meters. He took out the woolen blanket that had his name embroidered on it and wrapped it around himself. This was the only remnant he had that identified who he was, something he had kept underneath his pillow, which he had a habit of holding when he was falling asleep. Xia Fan next took out the robot that the machinist had given him. It was a very small thing, no bigger than his palm. All it could do was perform countless simple motions, but it could imitate the voices of everyone from the ancient tomb. Hearing their voices was like having the scoundrels that he had spent his days and nights getting along with still by his side. In the middle of the night, Xia Fan took out the book that the blind old man had given him. He opened it, only to find that not only were the pages in front of him devoid of words, it was an entire wordless tome. How strange! This was clearly a tome that did not have a single word on it, so why would this be the parting gift the blind old man gave him, with an additional reminder to Xia Fan to read it often? Xia Fan thought of that voice of his nemesis, asking for the blind man a book called The Law of Gold. Xia Fan had no idea if this was the very same, but he remembered clearly how the blind old man solemnly instructed him to not mention a word about the book to anyone else. Laughing to himself, Xia Fan stored the wordless tome away and laid down on the grass with his eyes shut. He felt very sad and depressed. The familiar faces were forever etched in his memories one by one. Those scoundrels had told Xia Fan to forget about the ancient tomb and everyone in it, but how could Xia Fan just do that? Though Xia Fan was well aware that there was no good person living under the dome. Be it the chef or the doctor, each and every one of them was notorious across the Ashen Moon universe as culprits who had committed unforgivable crimes, but in Xia Fan's heart, each and every one of them were nothing more than his loved ones. Hate. Xia Fan hated that he did not have the power to protect his loved ones. As sleep took him, he found himself waking up again and again during the night from the nightmares that haunted him. Xia Fan felt that if he could cry, perhaps it would alleviate the hurt he felt, but no matter how hard he tried, tears simply would not come out. For 3 whole nights, Xia Fan did not eat or drink. He struggled with his pain and memories, like an injured beast, hiding by the lake as he licked his wounds. Leaving the ancient tomb and losing his loved ones, Xia Fan felt that his life was bleak. He had no idea where he was, nor what would his future bring. The only thing he could call fortunate was that he could feel a mysterious energy in his brain, stored at the place called the 7th brain region. The energy there ought to be a special ability, a precious gift that the blind old man had helped create in exchange for his life. As Xia Fan grew stronger, the width of his 7th brain region should increase, and the rank of his special ability should also grow higher and higher. What sort of special ability do I have? Xia Fan could not help but wonder as he curled up. Chapter 1382, Death by Poison. He set up a simple campsite by the lake. Hunter Grandpa had taught Xia Fan wilderness survival skills, and they finally came in handy. The camp was beautifully built. Situated between 2 big trees, Xia Fan used the method of binding tree vines to build the frame, and then layered it with soft branches so as to keep it hidden and warm. Sustenance was fish that he caught from the lake, or the wild hares that ran about the forest grounds. About 27 kilometers south of the lake was a small farm. There lived a kindly old couple, and Xia Fan used the materials that he hunted to exchange for salt and other condiments from them. This old couple operated a roughly 4,000 hectares automated farm. They thought Xia Fan was a vagrant, which was why the childless couple invited Xia Fan to stay and help them with the work. In exchange, they would provide Xia Fan food and a living wage. However, Xia Fan rejected their offer, because he now had an even more important matter at hand. He added the leftover grilled fish from last night into a pot of water, along with the wild oats he had collected from the forest to cook himself porridge, and so made his breakfast. After he was done with his meal, Xia Fan stood by the lakeside and faced the grass fields that stretched out as far as the eye could see, muttering to himself, "Don't you all worry. No matter how tough it's going to be, I'll surely live on properly." These words were of course spoken for the sake of his blind grandpa and all the other scoundrels. Even if they could not hear him, Xia Fei still proclaimed that to motivate himself. The dead would not be forgotten, Xia Fan was gradually coming to terms with it. Rather than wallow in his depression, it was better to like out his life to the fullest. After all, this was the biggest wish the people in the ancient tomb had for him. They would be looking after him from the heavens, and Xia Fan did not wish to disappoint them. After sorting out his feelings, Xia Fan began a set of exercises. This was the star-type mantra, a required course that every special ability user needed to perform. Though Xia Fan did not have any special abilities in the past, the scoundrels had nevertheless taught him this introductory exercise. 30 minutes later, he concluded the warm-ups. Xia Fan let out a sigh and proceeded to lean down on the ground, one hand pressed against the ground, adopting a rather strange starting stance. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fan directed strength to his legs and a powerful explosive force traveled through his thighs down to his toes. Boom! Xia Fan's entire body shot forth. In the blink of an eye, he reached the incredible speed of 153 m/s. Yes, a speed-type special ability. This was the special ability he had acquired after his 7th brain region had been activated. With the wind whistling in his ears, the trees at his sides quickly faded from his sight. Xia Fan was like a sharp arrow piercing through the sky. Just 2 weeks ago, his top speed had been just 112 m/s. Now it was already over 150 m/s, achieving the standard of Star Base Rank 1. It had taken Xia Fan more than a decade to reach 112 m/s, and that had been thanks to eating an astronomical amount of grade 9 energy crystals. But now, the moment this mystical 7th brain region was opened, Xia Fan's speed was climbing as madly as if he was a rocket. In just 2 weeks, he had already advanced to Star Base Rank 1. Every day his speed steadily increased, growing faster and faster. Every minute he could clock 9.18 kilometers, and 550 kilometers in an hour. Xia Fan was advancing crazily. Though Xia Fan was far away from the Skywing wolf pack, the blood of the fiends still coursed through his body. At high speeds, it was as if his back had grown wings, flying through the galaxy and 9 heavens. Any male from the Skywing clan with the surname of Xia had always been tyrannical. In a situation where he lacked the support of more techniques, Xia Fan's training method was very simple. He would just run with all his might until he became exhausted, then he would rest where he ended up and then make his way back to his little campsite by the lake. This was his daily routine, monotonous and tireless. Xia Fan sniffed as he was sprinting, and could smell an unsettling stench in the distant air. Xia Fan was startled. He immediately shifted diagonally and accelerated, running in the direction of where the smell was coming from. A minute later, Xia Fan saw an area of scorched land. Right in the middle were several parked hover cars, and one of them was an ambulance. A doctor and 2 nurses were in the process of lifting their patient onto the ambulance. Xia Fan was anxious, and sprinted right over, rushing in from several hundred meters away. "It's a speed ability user," a male nurse exclaimed in shock after he spotted Xia Fan. As he approached, Xia Fan pushed the bespectacled doctor away from the suspended stretcher and pulled a needle out from the patient. "That's the 3-inch skull. A lethal venom." Xia Fan spoke rapidly as he examined the patient. The male doctor that had been shoved aside by Xia Fan was originally annoyed, but his eyes were now widening in bewilderment. This young man could tell what the poison was just by how the patient looked. Was this young man not too incredible? But who would have thought that in the next second angrily yelled at the doctor, "You'd actually inject detoxifying serum on someone who has been bitten by a 3-inch skull? Who's the teacher that taught you this? Are you trying to get him killed? What else are you supposed to do other than detoxify snake venom?" that doctor retorted stubbornly. "Are you the doctor or am I? Have you gone to medical school?" Xia Fan could not be bothered to argue with him any further. With a light brush of his finger over his spatial ring, he took out a jar of black salve and took out a measured spoonful worth of it, opened the patient's mouth and stuck it inside, and washed it down with water from his water bottle. The doctor panicked. He went up and pushed Xia Fan away, only to find that he was completely unable to make Xia Fan budge. "Go away. Who's going to be responsible if you interrupt his treatment? Call the cops. Report him to the bureau." The nurse and ambulance driver, as well as 2 passerbys watching this scene unfold, all took out their phones to call for help. But before any of their calls connected, they saw the patient suddenly cough violently and spat out a large amount of black liquid. Xia Fan tore off part of the patient's pants and sucked on a light wound on his calf. He spat out the black venom he extracted and then rinsed his mouth with clear water. "That's highly venomous poison. You actually sucked it out with your mouth," a blonde nurse gasped, her hand on her chest. Xia Fan shrugged somewhat noncommittally. "Snake venom is just protein to begin with, and as long as it does not get into my blood, it isn't harmful at all. Don't you know this?" Xia Fan had learned toxicology from Chef Grandpa, and wondered why the foundational knowledge of these healers outside the ancient tomb were so terrible. A doctor that would medicate so carelessly, and a nurse that knew nothing of the chemical makeup of snake venom, just how were these people working in a hospital? The people present were all dumbfounded. They could very clearly tell that Xia Fan was still very young, yet he was lecturing the doctor and nurses like they were children. Continuously feeding the patient his black salve to induce vomiting, the liquid vomited out became lighter and lighter. The pallor of the man turned from black to normal, but he still remained immobile with his eyes shut, not waking up. "Water, I needed a lot more water!" Xia Fan shouted out to the people around. Without even realizing it, Xia Fan had become the main character, and everyone hurriedly gave him bottle after bottle of water. Xia Fan forced the water down the patient's throat, and everyone could see his stomach bloat rapidly. Xia Fan then lifted this patient with one hand, and with that man's head facing down to the ground, he used his other hand to push hard against the stomach. Blug! With a sudden surge, the patient vomited violently, practically spilling his guts out in the process. This scene scared everyone and the doctor, but between their gasps of shock, they also heard a long sigh escape from the patient's mouth. "He's coming around. He really has regained consciousness," the blonde nurse exclaimed excitedly. The doctor was shocked to witness the scene. Xia Fan's emergency treatment measures were nothing he had ever seen in medical school, and went completely against any medical sense. "Okay, his life is finally saved," Xia Fan sighed in relief. "Give this man some alkaline solution and have him avoid eating anything for the next 3 days. Stick to only clear water." With a whoosh, a hovercar came speeding in from afar. Inside were a man and a woman, the latter looking somewhere in her early 20s, with chestnut-colored hair and a svelte figure, while the former was about 30, with high cheekbones and a piercing gaze, looking very astute. They are special ability users, Xia Fan thought to himself, startled. This is the one. The doctor came rushing over, pointing at Xia Fan as he complained, this is the person who leveraged his special ability and got in the way of saving the patient. Quickly, apprehend him. The man with the astute eyes gave Xia Fan a once-over and pursed his lips. He took out a shiny silver badge from his bosom and flashed it before Xia Fan's eyes. Hello, we are investigators from the Union Special Bureau. Brinia's capital, Mirasa City, Special Bureau Station. Xia Fan was locked in an interrogation room, with nobody entering to interrogate him for several hours. He had no choice but to peer through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows and stare out into the sea beyond. There were no waves in this sea, it was as calm as a mirror's surface, thus the name of the city. There had been several shallow lakes on the Holy Tomb planet, but this was actually the first time Xia Fan had seen a sea. Gazing out over the sea that stretched far into the limitless horizon, he felt a sense of excitement rising in him. Someone abruptly pushed open the door to the interrogation room and entered. It was none other than the female investigator with the chestnut hair. She entered the room with her face lowered, looking at the file she had in hand. Sit, she pointed at the chair across from her. From the badge hanging around her neck, Xia Fan saw that her name was Xian, a novice investigator. Xia Fan sat down and asked with a smile, has the uncle who someone tried to murder gotten past his critical condition yet? Xian, who had been reading the file suddenly, slammed it shut and stared at Xia Fan. How did you know he was targeted for assassination? According to the records, the doctor and nurses all testify that you only arrived at the scene afterwards, and that you were nowhere around when it happened. Xia Fan shrugged nonchalantly, thinking nothing of the comment. It's very simple. That man was wearing reinforced fiber sportswear, and there were clear traces of sweat on his back and chest. He even wore a motion recorder on his wrist, which means that he ought to have been doing some jogging training when he was attacked. The location of the attack was 47.6 kilometers away from the city. No normal being would run so far to exercise or train, so it is highly probable that that man was a special ability user. Furthermore, the grass around the location where he was ambushed was scorched black, covering an area about 182 square meters and shaped in a circle. This means that it was not a naturally occurring fire, it was when the man attempted to retaliate after discovering that there was a highly venomous snake, hoping that his flame ability could scare the snake away. Unfortunately, the man had no idea of the strength of the 3-inch skull, or even what kind of snake had attacked him, which was why he chose to use fire. If I had been in his shoes, I would have chosen to remain calm and deal with it. After all, once fire burns, your vision would be hindered, and will make it harder to keep track of the snake. The only explanation is that an assassination of the man had been arranged. The killer clearly knew the lifestyle habits of the man, and was already hiding nearby, waiting for him to appear, and controlled the snake to attack him. Xian grew more astonished the more she listened. Without even realizing it, her mouth was slowly hanging wider and wider. Very few people in the bureau knew that the inspector had been attacked, and that definitely did not include Xia Fan. It was very obvious he had concluded all that from his own observations. Finally, Xia Fan stroked his chin and chuckled as he said, the killer nearly succeeded. Had I been a minute later, just that stupid doctor's usage of anti-venom serum would have cost that man his life. What a close shave. Xian slowly shut her mouth and wrinkled her forehead. She watched Xia Fan with a strange expression for quite a long time before finally saying, your conjectures were all correct, but it's a pity that you didn't manage to save the man. He passed away in the hospital 2 hours ago. Chapter 1383, Shock. The man passed away. Xia Fan was startled. That's impossible. I clearly cleared out 99.7% of the venom from his body, and what trace toxin remained could be completely neutralized with alkaline compounds in the next 3 days. How did he die? Did the doctor not do as I instructed? Xian could not explain with words the strange sensation she was feeling right now. Backing his strong logic was knowledge of toxicology that was well beyond a highly decorated doctor that had graduated from medical school. When retrieving the doctor-patient records, though the doctor had expressed a strong distaste for how Xia Fan had intervened in his work, he also admitted that what Xia Fan had done was correct, and he was the one who had saved Inspector Roden. Looking no older than 17 years old with a sunny disposition and smile that could light up a room, just where could a young man such as himself learn so much from? Suddenly an idea popped into Cheyenne's mind and she asked Xia Fan, "Do you have a good knowledge of toxicology?" "Not really, but I do know a bit," Xia Fan replied humbly. He was not lying. Compared to Chef Grandpa whom he had learned toxicology from, Xia Fan was indeed lacking. Cheyenne did not ask any further questions. She got up and proceeded to leave the interrogation room. She soon arrived at Chief Jerry's office, knocked on the door, and entered. Special Bureau Chief Jerry was a bespectacled and fat old man. Known for his chubby cheeks, everyone familiar with him knew that while he was the man who wielded the most authority on Brinia, he had a genial personality and enjoyed sweet treats. He always treated others kindly and was not as strong or capable as any member of the Bureau. He was just a typical amiable old man. Jerry was drinking a glass of warm chocolate milk when Cheyenne entered. He smacked his lips as he listened to her report. "Oh, he's that young man whose identity isn't even registered, right? He's actually such an interesting person." Jerry was shocked after he heard everything. Cheyenne furrowed her brow. "I don't find him just interesting." When he mentioned Inspector Roden, he was very serious. "You'll understand when you view the video from the interrogation room." With that, Cheyenne gave the chief a video recording of the interrogation that had just happened. After watching it, he said with a smile, "He's good." His speculation is consistent with Qin Zimo's conclusion after his investigation. Inspector Roden was indeed ambushed while he was out for his morning run. Suddenly, Jerry wrinkled his forehead. A union inspector getting ambushed and dying is already bad enough. What makes it worse is that Roden's family wields great power within the union, and they are now exerting great pressure on the Special Bureau headquarters, demanding we crack this case as soon as possible. Giving the matter some thought, Jerry placed his glass of chocolate milk down and said, "I will allow Xia Fan to join the investigation. Bring him to have a look at the scene of Inspector Roden's attack. Given his understanding of toxicology, perhaps he might be able to catch details that we've missed out on." "Understood." Cheyenne answered in the affirmative as she rose. Union Inspector Roden had died as a result of organ failure due to toxins found in the body. Originally, he had been injected with a large amount of active alkali when he was first brought to the hospital and managed to regain consciousness. However, all of a sudden, the situation took a turn for the worse and his body had convulsed violently. Foam frothed from his mouth as his face turned blue, and in a matter of minutes, the doctors announced that they had failed to save him, and pronounced him brain dead. On the journey to the hospital, Xia Fan questioned Cheyenne closely, wondering just what sort of organization the Special Bureau was. He discovered through her explanation that while there weren't many members in the Special Bureau, each and every investigator assigned to the Bureau were special ability users. In the Star Cloud Union, special ability users were not as common as vegetables on the roadside, so why would the Special Bureau be completely composed of special ability users? The answer Xia Fan got shocked him, as it turned out that the full name of the Special Bureau was the Super-Powered Crimes Special Investigation Bureau. It was an organization that wielded the highest status in the Union. They were none other than a specialized group of people who were charged with investigating and capturing criminals who committed crimes with their special abilities. It was no wonder why when the doctor and nurses saw that Xia Fan had a speed-type special ability, they did not call the police first, but the Special Bureau. Within the entire Star Cloud Union, the Special Bureau was the organization with the greatest authority, second to none. The Union was made up of many different countries, and the investigators of the Special Bureau could enter any country and investigate whenever they liked. They were not restricted by any laws, and when necessary, could even mobilize the weapons of the country. The authority they wielded was essentially greater than any single head of state of the various countries that made up the Union. It was thus no wonder that when Xia Fan first met Cheyenne and her colleague, who went by the name of Qin Zimo, with his high cheekbones and stern face, he had felt that they carried themselves with unusual prestige. It turned out that their status in society was so high that the flash of a Special Bureau investigator's badge could make even the chief executive of the planet Brinia shudder. The hovercar stopped outside the hospital. Cheyenne brought Xia Fan to the emergency room that Inspector Roden had died in, with many police standing outside the cordon. The moment they saw Cheyenne arrive, these policemen hurriedly formed up in a row before bowing to her. At the same time, all Cheyenne did was offer them a slight nod and walk in with Xia Fan. The policeman pushed the door open for Cheyenne and Xia Fan, flashing her a smile of adulation. Because Xia Fan was with Cheyenne, these police thought he was also a Special Bureau investigator, and were careful to smile at him, too. "It feels rather good to be respected by everyone everywhere I go," Xia Fan thought to himself. The body had already been sent to cold storage, and there was no one in the room. The equipment used to save his life was still there to preserve the scene, so everything was as it had been. This is where Inspector Roden died. We've done our detailed investigation, but found nothing suspicious. Every corner of the hospital has security camera coverage, and that includes the emergency room. After checking the footage, we also found nothing suspicious, Xian told Xia Fan. Xia Fan shook his head. I am very confident that I've already removed all toxins from the man's body, so there must have been another attempt after he left my care. Xian was a little annoyed, wrinkling her nose to say, so are you implying that the Special Bureau has done a poor job investigating? Shush, Xia Fan ignored her, going as far as to make a gesture asking for her to be quiet. Xian's face lost its color. She watched as Xia Fan closed his eyes and then sniffed the air. The scent of your shower gel hangs around you, Orchid. You haven't washed yourself thoroughly. It's not good for you to overwork your body when you're on your menstrual cycle. Xian was originally angry at Xia Fan, but her face turned scarlet red after hearing his comment. Not only did he manage to smell out her body's situation, he had even caught on that she did not finish bathing properly and had to rush from home after receiving the Bureau's emergency call this morning. It was absolutely embarrassing. Xia Fan's nose was even more sensitive than a dog's. However, Xian's mortification soon turned into shock. Just how did he do it? 2 male doctors, one over 60 and the over very young, not even 30. 3 nurses, young women all. They sprayed the disinfectant last night, which is why it is so mild now. The air purifier system has expired, which is why the residual smells are so strong. The doctor did indeed administer a large amount of active alkali compounds to the man as I prescribed, with distilled water as the neutralizing agent. The scent of grass and human sweat hanging in the air means that the man not only was sweating profusely before he died, but he also became incontinent. The toxin attacked swiftly, causing his 2 major detoxifying organs, the liver and kidneys, to overwork themselves, ultimately causing them to be the first to fail. Thus it can be seen that the man did not die from the 3-inch skull this second time around, but an even more acute synthetic poison. The first assassination attempt, the killer wanted to fake matters, making it seem as if the man had been attacked by a venomous snake and died naturally. But upon learning that it failed, the killer threw caution to the wind and must have gone with a synthetic toxin that was sure to leave a residue. With that, Xia Fan opened his eyes and laughed at the dumbfounded Xian. Better have the major space and airports sealed off. That killer used a synthetic toxin and it will definitely be detectable, and a conclusion of murder easily be drawn. He could very well be seeking to escape before a test can be concluded. Xian could feel her mouth dry up, and her heartbeat quickening. She was looking at Xia Fan with an incredulous expression on her face. It was correct. It was absolutely correct. He had even guessed the number of healthcare professionals who were present when attempting an emergency treatment of Roden, and their ages were all correct. No. He did not guess. He had actually relied on that unimaginable sense of smell he possessed to come to that conclusion. It was far too amazing. Xian really wanted to scream out loud. As an investigator of the Special Bureau, Xian had undergone years of strict training, and she had seen plenty of high-level investigators in the Bureau, but Xia Fan had completely subverted everything that she knew in the short time she had known him. This teenager with the most radiant smile standing in front of her was practically an omnipotent monster. That was when the communicator that Xian wore around her wrist suddenly vibrated. She lifted her wrist and looked at the display screen, only to find it was a message from the autopsy laboratory. The cause of death for Inspector Roden had been confirmed. A synthetic toxin, with a level 5 lethality. Sure enough, it was a man-made synthetic poison. Xian gritted her teeth and darted out of the room, yelling to the police outside, inform all points of port. From this point onward, do not allow any special ability user to board. Furthermore, investigate all the surveillance records in the hospital for the past 24 hours. Investigate any and everyone suspicious. Understood. The policeman ran off in a panic after getting their orders. Returning back to the emergency room, Xian saw Xia Fan was stroking his chin thoughtfully with one hand, almost as if he was somewhat dissatisfied with how she handled the matter. What? Xian asked him. Xia Fan smiled, monitoring and investigating is too slow. This hospital compound covers 14 hectares, with a construction area of 16,830 square meters. It also has 2,350 cameras, checking everything would take far too long a time. Plus, since this killer of ours possesses the ability to control beasts, there's no need for him to do the poisoning by himself. He could just use some small creature to do the poisoning. If a small creature were to come in through the pipes or ventilation system, I'm afraid just checking the video surveillance will be pointless. Xian heard what he said and her eyeballs nearly fell out in shock. This person actually managed to calculate the amount of cameras in the construction area of the hospital. Was he even human? After finally regaining her composure, Xian asked curiously, "What suggestion do you have?" Xia Fan thought about it. "Indeed, I do have a faster method. Go find some snacks, peanuts, or candy, that sort of thing." Xian was startled. "I can get someone to buy from the vending machine in the corridor, but what do you want them for?" Xia Fan squatted down on the floor and flashed Xian a mysterious smile, "You'll know soon enough. Also, don't be afraid no matter what you see later. And don't make a sound, either." With that, Xia Fan began to dismantle the cover to the floor drain in the room, as well as the cover from the vents. He then opened his mouth slightly, lightly rolled his tongue and like he was blowing a whistle. Chapter 1384, Xia Fan vs Beast Tamer. Though it looked like Xia Fan was blowing a whistle, Xian could not hear a thing. Could he be making ultrasonic waves? Xian was stunned. She could feel a buzz in her brain, and she immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. As an investigator of the Special Bureau who had seen plenty of the world, Xian had naturally heard of ultrasonic waves. People who had trained for an extended period of time could make those sound waves, using them to stimulate the brains of beasts so as to establish a magical connection with them. This technique was called the beast controlling technique. Anyone who possessed this skill would be called a beast tamer. The controlling of beasts through sound waves was different from the beast control's special ability. The latter relied on telepathy to communicate with the beasts' minds and hearts, while controlling beasts with sound waves was a long-known and more technical method. Every technical method shared one commonality, and that was the threshold was very high. After all, everyone required plenty of training to grasp a profound technique, and would need to seek out a proper teacher. That was also why those who could normally control beasts with sound waves were grey-haired older folks. Xia Fan was so young, yet he had already grasped such a transcendent technique. How was that possible? Unfortunately, Xian had forgotten that there was never such a thing as impossible in this world. Not only was Xia Fan versed in controlling beasts through sound waves, he was even an expert at it. Very soon, faint sounds could be heard coming from the ventilation shaft above the ceiling and the pipe that led straight to the sewers. At first, some small rats poked their heads out vigilantly, but soon could no longer resist the draw of the sound waves and began to make their way to Xia Fan's side. Like a group of servants bowing, they held their heads low and laid down on the ground before him. Xian felt as if she had difficulty breathing, aside from being afraid to make a noise, and slightly alarmed by the appearance of these rats. It was the remarkable performance that Xia Fan had shown her that left her breathless with admiration. Besides his frighteningly keen reasoning and analysis ability, he had a sense of smell that was even more sensitive than a hunting hound's, a deep understanding toward toxicology as well as an almost fantastical ability to control beasts through sound waves. Each and every one of these supernatural skills was possessed by the very young Xia Fan. This young man was simply inconceivable. Of course, this was on top of the fact that according to first-hand witness reports, Xia Fan himself was a speed-type special ability user. Opening the bags of snacks, Xia Fan poured out sugared peanuts, chocolate waffle biscuits, sandwich cookies and cream pies to feed the little rats. Xia Fan even carefully broke up these snacks into small pieces so that it was more convenient for the little rats to eat. Seeing these rats that liked staying in the dark corners of the hospital becoming happy and enjoying the feast, Xia Fan did not miss out on the chance to ask a few questions. "Ah, how scary! Are any of you hurt? Wow, it must have been really hard for you. Do any of you know where it went? So I see. Did anyone see what that person looked like?" Using sound waves to control beasts was not a special ability, which was why there was no way for Xia Fan to directly communicate with them through their consciousness. Only by posing questions could he help the little rats understand the situation and provide him with the information he needed. The rats crawled, rolled, dipped their tails in a bit of water and began drawing on the floor. They used all sorts of methods to answer Xia Fan's questions. "Thank you everyone for your hard work. Finish eating what you can and hurry back. Bring whatever's left with you and store it, so you can stave off going hungry in the future. Remember, be careful." As a woman, Xian hated mice and such rodents, but Xia Fan instead treated these rats like they were friends, hearing their complaints and warning them to take note of their safety. Perhaps it was why Xia Fan had managed to grasp the ability to control beasts with sound waves at such a young age. His attitude toward those small lives was essentially that of kinship. After some time, the rats all left down the pipes, bringing away the leftovers in their paws or stuffed in their mouths. Some even dragged them with their long tails, carrying what they could back to their nests. Meanwhile, Xia Fan lightly waved goodbye to them, a bright smile on his face. After the rats left, Xia Fan replaced the vent and pipe cover, saying to Xian, "I've already gotten a good sense of what happened." The killer took control of a very small golden thread snake and entered via the sewers. While the staff was not paying attention, it released the poison into a glass of water. Mr. Roden drank a glass after his condition improved, and then died of the poison. With that, Xia Fan pointed to a paper cup in the rubbish bin. "If you take that cup to the laboratory, you'll be able to pick up traces of the toxin's residue." Xian nodded and had the piece of evidence sealed in a plastic bag and made ready to bring it to the laboratory. Those little guys were not trained, so the information they could provide was limited. Xia Fan then whispered, "The only useful information they told me was that the one controlling the golden thread snake was a bald man." Bald? Xian was startled, but promptly picked up her communicator and left the room to make a call. The rest was left to the police to handle. Xian and Xia Fan made their way to the hospital car park and drove the hovercar up to the highway, their destination being the airport. "Will the killer be caught?" Xia Fan asked Xian. Xian let out a light sigh. "That's hard to say. After all, the manpower of the Special Bureau is limited. Brinia has a population of close to 3 billion, and there's only our chief and 4 official investigators in the Special Bureau. Even if we were to include the logistics and support staff, there's still just barely 24 of us. So few." Xia Fan was shocked. Xian chuckled, "We make it work. After all, there's only about 1 in every 10,000 ordinary folk that have special abilities, meaning there are fewer than 30,000 special ability users on Brinia. A good half of them work for major corporations and won't stay locally. After you eliminate those that are still too young, there's only several thousand young adult ability users left. That makes sense. The Special Bureau's main purview are criminals with special abilities, and you won't be involved with public security cases." Xia Fan nodded along. "So, where are we off to now?" "The airport. Mirasa City's airport is one of the 3 largest main ports on Brinia, so we're off to try our luck." The hovercar quickly left the city as they took the highway. The view was pretty as they traveled along the coast, with the sea spanning endlessly outward to their left and a nature preserve to their right. Xia Fan sat quietly in the passenger seat and admired the view. Suddenly, the hovercar display screen flickered on and beeped warningly. Xian's fingers tapped on the screen lightly and she said rapidly, "The police searched for a bald man according to the description we provided and spotted someone suspicious, but he ran off." "Which direction did he run in?" Xia Fan asked after a pause. "For him to run away after the police sought to question him, he's surely suspicious. It just so happens that it happened somewhere to our right, about 40 kilometers away," Xian replied. Xia Fan watched as she pushed a button to activate the hovercar's flight mode. The vehicles that the Special Bureau had access to use had been specially modified, so while it normally looked no different from any ordinary hovercar, it could actually take flight in times of emergency, and even had the capability to travel underwater. Whoosh! Blue flames shot out from under the hovercar as the vehicle lifted up into the sky. It then did an emergency turn in mid-air, flying over the highway's side barriers and entering the sparse jungle area. It flew low, just above the canopy line, headed in the direction of the tracking signal the police had put up to search for the suspect. Xia Fan could see 3 unmanned reconnaissance drones further in the distance that were presently making an aerial search of the place. "We got him!" Xian shouted suddenly. Xian actually drove rather aggressively for a woman. The moment she saw a dark figure on the ground running between the trees below, she immediately put the hovercar in a dive. The vehicle's engines let out a screeching roar as they went swooping down. "Oh no!" Xia Fan yelped. Just in the moment their hovercar made its descent, Xia Fan saw a large hunting falcon come hurtling toward them, its head pointed directly at the front of the hovercar. It was clearly under the control of the killer, with only the thought of causing mutual destruction in mind. Hurtling along at high speeds was very scary, and the moment a plane took off, due to the great speed they would be going at, even a tiny sparrow colliding with it could very well cause the aircraft to lose control. Obviously, there was no need to mention just what would happen if an adult falcon that weighed over 20 kilograms was on a collision course instead. The impact from receiving such a head-on collision at such speeds would be akin to taking a cannonball straight on. The hit came too suddenly and at too great a speed, so even though Cheyenne had turned in the opposite direction as much as she could, it still seemed there was no way to avoid a crash. Jump! In the nick of time, Xia Fan suddenly used his strength to fight against the momentum and slapped the red emergency ejection button in the center of the hovercar, while also reaching out to unbuckle the safety belts he and Cheyenne had on. Bamf! A dull sound echoed out as the transparent sky roof over Xia Fan and Cheyenne popped off. The two leaped away and out through that opening just as their seats began to shoot upward. It was also at that moment the controlled Falcon smashed right into the windshield of the hovercar. The windshield immediately shattered, and while the Falcon was dead upon impact, its body nevertheless continued forward with its inertia and smashed into the interior of the car. Kaboom! Xia Fan had Cheyenne in his arms. She watched the flaming wreck of the hovercar after it exploded, a sense of having escaped the clutches of death coming over her. The greatest strength of the Speed special ability was not their combat strength, but more importantly, the super-fast neural responses that were necessary to allow anyone to move at such high speeds. They could save lives by being able to make decisions at crucial moments and completing actions that would allow them to escape from death, things other special ability users could not achieve. Taking off their seatbelts, popping the sky roof of their hovercar and leaping away from the car, Xia Fan had taken just 1.3 seconds to execute those actions. If Cheyenne had been alone, she would probably still be struggling with getting her seatbelt off right now. Thud! Xia Fan landed on the ground with Cheyenne, leaving 2 knee-deep pits in the ground from the impact. Xia Fan not only possessed the advantage of superior speed, but thanks to his consumption of grade 9 energy crystals growing up, he also had a very sturdy physique. He was able to land from a height of nearly 100 meters and come out unscathed with hardly a change in his expression. "Stay here, you're no match for him," Xia Fan said to Cheyenne. "I'm no match for him." Cheyenne felt extremely annoyed after hearing that. After all, she was the actual investigator, yet the younger Xia Fan said something so unbearable. It was like he did not show her any face at all. But it was too bad, before she could even snap back, Xia Fan had already dropped her on the ground and sprinted off. Speed. Full speed. Clocking a top speed of 153 m/s. That was a speed of over 550 km an hour. Xia Fan was like a cloud of dust hurtling right for that shrouded figure. He was closing in very rapidly. Xia Fan could finally make the person out, and the killer was actually not alone. He was still controlling a spotted cheetah, which was protecting him and watching his surroundings. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. Xia Fan lifted his head to look. 3 unmanned reconnaissance drones were in the middle of being attacked by more falcons. Falcons were known to be some of the fastest living creatures, and the cumbersome quadcopter drones were completely incapable of avoiding the falcons' attacks. The drones came crashing down from the sky quickly, so there was no way for the police to get an accurate position of the killer. Even worse was the fact that the killer was actually controlling a total of 4 falcons and a spotted cheetah, which meant he was at least a star base intermediate rank user. People who possessed the special ability to control beasts at the advanced star light rank could control up to 3 beasts, going up to 6 beasts once they reached advanced star base rank. A clear indication of higher cultivation would be reflected by more beasts being controlled. This was clearly an enemy that was of a higher rank than Xia Fan. Just as Xia Fan was about to catch up to the bald killer, there was a sudden change in the sky. After the 3 falcons took down the drones on their trail, they all began to execute a dive, with Xia Fan as their target. At the same time, the spotted cheetah by the killer's side also came to an abrupt halt, turned around, and charged at Xia Fan, flashing its sharp fangs and claws. 3 from the air and 1 on the ground, Xia Fan suddenly realized that he had been surrounded on all sides. Chapter 1385, First Battle. Full speed ahead. On discovering that he had been surrounded, the first reaction Xia Fan had was not to retreat, but to speed up even more. The corners of the lips of the bald man curled into a smirk. In the same moment, the 3 airborne falcons also sped up, diving to the ground at reckless speeds. The momentum of this action was great, and the falcons, their minds completely under control, did not fear that they would be smashed into pieces upon impact. Their only goal was to ambush Xia Fan from the air. Meanwhile, that cheetah that had been eyeing Xia Fan ferociously also charged forward, opening its jaws menacingly. "Not good," Cheyenne shouted inwardly. She had tried to catch up with Xia Fan from far away. One of the strongest points a beast tamer had was how they could activate the latent potential of their beasts. Take the spotted cheetah, for example. Originally, even if it had run with all its might, there was no way for it to catch up to Xia Fan's speed. But a beast tamer could make them spend their very life force to grant themselves explosive speed and combat strength that surpassed their own limits for a short period of time. Such a forceful activation of the beast's potential would put great pressure on these beasts, overloading their internal organs and bringing about irreparable damage to their bodies. Simply put, the moment these beasts made the exchange of their life force for greater power, the wild beasts would put themselves on a clock and die in a matter of minutes. Despite how diabolical this method was, the beasts would be granted strength several times greater than they naturally possessed, and it was this very situation that Xia Fan found himself facing. While he was a speed-type special ability user, at this very moment Xia Fan and his speed of 550 km per hour did not hold an advantage in any way. The four ferocious beasts closed in on him at crazy speeds, the spotted cheetah snarling while the falcons had their sharp talons on full display, ready to deal a killing blow to their enemy. "Go to hell," that bald ability user bellowed to himself. He did not care if some beasts died. If they died, he could just as easily find a few more to take control of again. In any case, he happened to be in a nature preserve, a region that was teeming with plenty of savage beasts. The bald man already had his eye on plenty of choice targets. Seeing the beasts pouncing on him from 4 different angles and having him surrounded, Xia Fan was sure to be subjected to a fatal assault. But it was at that point something unexpected occurred. Xia Fan suddenly rolled up his tongue as he maintained his full sprint, and from his mouth came an ultra-high-frequency sound wave that humans could not hear. The bald special ability user never expected that the young Xia Fan was actually also a beast tamer. While the beast tamer Xia Fan did not have a special ability in this venue, and was instead controlling the sound waves that were a bit weaker than special ability, it was the moment when Xia Fan suddenly let loose that ultra-frequency sound wave that troubled these beasts greatly. It was as if the brains of these 4 wild beasts were now hearing completely different voices at the same time. One was stronger than the other, the intelligence these beasts had could not compare to humans. Having these 2 voices echo in their heads at once caused them to freeze up for a crucial moment. But for a speed-type special ability user, freezing for a moment was already time enough. Suddenly, Xia Fan executed a seemingly impossible tilt of his body, and accelerated in an oblique path. Everyone was well aware that it was very difficult to overcome physical limitations during high-speed motion. But Xia Fan was a skywing. While he did not receive a day of education from his father, the blood of the fiends ran in his very essence. This super difficult oblique acceleration was practically his innate talent. There was no need for anyone to teach him this. Xia Fan already knew it from the moment he was born. Accelerating from an angle allowed Xia Fan to inexplicably evade the encirclement from 4 sides. On top of that, he even took the opportunity to cut that spotted cheetah. The set of thin scalpels that Dr. Grandpa had gifted Xia Fan had no name, but it could be said to be top-grade surgery scalpels that were not only sharp, but extremely hidden and sinister. The sharp edge slashed across the spotted cheetah's throat, but the beast did not react at all. Its head was promptly separated from its body without any drop of blood leaking out. It just went to show just how sharp the scalpel was. After all, the blades that came from Dr. Grandpa, someone who was acknowledged as a notorious apex killer in the Ashen Moon universe, were not used for surgery in the first place, but used to slice at his enemies' throats. In the next second, Xia Fan's figure blurred like he was a ghost, and he proceeded to appear on the left side of the bald ability user, hurtling right toward him like a cannonball that could turn. The bald ability user originally thought that victory was within his grasp, but at this moment, his eyes were wider than saucers, his mouth hanging completely agape, and his heart was beating rapidly. Speed ability users were natural-born killers. The moment a speed ability user closed in and brought the fight into close quarters, the outcome could be foretold. The superhuman speed they had meant that there was no way they would let their opponents have even the slightest opportunity at all. The speed special ability was simply too tyrannical. In the span of a second, Xia Fan stabbed that bald man several dozen times. It would be hard for him to stay alive. Ah! At the last moment, the bald man let out a cry of despair. He did not dodge, but instead adopted a desperate stance, opening up his arms to launch a counterattack on Xia Fan. Whoosh! Xia Fan saw out of the corner of his eye that 2 very small snakes had suddenly come flying out from the man's sleeves. One was a 3-inch skull, having a white pattern on its head that looked like a skull. The other was the extremely venomous golden thread snake. There was a golden line running across its belly, which was its poison sac. The moment its golden liquid was mixed into blood, even an immortal could not be saved. This man had 6 beasts. It turned out that he had actually already reached advanced starbase rank, while Xia Fan was just at primary starbase rank. The gap between the two was huge. Furthermore, the courage of this bald man was even greater than Xia Fan had expected. Xia Fan was already about to reach him, but he still dared to risk it. If Xia Fan's scalpel cut past, this bald man would surely die, but if Xia Fan ended up bitten by those 2 venomous snakes, he would also die. This was mutually assured destruction. A real killer would never be caught, even if they found themselves with no escape, they would rather bite down on the hidden cyanide pill in their molars so as to preserve their final dignity. This was clearly the decision that the bald man had made. Danger was imminent. The sharp fangs of the venomous snakes were already less than a meter away from Xia Fan's shoulders. It was at this critical moment that Xia Fan's arms suddenly moved. His arms pushed upward sharply. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of silvery bullets shot forth. At the last second, Xia Fan had tossed out the entire set of scalpels, big and small alike, that the doctor had given him, like they were flying daggers. Xia Fan's speed had originally been at its max. The explosive force from his arms was added on top of that, those scalpels essentially went blasting out like they had exploded. It was like he had just unleashed a mass of silver lasers. Amid the rich flora and fauna around them, the silver beams flashed past. The 2 venomous snakes were caught in the deluge, as well as the bald ability user. Like being sliced with a knife, the body of the bald man was nothing more than tofu after the blades found their mark. Squelch! Xian was pale. She was panting hard, but she had still failed to catch up to Xia Fan. Lifting his head up, she saw the bald ability user laying on the ground, his head and body skewered with dozens of scalpels of varying sizes, quite dead. Meanwhile, Xia Fan's actions left Xian absolutely astounded. He was digging a hole, helping to bury the 2 snakes and the cheetah. He then covered them with a layer of soil and stuck a wooden stake on top of them, turning the hole into a grave. Getting up, Xia Fan held both hands together and shut his eyes, silently murmuring some words. "What are you doing?" Xian asked, perplexed. "Offering them prayers. It's a pity that they died," Xia Fan replied as he smiled at Xian. "Praying for the beasts?" Xian was bewildered. Xia Fan nodded earnestly, "But of course. They were innocent, and only attacked me because they were under his control. These beasts were like that bald ability user's weapons. Weapons don't kill people. People kill people." Xian gulped. Not only was young Xia Fan's background strange, even his way of thinking was strange. Weapons don't kill people. People kill people. What a philosophical mindset. Could he be a philosopher? Xian wondered. Seeing how young Xia Fan looked, and how radiant a smile he had, Xian swore that she had never once met someone as strange as him, not even in rumors. Xia Fan told Xian what had happened during the battle, and she agreed with his killing of the bald man. After all, during such critical moments when lives hung in the balance, Xia Fan completely had no choice. Had she been in his shoes, there was even a possibility that the result would have been worse. No matter what, at least Xia Fan had managed to keep his life intact. The police arrived only after some time. After them came Xian's partner, the Special Bureau member Qin Zimo, the seemingly unsmiling man with his high cheekbones. The body of the killer was sent to the Special Bureau's laboratory, where he would undergo an autopsy to determine his identity so as to find out who his employer was. "Sorry, I still can't let you leave. Special ability users in the Star Cloud Union need to be registered. It's a rule of the Union," Xian said to Xia Fan. After all, the number of cases of supervillains has intensified. With their choice to leverage the special privileges they possess and their powerful combat strength, many special ability users end up doing whatever they want, oppressing and killing poor ordinary folks. In order to stop such things from happening, it is imperative for special abilities to be registered, all for the sake of containing potential criminals. Though that was what she said, Xian's attitude towards Xia Fan had changed a lot from when she first met him. She admired him, and she also found that genial smile of his very friendly, feeling that he was someone easy to get along with. "All right, looks like I don't have any other choice," Xia Fan shrugged with a chuckle. The chief's office. After returning to the station, Xian reported everything that had happened to Chief Jerry. This fat man with the sweet tooth kept gasping in shock as he listened to Xian's report, all while licking the chocolate ice cream he was holding in his hand. Once he was done with her report, Jerry broke into a wide smile. Cheyenne, you've been with the Bureau for 3 years already, and this is the first time I've heard you praise someone so much. Cheyenne replied in a serious voice, Chief, what I spoke is just the facts, and there was no exaggeration on my part. Xia Fan is really impressive. He dug a grave for the dead animals, and fed the rats in the hospital, even praising them. It can be seen just how kind he is as a person. That is why, Chief, I feel that even if Xia Fan has an unknown background, it shouldn't bring too much of a threat to the Union. Don't you think we can forgive him and not send him to the concentration camp? In recent years, the supervillain situation had been a huge threat to society. Everyone in the Union was extremely wary towards a special ability user like Xia Fan who had an unknown background. They had constructed quite a few concentration camps to contain them as a result. If they were to follow standard procedure, Xia Fan would have to be sent to one such camp and subjected to strict investigation and re-education, only being released after they could confirm that he would not be a threat to society. This process would take 1 or 2 years at the shortest, extending up to 8 or 10 years at the longest. Xia Fan was still young and was in the prime of his youth. Cheyenne was simply unwilling to send him off to a concentration camp and waste his precious time. Jerry heaved a sigh and said sorrowfully, I don't have such authority. Actually, what's even more troublesome isn't whether we're sending Xia Fan off to a concentration camp, but the death of Inspector Roden. I've only just learned this myself, but since Roden was of the Aro family, the people there are already making their way to Brinia, and will be here at any minute. Cheyenne was stunned. Aro family? Which one? Jerry spread his arms. Which other Aro family could it be? Member of the Generational Union, the Inferno Rohan clan, of course. Why else would the headquarters put so much pressure on us to crack this case? Cheyenne sucked in a mouthful of cold air and her expression changed. So it's someone from that family. Well, looks like we're really in trouble now. Right. Jerry picked up the chocolate ice cream cup, half of it still left. Xia Fan can't leave until the people from the Aro family arrive. Chapter 1386, The Aro Family, Visiting from Afar. Cheyenne could not let Xia Fan leave, but she still did what she could within the scope of her authority to arrange better care for Xia Fan, allowing him to stay in the dormitories prepared for their staff. The work hours in the Special Bureau were erratic, so the station had plenty of temporary accommodations. The moment an investigator or staff found themselves unable to return home, they were allowed to rest in the dormitories. After all, they were the organization that wielded the greatest authority in the Union, so while the dormitories of the Special Bureau were incomparable to those of a luxury hotel, they did provide first-class facilities, with beds that were soft and comfortable. Knock knock knock. In the middle of the night, Cheyenne was awoken by Xia Fan knocking at her room's door. She was very responsible, and she had not returned home for several days straight. She saw Xia Fan holding a thick stack of books in hand, smiling as he asked Cheyenne, Sorry for bothering you when it's so late. I'm done with the books, so do you mind lending me some more? Cheyenne was startled, asking somewhat incredulously, Those are the 7 volumes of the comprehensive history of the Star Cloud Union. You actually read them all in 3 days? That's well over 7,000 pages. I would need at least a year to read them all. Xia Fan shrugged, It's not just 7,000 pages. If I haven't remembered it wrongly, this set of books has a total of 8,639 pages, if you include the introduction and appendices. It's not like I have anything else to do anyway, so I read these a little faster. Cheyenne eyed Xia Fan like she was seeing a monster. A little faster? It's practically the efficiency of an automatic reader. Come to think of it, can you really remember everything since you read them so quickly? No way, Xia Fan shook his head repeatedly. Cheyenne sighed, thinking to herself, Sure enough, this boy must not be that interested in history. All he did was flip them through and found them boring, so he came over to ask for new reading material. That was when she heard Xia Fan continue, I only remember like 97% of it. Cough. Cheyenne nearly coughed out blood. 3 days to finish reading 8,639 pages, and remembering 97% of it. Was this boy still human? Cheyenne simply could not believe it, so she randomly asked him a few questions, only for Xia Fan to give her the textbook's own response. Cheyenne was only satisfied after that, turning to look at her own room and telling him, Because this is just a temporary accommodation, I don't really have many interesting books here, aside from that set. All that's left are books pertaining to legal, as well as other professional books related to the Special Bureau, investigative references, and the like. That's fine, Xia Fan nodded. It's not like I can do anything else while being locked up here, and I can't even connect to the internet. The training that I was originally doing had to be put on hold too, so all I can do is stay in my room and repeatedly do the star-type mantra. I might as well read, so I can at least learn something. Xian felt a bit sorry for Xia Fan after hearing what he said. He was clearly very decent, but he had to wait till the people from the upper echelons of the Union came and investigated him. Meanwhile, she could not be of much help to him because the influence that the Aro family wielded was simply too great. She had no idea if they would end up taking out their anger on him. All right, I'll go get some new books for you, Xian said to Xia Fan. Be patient a little while. The Aro family will be arriving the day after tomorrow. They are coming all the way from the capital planet of the Union to Brinia, and that's very far away. It was soon the early morning of the day after. There was a very somber atmosphere that hung over everyone in the Special Bureau on this day. The minute it passed 9 in the morning, Chief Jerry, accompanied by several men dressed in black, entered the station with a serious look on his face. The chief himself had personally headed to the airport to receive their guest, which went to show just how distinguished this person from the Rohan clan was. Xian and Xia Fan were waiting in the interrogation room together. Upon seeing the chief opening the door and the person from the Aro clan with him, Xian asked in great surprise, "How did the chief return so soon? Didn't you say you'd be heading to the hospital to identify the body first?" That was when the accompanying morose elder with a white beard answered, "The man is already dead, and we'll be retrieving the body immediately later. He'll be brought back to the clan cemetery and be laid to rest, but right now, we are interested in finding out just who killed the murderer." Xian took a step back and gestured to Xia Fan. "I see. He is called Xia Fan. He assisted the Special Bureau in locating the killer, and was also the one who killed him off. As someone who witnessed it firsthand, I dare guarantee that it was all thanks to Xia Fan that the Special Bureau managed to crack the case so quickly. Plus, he killed the murderer solely out of self-defense. After all, the enemy was of a much higher rank than him, and Xia Fan really had no other choice back then." The white-haired elder's sharp eyes glanced at Xian. "You're being very protective of him, but I would like to hear him speak for himself. Just because you're from the Aro family, do you think you can act so high and mighty?" Xian was feeling disgruntled deep down, but upon seeing that the chief was practically pleading at her with his eyes, she held back and did not actually say anything. Waving a hand, the elder asked the people that followed him everywhere to leave. Xian and Chief Jerry were no exception. Helpless, Xian exited the room and went to the window. She watched the elder representing the elder from the Aro family ask Xia Fan several questions, and he answered each and every one of them with a smile. Because she could not hear them, Xian had no way of knowing if the elder was satisfied with his replies. The questioning lasted longer than expected. It continued for more than 2 hours, when finally the elder waved his hand, indicating that everyone could enter. "I will guarantee with my name that Xia Fan is a good person, so there's no need to send him to a concentration camp. He won't do any harm to the Union, and would instead be a great help to it." Xian crossed her heart and puffed out her chest, addressing the elder from the Aro family. "Who said I was going to send him to a concentration camp?" the elder asked back. Xian was speechless. Her mouth hung agape in shock. The elder spoke with a straight face, "We of the Inferno Rohan clan are known for our strictness, and we don't enjoy joking around with anything. However, perhaps it is because of how strict we are that everyone forgot our other creed. The Rohan clan have always been people who ensure our vengeance will be repaid, and kindness would be met with kindness." Standing up, the elder from the Aro family bowed deeply to Xia Fan and said, "I am Retenkai. On behalf of the Inferno Rohan clan, I thank our benefactor." This was the distinguished Inferno Rohan clan. Retenkai's actions left Chief Jerry and Xian absolutely stunned. Instead it was Xia Fan who acted neither humbly or arrogantly, chuckling as he helped Retenkai upright. "Granda Tenkai, you'd be embarrassing me for saying that. I'll be frank, ever since I was young, my grandparents all taught me to be a good person that could shoulder the heavens. That was why if I were to ever get into a similar situation in the future, I still will not hesitate to act. It doesn't matter if their family is with your clan or not." Actually, Xia Fan had only told a half-truth. While those grandparents of his did hope that Xia Fan would become a good person, they themselves were not good people themselves. They were a bunch of scoundrels notorious throughout the universe, and there was no end to the list of crimes and bad deeds they had done. But after they were trapped under the sky dome, the experience made those scoundrels see the error of their ways. Had it not been because of their greed in the first place, perhaps they would not have been subjected to their lonely fate, which was why they refused to let Xia Fan go down the same path they had, even if it meant their deaths. The scoundrels treated Xia Fan as their own flesh and blood, and in this world, no matter how evil parents were, they also held the hope that their own child would be able to make something out of themselves. That was nothing but human nature. Chief Jerry and Cheyenne were absolutely stunned. How did Xia Fan end up calling this elder Grandpa Tenkai so quickly? It sounded as if they had quite the bond, and were even rather close to each other. Tenkai patted Xia Fan heavily on his shoulder. Well said indeed. Justice should not discriminate. Whether it is someone from the Inferno Rohan clan or not, it is only right for people to pursue justice for the deceased. Turning around, Tenkai said to Jerry, as an important organization that specifically deals with the offenses made by special ability criminals, it would be great if the Special Bureau was also filled with young men with such a strong sense of justice, like Xia Fan. Jerry stammered in a soft voice, Elder Ro, you might not be aware, but Xia Fan comes from an unverified background, and has no identification. Forget the Special Bureau, I'm afraid he might not even have an easy time getting past the investigation as an unknown super ability user. Who says his identity is unverified? Tenkai exploded in anger. Hasn't Xia Fan said that he had been living in the mountains with several elders, who were tragically killed recently, which was what made him leave and return to society? See with your own eyes. He's just barely 16, yet he's already a beastmaster, a skilled doctor, and someone who possesses the speed special ability. Had he not been nurtured by these extraordinary experts since young, could he be so skilled? Xia Fan, what rank are you at now? I just reached primary star base rank, Xia Fan replied with a smile. Tenkai looked at Jerry again. You heard it yourself, primary star base rank. You couldn't possibly be unaware of the saying that the speed special ability is the hardest special ability to cultivate, right? Xia Fan is just 16, yet he has already reached primary star base rank. Those grandpas of his must be foreign experts, no doubt. Perhaps they had discovered since young that Xia Fan was someone with amazing potential, and that was why they made the forceful decision to bring him deep into the mountains and undergo intensive training. Just look at his physique. Have you ever seen anyone that managed to cultivate such a powerful physique at the young age of 16? The people inside the interrogation room were wide-eyed right now. How could Xia Fan's body not be well developed, given that he had subsisted on a diet of grade 9 energy crystals? In any case, Tenkai really liked Xia Fan, and guessed that his grandparents were all foreign experts who had raised Xia Fan in the secluded mountains, all for the sake of him becoming someone outstanding in the future. Your grandparents, how did they pass? Tenkai had a preconceived notion that the men who had raised Xia Fan must surely be no small fries, which was why he had addressed them so respectfully. If Tenkai were to learn that the grandparents Xia Fan had been referring to were actually just a bunch of scoundrels, the elderly man might just find himself speechless to the point he was left breathless. They were a group of bad people, yet they distinctly hoped that their own child would be a good person. Such a situation was simply inconceivable. Upon recalling his grandparents, Xia Fan's eye could not help but turn a little red. But he did not cry, and instead continued to smile. It's because enemies came looking for revenge, and for my sake, they staked their lives to hold the enemy back, buying enough time for me to escape. Tenkai immediately felt his heart soften, and let out a pained sigh with Xia Fan. As for Xia Fan's smile, Tenkai understood it was a young man's show of fortitude. Even though his kin had died, Xia Fan still smiled against adversity. Without even realizing it, Tenkai found himself becoming even more fond of Xia Fan. Strange things happened every day, and today was nothing special. In any case, it felt as if Tenkai and Xia Fan were fated to meet and get along very well with each other. How about this? Tenkai said after some thought. I'll deal with Xia Fan's identity. As for what happens from now onward, just let him stay in the Brenia branch to get some experience doing fieldwork. By the time the official examination for the Special Bureau opens up, let him register and become an official investigator. Fuck. So this is another way of doing things. Chief Jeff and Cheyenne mentally gasped in astonishment at the same time. Chapter 1387, Golden Brain Region and a Super Steward. The Special Ability Evaluation Center in Mirasa City. Professor Morris was a slightly chubby middle-aged man. He was dressed in a white lab coat scientists often wore and had a pair of thick-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He led Xia Fei over to an oval sleeping cabin and said, "This is the waveform machine that we use to examine your 7th brain region. There's no need to panic. Just lie down inside for a bit and we can begin our evaluation of your 7th brain region. The entire process will barely take a handful of minutes." "Okay," Xia Fei answered and took off his shoes. He laid down in the cabin, while Professor Morris shut the door on him before turning his attention to the background monitor. Xian and Special Bureau Chief Jerry, as well as Retenkai, were already waiting there for Xia Fei to be tested in the evaluation center. That was the request that Retenkai had, since he needed various types of information on Xia Fei in order to help him get registered in the Union Census Registry. "Let us begin. Let's see just what level Xia Fei has achieved," Retenkai said. Professor Morris expertly pointed at a spot between the brain and the cerebellum, a region that was so small it barely registered to the eye, and said, "This here is the wondrous 7th brain region. The data indicates that Xia Fei's 7th brain region is perfect, regularly shaped and demarcated clearly. The shape of the 7th brain region and whether it was defective played a very important role in the potential of a special ability user. It was comparable to a human skeletal structure. If someone had a diminutive skeletal structure, then no matter how much they grew, it would be impossible for them to grow into a big and burly man. Since the shape of Xia Fei's 7th brain region was perfect, that surely meant the potential he held for the future was high." Xian was happy on Xia Fei's behalf. Suddenly, Retenkai asked a curious question, "Why is it that I feel that the color of Xia Fei's 7th brain region seems a little strange? Is it?" Morris was slightly taken aback by the comment. Usually, he would interpret the data he obtained from the machine and would not actually examine the brain itself in detail. When Retenkai made his comment, he placed his hand on the ball-shaped adjuster and magnified the image. As the image became clearer, Xia Fei's 7th brain region was on full display on the screen. Everyone's mouths were agape. None of them could believe what they were seeing. Golden. Xia Fei's 7th brain region was actually golden in color. Could this be the legendary golden brain begin? Retenkai's voice trembled with excitement. Xian was also intrigued, asking in puzzlement, "What is a golden brain region? Shouldn't all special ability users' 7th brain region be red?" "Ha ha ha." Retenkai did not explain, but just burst into laughter. Given how boisterously he laughed, it was as if he had discovered some amazing treasure. He merely muttered, "No comment." Golden brain region. So Xia Fei has a golden brain region. No wonder he was secluded in the mountains by those elders since he was young. After all, he has this major secret in him, it is completely understandable why they were being so cautious. Retenkai's gaze suddenly turned sharp, causing everyone seeing it to feel the hair on their neck to stand up. He intentionally coughed twice and said in a suppressed voice, "This is very important. Do not leak even a single word of what we've seen here today to anyone outside. Otherwise, I can guarantee you, you won't live to regret it." Chief Jerry was startled and swallowed hard, nodding his head in a hurry. Xia Fei entered Professor Morris' office. The professor took out a set of papers he had printed, with complex data on it that most people would not be able to understand. Professor Morris addressed Xia Fei, "These are your test results. The test indicates that your 7th brain region is perfect, and you're at the primary star base rank. As for the type of special ability you possess, you're rather unique in this aspect. Aside from having the speed special ability, we also discovered that your sense of smell, a form perception type special ability, is superhuman. You can control your olfactory special ability, attuning its sensitivity when you require it. The chance of having special abilities is 1 in 10,000. At the same time, the chances to have 2 different special abilities are 1 in approximately 10,000, as well. That essentially means that only 1 in 100 million will possess 2 different special abilities like you. Congratulations! As for the golden 7th brain region matter, Professor Morris acted according to Retenkai's wishes and kept it hidden from Xia Fei. Xia Fei was at first startled, but soon smiled brightly, "I was wondering why my sense of smell had gotten so keen lately. So it turns out I've inadvertently gained an olfactory special ability." Inadvertently? Professor Morris was speechless, thinking to himself, "Isn't this far too inadvertent of you?" As a distinguished clan of the Union that had existed for generations, there were plenty of people under the Inferno Rohan clan, and the power they wielded was beyond imagining. Retenkai made 2 calls to the clan, and in a matter of hours, Xia Fei's identity had been confirmed, as well as a confirmation letter to grant him the qualifications of a trainee investigator. Both documents had already made their way to Chief Jerry's desk. Retenkai patted Xia Fan on his shoulder and said with a tinge of emotion, "There's no banquet that doesn't end, and it's about time I head on back and escort Rodan's body to the family graveyard. Putting him to rest is my responsibility." Xia Fan smiled, "It's a pity that you are leaving so soon. I am reminded of my own grandparents when I see you, and truly I am a little unwilling to see you go." Xia Fan was not lying. He had been raised by a bunch of elderly old men since he was young, and so Xia Fan had a particularly fondness for older people. Retenkai laughed amiably, "I don't wish to compare myself to those higher beings you call grandparents. But I am quite delighted to hear you say that. Are the old men from the Holy Tomb planet considered foreign higher beings?" Xia Fan tilted his head and wondered, feeling that the scoundrels did not seem to match the part. "Rodan, come here," Retenkai called over another elderly individual. Though this person was old, his back was still straight and he was dressed meticulously. The leather shoes he wore shone brightly, and he had been holding a huge case in his hand the entire time. Retenkai said to Xia Fan, "Rodan is a caretaker from our clan. I believe you are probably without any kin and all alone in the Union, so let Rodan here take care of your food, clothing, housing, and transportation." "Please, be rest assured," Rodan nodded. Xia Fan hurriedly rejected the offer, but Retenkai simply did not give Xia Fan the chance to. Realizing that there was no way for him to say no, Xia Fan had no choice but to reluctantly agree to have Rodan stay by his side until he got himself settled, then Rodan would return to Retenkai's side. After sending off Retenkai at the airport, Rodan told Xia Fan that he was off to get ready, and promptly disappeared. It was early in the morning the next day that Xia Fan saw him again in the Special Bureau's dormitories. Rodan looked exactly like he had yesterday, wearing the well-ironed suit and his leather shoes brushed till they shone. Though his hair was already grey, he still had it combed tidily, with not a hair out of place. "Return home." Xia Fan gasped as he looked at Rodan. Rodan nodded, "That's right. The dormitories are just a temporary housing solution. I've already found you a home in the city overnight, and am now awaiting for the young master to move in." This efficiency. His housing problem got settled overnight? Xia Fan was dumbfounded. He heard sounds, and saw Xian, who was staying beside him, had poked her head out from her room curiously, wondering what was going on. She was also stunned to learn about how efficient a caretaker Rodan was. Curious, Xian and Xia Fan both left the dormitories and headed downstairs, where Rodan made Xia Fan wait as he headed to the garage and drove over a black Polaris luxury hovercar. Where did this car come from? Xia Fan scratched his head, puzzled. Rodan was wearing a pair of white gloves as he opened the door for Xia Fan. "I've rented it from a rental car company, of course." Whoosh! The Polaris luxury hovercar sped down the wide marine boulevard. Rodan's style of driving was very different from Xian's, calm and controlled. Anyone seated in the car would feel like they were riding on a cloud, not feeling themselves sway at all, even when making turns. Xian gasped in her shock, "Your driving skills are very amazing, elder. It feels very comfortable sitting in a car you drive." "Oh," Rodan replied. "I once worked full-time as part of the State Guest Motorcade team." "State Guest Motorcade team? That's so impressive. Anyone with qualifications to ride the State Guest Motorcade team must be important figures, right?" Xian asked, even more surprised. Rodan nodded, "Our clients are mainly ambassadors of other countries, as well as the members of the upper and lower houses of the Union." The house that Rodan had rented for Xia Fan was located in a premier high-end community in Mirasa city called Jade Water Nimbus. The house covered an astounding area of 460 square meters, and every room faced the boundless sea. The living room had a luxurious 180-degree view of the sea American Samoa, well as a terrace where he could host small parties. Walking into the bathroom, Xia Fan touched the soft and comfortable white towels and ran over to the bathtub to try it out for size. The tub was so big that he could swim in it, and there were even 36 water jets that came along with a water massage function. "Oh my god, this is far too ridiculous." Xian was bug-eyed as she toured the various rooms. This was what it meant to be spotless. Even the door gaps and under the beds, there was not a mote of dust to be found. They had no way of knowing how Rodan kept the place clean, and she wondered if he mobilized an entire platoon to do it. "Young master, please enjoy some breakfast," Rodan called out from the dining room. Xia Fan and Xian entered the dining room and saw that scrambled eggs, turkey ham, toast, and thick mushroom soup were on the table. There were even 4 different kinds of fruit spreads: strawberry, avocado, apple, and peach. There were also 3 different juices: watermelon, mango, and plum. Xia Fan had grown up in the ancient tomb since he was young, so of course he had never stayed in a place as luxurious as this, or eaten such a sumptuous breakfast. He sat down at the table and simply could not believe his eyes. Rodin had even folded the napkins into the shapes of swans, and Xia Fan could not even bear to unfold such an exquisitely folded napkin. This thick mushroom soup is too delicious. Xian had taken a spoonful, and her eyes sparkled. How did you make this? How are you able to make such delicious food, elder? Xian marveled. Rodin smiled slightly. Oh, I was once a head chef in a 5-star hotel. Ah! Xian was so thrilled that she shouted loudly, Grandpa Rodin, with how deliciously you've cooked the food, whatever will I do if I can't ever eat the delectable food that you cook? Rodin bent slightly at the waist. Oh, you're welcome to come often as a guest. In any case, it is the young master who will be taking care of all expenses. Zing! Just as Xia Fan was stuffing a slice of turkey into his mouth, he froze up. He choked on the spot, mistakenly thinking that this luxurious mansion and delicious food had been Ratenkai's gift to him. He was still expected to pay for everything himself. Rodin left the dining room and soon returned with a fine sandalwood box, and he retrieved a thick stack of bills from inside. Young master, this is the bill for the rent, signed for a year, the equivalent of the 65,000 Union dollars. This is the bill from the rental car company. This is the bill from the food delivery company. This is the bill from the cleaning company. This is the bill for furniture. This is the bill for the carpet. They are all there. Please view them. As for my wages, I'll be billing the young master at the month's end. Xia Fan was stuck in the pose of putting that turkey into his mouth, his entire body rigid. Xian took some bills and casually glanced at some, before sticking out a tongue very quickly. Xia Fan, I'm afraid you'll need to declare bankruptcy. Chapter 1388, A Cold Case from 4 years ago. Xia Fan was very depressed. He, who had just left the ancient tomb not too long ago, was first acquainted with just how important this thing called money was. Actually, Xia Fan was not penniless. There were grade 9 energy crystals inside the spatial ring with almost 1,000 cubic meter that the blind old man gave him. There were plenty of things that the scoundrels had given Xia Fan that were worth a lot, but Xia Fan had no plans to sell any of those precious gifts away. They were the only memories he had of his past, and more than a decade of his life. Xian ate her breakfast so quickly like she was a tornado that had visited town, patting her stuffed belly at the end. After some thought, Xian then told Xia Fan, actually, if you need money, it's not that there isn't a solution to it. What can I do? Xia Fan asked, curious. Be a bounty hunter, Xian winked mysteriously, as she lifted a cup of milk coffee and took a sip. Whoosh! The hovercar from the special bureau was flying through the air at high speeds. A little over an hour later, Xian and Xia Fan arrived at a mountain villa located in Cosmo Valley. The villa spanned a large area, yet it gave off an atmosphere of neglect. The courtyard looked like it had been a long time since anyone did any cleaning, and withered yellow leaves littered the ground. The grass had grown wildly, and was even taller than a man, while the high brick walls were overgrown with moss. The hovercar was parked in the yard of the villa. Xia Fan and Xian got out, with the latter looking around and saying to the former, this is the crime scene of the infamous corpse dismemberment case 4 years ago. One of the victims was the granddaughter of the villa's owner. Because the case was never closed, the villa owner has a reward of 10 million Union dollars for the apprehension of the murderer, dead or alive. Xia Fan nodded slightly after hearing her overview. What Xian meant by being a bounty hunter was to become a private investigator. The special bureau was in charge of cases that involved criminals with special abilities, and they were hardly bothered with the murder cases of commoners. That meant cases like this one, where there was someone offering a reward to crack the case. As long as Xia Fan could successfully find the culprit, he would be given the reward. Meanwhile, as a trainee investigator for the special bureau, it was very easy for him to gain the trust of the owner. The doors of the villa opened up, and an elderly couple came walking out. They seemed to be the caretaker and maid of the villa's owner. It was actually quite clean inside the villa, but there was an inescapable air of gloominess hanging over the place. Perhaps it was the corpse dismemberment case that had left the villa with no guests, resulting in the depressed atmosphere. Zhang Chunwen was a thin but energetic old man. He was paralyzed, sitting on a hover chair as he personally received Xia Fan and Xian in the living room. I won't die. Once the topic arrived at the death of his precious granddaughter, this old man's tone turned harsh and spiteful as he declared, I don't care if it takes a decade or even two. As long as the day when my granddaughter remains unavenged does not come, then I won't die. I must stay alive, live on until the day the truth of that day comes to light. Xia Fan was somewhat taken aback. He was very impressed by the determination this paralyzed old man demonstrated. Though those were the words he said, Xia Fan could tell from his observation that he probably did not have much time left in this world. Xian nodded, best if we head to the scene of the crime and take a look first. Zhang Chunwen agreed, sure. Everything in the basement had been preserved as it was. My caretaker will lead you two down. With that he seemed to be a little tired, so he slowly shut his eyes. The old maid quietly went over and tucked him in. Caretaker Feng brought Xian and Xia Fan down to the basement of the villa. They could tell that it had once been a child's playroom, where children could play hide and seek, and even had a trampoline installed. There was even a small pool and a fireplace. A thick layer of dust covered the basement, and the trace of blood on the floor had already been imprinted onto the carpet, turning it a dark red. At Zhang Chunwen's vehement insistence, everything in the basement had been preserved as the scene of the crime from 4 years ago. Nothing had been touched. Xian said to Xia Fan, this is the place. On a summer's day 4 years ago, Zhang Ziohan hosted a party with 37 of her classmates. It was raining heavily that day, so they decided to head down to the basement and play. Deep into the night, everyone slept here in the basement, and because these kids did not wish to disturb the adults, they shut the door to the basement. The next morning, when caretaker Feng was delivering breakfast, he discovered there were 38 children, aged between 7 to 8, all in a pool of blood. Their bodies were dismembered, and each of them had a limb or an organ removed. The coroner affirmed that when all 38 organs and body parts were put together, they would happen to form a complete human body, and among them all, it was Zhang Ziohan's head that was missing. Xia Fan felt a chill run over him despite there being no wind. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a depraved person in this world, cruel enough to slay 38 children, and then construct a complete human body from the body parts and organs of those killed. This murderer was not only a sociopath, he was a pervert, too. Were there no clues found? Xia Fan asked. Xian shook her head, nothing. They spent half a year doing a large-scale investigation, but they still came up empty-handed. There was no traces of the murderer's DNA anywhere, and no eyewitnesses. It seemed the video recording was also ruined due to the heavy storm. Xia Fan nodded, I understand. You may leave first. Xian left, and closed the door to the basement behind her. Xia Fan was now the only one left in the room. Glancing at the already dried blood on the floor, it was as if he was witnessing the scene from 4 years ago, where a group of innocent children were all drugged unconscious, and their organs cruelly removed while still alive. Xia Fan squatted down and muttered, olfactory senses, enhance. Hugh. After taking a deep breath, the olfactory factors of the room entered Xia Fan's nostrils, and were instantly transmitted into recognizable signals to his brain. Xia Fei possessed a sense of smell that was classed as a type of perception special ability. Normal people might think that a highly developed sense of smell would not be a particularly powerful special ability, but the reality was just the opposite. A developed olfactory sense allowed Xia Fan to capture a lot of special information that others would never be able to understand, allowing him to conduct a deeper investigation. It had been 4 years. A very long time had passed, and so any lingering smells would be extremely mild. Xia Fan needed to work extra hard to differentiate just what the smells were. Slowly, a miraculous image of the dead children appeared in Xia Fan's mind. While they were having peach pie for dinner, some of the little girls had worn perfume, and he could smell the scent of the silk fabric of their pajamas. It was as if Xia Fan was there that night 4 years ago. Everything that happened that night gradually formed in Xia Fan's mind through the reorganization of the smells he had picked up. This smell is strange, Xia Fan furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, it seems like it's coming from the sea, but we're in the mountains right now. The nearest sea would be over 1,000 kilometers away, so why would the smell of ocean fish appear here? Nothing that the children ate held the smell of fish, so this smell could not have originated from any of them. So, could this scent be from the killer? For the smell to be so distinct even after 4 years, it must definitely be a special kind of pickled fish. Not too long later, Xia Fan left the basement and returned to the living room. He related what he had learned to Cheyenne. A special kind of pickled fish that has a very distinct smell. They should have added plenty of lemon in the process of pickling it, so as to preserve the freshness of the fish. Perhaps it is an acquired taste of the fishermen somewhere around here, Xia Fei told Cheyenne. Cheyenne nodded. She was no longer surprised by just how sensitive Xia Fei's sense of smell was. I'll go check. The Special Bureau has an artificial intelligence analysis system, Cheyenne said. She sat down on the couch and switched on her portable tablet computer, which had access to the Special Bureau's intranet. Xia Fei paced aimlessly about the living room. A painting drew his attention. The little girl depicted must be the victim Zhang Xiaohan. She had a swan-like long neck and a sweet smile, looking like a very adorable child. The little girl was sitting upright with her hands on her knees, looking like a little lady. A sapphire pendant was hung around her neck, shaped like a key. Caretaker Feng heaved a sigh from behind Xia Fei. This is the last portrait of the young miss. The old master had bought a strangely shaped sapphire pendant from an auction that the miss really liked. She wore it around every day, and even found a portrait artist to have this portrait of her done. But who would have guessed the second day after this portrait was completed, such a tragedy would happen? Oh! Xia Fei blinked. So do you mean to say that the young miss was murdered not too long after she received that sapphire pendant? About a week after. In the past, the old master would attend the summer auction of the Qinghai auction house every year, and this sapphire was on auction 4 years ago. He spent approximately $8.5 million alliance dollars to acquire it, which was considered fairly expensive. However, the old master always had a shrewd eye, and he felt that the sapphire itself was not worth much, but rather the fact that it naturally formed into a shape of a key, which made it rarer. After the killer murdered the young miss, he stole that sapphire as well. Meanwhile, the classmates of our young miss were all from the local wealthy families, and they also lost a lot of valuables. However, the police surmised that the thefts were secondary, while the real cause of death was the killer's perverse nature. Xia Fei nodded. He seemed to have thought of something, so he quickly walked over to Cheyenne and said, I want the details from the summer auction of the Qinghai auction house 4 years ago, including the names of the people who participated in the auction at all levels. What do you want it for? Cheyenne asked, puzzled. Xia Fei replied coolly, don't ask so many questions just yet. On top of that, I need you to research the origins of that key-shaped sapphire. The investigation very quickly hit a roadblock. The information showed that practically all the coastal cities and islands on Brinia had the habit of pickling their fish with lemon. This style of lemon pickling was a planetary speciality, and was used as natural food preservation. There was no way for them to narrow down the possible suspects from that point alone. Xia Fei and Cheyenne left the villa, and traveled to a mid to large-sized city over 200 kilometers away named Lunza. In the city's center, they located a supermarket that specialized in various sea products. Entering the supermarket, a quick sniff of his nose and Xia Fei promptly led Cheyenne to a corner, an open counter that was dedicated to the sale of pickled fish. There were pickled fish in glass cans on display, each no bigger than an adult's finger. The packaging indicated that these were small pickled short-tail fly fish. This is the fish, Xia Fei informed Cheyenne. Cheyenne renewed the search with further perimeters, and soon she was reinvigorated as her expression turned stern. Look, the region where these small pickled short-tail fly fish are the most popular are concentrated in several northern cities and islands. This here is Camelback Island, and the Icelanders have the tradition of eating those small pickled short-tail fly fish. Meanwhile, the sapphire that Zhang Xiaohan wore is called the Ocean Code, and was also salvaged from the same island. The sequence of events was gradually becoming clearer. Xia Fei smiled and quickly left the supermarket with Cheyenne, getting in their hovercar. Take the name list of those who participated in the summer auction 4 years ago and cross-reference with the population of Camelback Island for the last 5 years, Xia Fei directed her after some thought. Chapter 1389, A Bat Cave. The hovercar switched into auto drive and flew toward Camelback Island, which was located off the northwest coast. Xia Fei admired the view from the window before turning to stare at Cheyenne. Staying on the barren Holy Tomb planet since he was a child, Xia Fei had never seen a young woman before her. The youngest woman in the Holy Tomb planet was the female dancer, but in truth, she only looked good thanks to her cultivation and advanced technology. Her actual age was already over 100 years, and no matter how well she maintained her skin and complexion, the crow's feet in the corners of her eyes simply could not be masked. While Cheyenne was just a little over 20, her skin was fair, and her body possessed the vitality of a young woman. Her long chestnut-colored hair draped over her shoulders, and Cheyenne was hugging her tablet computer, hard at work. Actually, she was definitely pretty enough to earn a living through her looks alone, but she ultimately became a special bureau investigator despite the extreme danger. In that aspect, Xia Fei admired her greatly for exuding the heroic valiant aura unique to female warriors. We've got the results. Cheyenne lifted her head and met Xia Fei's gaze. There were no residents from Camelback Island that attended the summer auction 4 years ago. Xia Fei nodded. That means to say that the culprit is very much likely not a local, but a temporary resident, like perhaps a tourist. Cheyenne knit her eyebrows together. Why do you think that the culprit is targeting this sapphire pendant? If all he wanted was the pendant, there were thousands of ways to get his hands on it. Is there a need for him to have killed so many innocent children, and even extract their organs afterwards? It has to be said that such a complex act of killing would surely delay them for longer. The longer a culprit remains at the crime scene, the more likely they would be discovered. No. Xia Fei noncommittally expressed his doubts. I don't think so. The removal of the organs and being able to rebuild another human would affect the investigation work greatly. The focus of the police would be completely focused on the cruel methods that the killer used, and they would ignore the essence of the matter. Hunter Grandpa once told me a story about a beast called the snow ape. It was very hard to capture them, because they were far too clever. Anyone who wished to catch one would first have to grab one, then create the impression that it had been beaten by savage beasts to act as bait, and then be tossed near the habitat of the snow apes. The moment the snow apes saw that a fellow ape had been killed, they would become enraged and begin killing the beasts around indiscriminately, searching for the one that had killed their own. That would be when these snow apes would be the most distracted, and you could proceed to capture the real goal, the snow ape queen. The moment the queen was captured, no matter how clever the snow apes were, they would all be in a rush to surrender. That was the method used to capture an entire community of snow apes without wasting much effort. In any case, when it comes to hunting, the most important factor is to study the habits of who or what you're up against, and then proceed to lie. I believe the killer shared the same idea as well. Seeing just how cruelly he butchered the kids, the police would all be completely agitated, and would be misled into thinking the culprit was a killer. But it is in my view that not only was the killer a deviant, he was also very calm and smart. The reason why he acted with such violence was all for the sake of shifting the investigation's focus. Cheyenne stayed silent. She was already aware of how different Xia Fei's thinking always was compared to her own. As for the grandparents that he often spoke of, Cheyenne had already thought nothing of it. After all, according to Xia Fei's own words, he had grown up in a large family. After a long journey, the coastline of Camelback Island appeared in the distance. This was a large island with an area of 1,400 square kilometers, with tens of thousands of residents living there. There was a mountain that looked very much like a camel's hump on the island, which was where the island got its name. The hovercar parked near the foot of the mountain. After Xia Fei got off, first he looked all around his surroundings, then he curled his tongue up and let out that ultra-frequency sound wave. He hailed the wild beasts from all over the mountain. Before arriving at Camelback Island, he had even bought 2 big bags of food, most likely in preparation for these animals. In no time, Xia Fei found himself surrounded by hundreds of wild beasts of all sizes. Among them there were even a pack of terrifying mountain jackals, the sort that would mobilize in a pack and enjoyed scavenging rotted carcasses. They were ferocious by nature, yet they appeared to be as docile as a domesticated dog under Xia Fei's control. Even more shocking was the fact that there were also wild hares next to Xia Fei, right beside the jackals. The beasts did not attack one another despite their food being so close, and even the mountain cats, rats, and other small beasts like macaques were all behaving obediently in front of Xia Fei. Xia Fei sat on a big rock and distributed the food to the beasts who had turned up. Meanwhile, the beasts were acting like they were one big family, getting along with each other as they ate the food Xia Fei had brought. Xia Fei smiled as he asked the animals questions, even telling jokes and having a blast with them. His questions ranged from understanding how the situation in the mountain was, whether they could evade the hunters, and if they would go hungry during the winter. Cheyenne shook her head and sighed. Xia Fei was the only weirdo that could communicate so enthusiastically with a bunch of animals, even treating a venomous coral snake as a scarf as it coiled around his neck. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was not in the least bit afraid, only commenting that the snake was making him feel itchy. Time passed, and Xia Fei had the animals scatter. All that was left was a grey macaque. The monkey leapt onto Xia Fei's shoulder, his hands holding onto peanuts. "I've figured it out. In the summer 4 years ago, there once were 3 strange men that lived in the mountains, but the animals say that they disappeared into the deep and seemingly bottomless bat cave, and never returned, Xia Fan told Xian with a smile. Xian nodded, so, shall I inform the police and begin a large-scale search of the place? Xia Fan waved his hand to the negative, there's no need for that. 4 years has already passed, and while we have no idea where they went, we might be able to find clues if we head to the bat cave and take a look around. Okay, Xian agreed after some thought. The macaque led Xia Fan and Xian to a mountainside near Hump Mountain. There was a sudden split in the cliff wall there, forming a crevice in the rock. It was very narrow, only big enough to fit one person passing through, and the insides were dark and gloomy, leaving it impossible to know where it led. The macaque began to act jittery and afraid when they reached the place, and was unwilling to enter the place no matter what. Xia Fan had no choice but to let it go, handing over the last of his food to it. The monkey carried the woven shopping bag away as it made its way back to the forest. Taking a strong sniff with his nose, Xia Fan shrugged, the mix of odors is too much, and is filled with the stink of bat guano. I really can't get any trace from 4 years ago, so if you're not scared, we can go in and take a look. But I need to state this before we enter, I won't be able to control the bats inside. The best I can do is get them to settle down, so they don't end up attacking us. And here I thought you could control any animal out there. Xian was startled to learn about Xia Fan's limitations, as if she had discovered new land. Xia Fan shrugged helplessly, I only know some techniques to control animals, and they are not like a special ability that controls beasts. There are plenty of creatures that I can't control, so there's nothing strange about it. There were survival packs and a medical kit in the car they had taken from the special bureau. Xian had made sure to bring them along when they began their ascent of the mountain just now, and so she took out 2 mounted lamps that they could wear on their heads and they began to make their way into the crevice. After covering a distance of approximately a kilometer, the way ahead began to open up, and the crevice widened, turning into a huge cavern. Using their headlamps to look up, they saw countless black things hanging from the ceiling. They were bats, and in numbers ranging to the tens of thousands. Because Xia Fan was maintaining a low whistle to keep them calm, the bats were not disturbed by them. The path they were taking was soft because of the shocking amounts of bat guano that had collected over the years. There were plenty of insects of all sizes there, living off the guano. There were also plenty of snakes hidden in the cracks along the rocky walls. It was no wonder the monkey was unwilling to enter the place, it must have been afraid of the bats and snakes. Xian was already as white as a sheet, but she did not say a word as she followed in Xia Fan's footsteps. Xia Fan had found a snake to lead the way, so the path they took had fewer insects, but the smell was still something that Xian had a hard time ignoring. Finally, Xia Fan and Xian made it past the bat's sleeping cave. The path ahead narrowed again, only able to fit 2 people standing side by side. The ceiling was also a lot lower, making it so that an adult would have to stoop lower in order to continue forward. It was here where Xia Fan and Xian began to find traces of people having lived here in the past. The person who had lived here had constructed an alloy mesh which prevented the bats, snakes, and insects from the bat's cave from entering, essentially partitioning this cavern into 2 parts. With a bang, Xia Fang kicked the alloy mesh away, bent his head, and entered. Look here, there once was a fire here. Xia Fan pointed to the charred pieces of wood on the ground and said. From the accumulation of ash, we can tell that they lived here for up to half a year. There are even empty cans, a portable gas stove, vacuum food packaging, and empty mineral water bottles. Why would someone want to live in such a wretched place? Xian asked, a little disgusted. I don't know, but they must be doing something very important, which is why they persisted and stayed despite such atrocious conditions, Xia Fan replied. There was a stack of empty cans and bottles in the corner. Xia Fan picked one up and pointed his light at it. Sure enough, it's pickled lemon fly fishes. It has quite the pungent smell. Xia Fan turned around and looked at the alloy mesh that he had kicked down, the situation is getting more and more interesting. The mesh was still up and intact, which means the 3 did not return the way they came in, but went even deeper into the cavern. The animals told us that none of them know how deep this cave goes. It has been 4 years, so I believe there must still be ways out even deeper inside. Since the 3 have not left after making it so deep, we ought to go and take a look too. Xian nodded with a furrowed brow. The 2 continued to head deeper into the cave. The path they took would occasionally widen, and also narrow up. At its crampest, they needed to have both hands on the ground and crawl like animals. In fact, the deeper they went, the damper the air in the cave grew. Gloomy and cold, the sound of echoes traveling in the space were spooky. Suddenly, Xia Fan came to a halt. He picked something small up from the ground and examined it, before passing it to Xian. "It's a button," Xian said after she could tell what it was. Startled, she added, "A pearl button. So small, it must be from a child's shirt." Xia Fan nodded, "Perhaps we're already getting closer to the truth now, but there's still something I can't make sense of. From the point we entered the cave until now, we've already moved in an arc for approximately 17.32 kilometers. According to the average slope of the cave being at 21 degrees, we ought to be at least 3 kilometers below sea level right now. Those 3 suspects who entered this cave before us, just how did they leave?" Xian found it strange too. Could this cave lead to the mainland, or to a different island? Xia Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The shortest distance from Camelback Island to the mainland is at least 134 kilometers away, and the closest island is 229 kilometers. The likelihood of it is rather low. Xian did not say another word. Xia Fan had only glanced at the map once, and he already committed the surroundings of the island to memory. Considering how he was able to remember a good deal of what he read, that was not exactly surprising. The only question was, why were these 3 potential suspects headed so deep into the cave? Were they so deep in the mountain before, or after they attacked the children? No matter the case, Xia Fan and Xian were left befuddled. The actions these suspects had taken already exceeded their understanding. Just what could be their purpose for killing a bunch of kids and then holing themselves up in such an accursed palace? Xian gathered her wits and said to Xia Fan, "It doesn't matter. We're still going to continue our way ahead." It might be because of how peculiar this case felt, but Xia Fan began to pick up his pace. Xian was also a special ability user who had received formal training, so she was still able to barely keep up with Xia Fan, despite not having the speed special ability. After about another hour, the way ahead gradually opened up, and the ground became a lot flatter. Suddenly, Xia Fan came to a stop yet again. He turned his light toward the wall and asked Xian behind him, "If I'm not mistaken, Camelback Island should have formed after a volcanic eruption, and it only has a history for 2,000 or so years." Xian checked the data on her tablet computer and confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." "Then what's with these murals here?" Xia Fan pointed to the wall. "I dare bet that these carvings on the wall are not merely 2,000 years old." Chapter 1390, Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. Xian turned to look at the cave wall. Sure enough, it was just as Xia Fan had said. There were plenty of carved murals on the wall, depicting a group of arrogant-looking special ability warriors. They were all wearing armor and holding weapons in their hands. There were even 2 elders who had glowing halos depicted over their heads beside them. "That's Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon," Xia Fan said in a deep voice. "Are you sure?" Xian was shocked, a measure of surprise in her voice. Xia Fan softly answered, "In the addendum of the 5th volume of the Cosmic Chronicles, there were details that described Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. According to the legends, the 2 were the 2 strongest factions before the universe joined civilization. Their strength was far greater than any of the special ability users today. The reason is because they possessed a godlike strength that surpassed the combat system of today. Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon were said to be unparalleled existences, and the Ashen Moon universe was so named due to these 2 major warriors. It was just too bad that the people from both Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon later ended up disappearing for no apparent reason." Xia Fan's memory was truly something. Despite having only joined civilized society not too long ago, he could already recite the history of the universe. This crazy learning ability he had was a point of both admiration and envy to Xian. As the saying went, comparing yourself to others would only anger yourself. This was truly the case with Xia Fan. Not only did he possess a top-tier special ability, what mattered even more was that he was a conscientious student and excelled in a variety of things. It was really quite ridiculous. Xian checked the communicator on her wrist and frowned. "We no longer have a signal, so there's no way for us to contact the bureau, or call for help." Xia Fan nodded, "It's fine. So what if it's Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon? It's not like they have 3 heads and 6 limbs, they were also humans, just like us. Follow me. Have no fear." Xian was clearly 5 or 6 years older than Xia Fan, but at this moment, it felt like Xia Fan was the elder brother, comforting his younger sister. The path gradually flattened out. It did not seem to be an accidental phenomenon, but was excavated by the hands of ancient humans. It was only after being battered by the elements all these time that it became barely recognizable. One could easily imagine that this ought to have once been a wide underground passage that could contain 2 hovercars passing side by side. This path extended further down, all the way until they were 100 kilometers under sea level. The air had not turned turbid, indicating that there had to be some kind of ventilation system that was still working, despite how many years it had been. Finally, just as Cheyenne's patience was reaching its limit, the path finally came to an end. In front of them was a dragon floodgate. This floodgate was constructed from thick metal alloy. There was no way for anyone with ordinary human strength to open it. 5 shiny jewels were inlaid in the top of this gate, 3 were shining dimly, while the other 2 might have been damaged, for they did not give off any light. There were carvings on the gate and on the 2 sides of the gate. They were still depicting Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon, the 2 bands of super warriors who had made up the historically strongest factions and the forms they took. "This is Koro metal," Xia Fei smiled as he stepped forward to push the broken dragon gate. He jokingly commented to alleviate Cheyenne's nervousness, "This metal is very valuable, we'll be rich if we can bring it back." Just as Xia Fei said that, something neither of them expected happened. They watched as the dragon gate that weighed who knew how many tens of thousands of tons let out a creaking noise as it miraculously lifted upward, revealing a path that extended onward. "What did you do? Why did it open?" Cheyenne asked, her eyes wide in bewilderment. Xia Fei scratched his head innocently. "I didn't do anything. All I did was push at it lightly and the gate automatically opened on its own." "Automatically?" Cheyenne stroked her chin. That was when Xia Fei suddenly chuckled and dragged Cheyenne by the hand, leading her onward. "Well, since we're already here, let's go and take a look. After all, this was once the base of the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. Sooner or later, your curiosity will be the death of you." Though Cheyenne was voicing her displeasure, she did not actually put up any resistance. The 2 of them made their way past the dragon floodgate. All of a sudden, Xia Fei felt a wind blow from behind him, and he hurriedly turned back, accelerating, but the dragon gate had already slammed shut behind them at an astounding speed. Without giving Xia Fei or Cheyenne a chance, the floodgate dropped down with a loud boom. "Caw caw caw caw!" Almost immediately, countless spotlights along the 2 sides of the path switched on, illuminating the underground corridor brightly. "Look there!" Cheyenne grabbed Xia Fei by his arm with one hand as she pointed to somewhere above the gate. They saw that there were also 5 jewels at the top of the gate, except this time, they were all lit up. Xia Fei laughed, "The animals told us that 3 suspicious characters had come here, and adding the 2 of us now, that just so happened to make up 5, matching the 5 jewels above the dragon floodgate. Don't say such pointless things. The suspects came here 4 years ago, so even if they failed to get out, they would be nothing more than corpses right now. Let's concentrate on how we can survive and get out of here. Without a working communicator, that means no one will come save us," Cheyenne said worryingly. The lights were blindingly bright, and after they continued on for about another kilometer, a second gate appeared. After making it past the second gate, Xia Fei and Cheyenne found themselves in an underground jungle, with a view of a world that they could never forget. The fluorescent sun lamps that hung from the ceiling maintained the vibrancy of the underground jungle, allowing the plants to photosynthesize. There were many streams running through the jungle grounds. Reaching a hand into the water, it was icy cold to the touch, and ought to have been some groundwater being introduced somewhere. In any case, here in this mystical underground world, an artificially constructed ecosystem of plants, animals, insects, and fishes existed. Cheyenne pointed at the edge of the jungle and said, "There are traces of humans living for an extended period of time here. They once started a bonfire and even had grilled fish to eat. There are plenty of fish bones littered on the ground, and the cores of fruits that most likely came from wild fruit. This is evidence that the 3 suspects might very well have been here before." Cheyenne excitedly exclaimed to Xia Fei, proud of her deduction. But just as she was done, she heard was Xia Fei's answer, "There's no need to analyze any further. Not only were the 3 of them here, they are actually still alive, and are hiding in the jungle right in front of us." Xia Fei then raised his voice louder, "Well, since we've already spotted you, you might as well just come out." It was not too long before they heard the sound of rustling leaves and bushes, and 3 savage-looking men walked out from the jungle. The 3 of them had unshaven beards, and their eyes were bloodshot. They were completely scruffy and dirty, their skin festered with mosquito bites, looking like it had been a long time since they left civilization. Among the 3 was a tall and lanky man, with sunken eyes and a pale face. One was fat and had fairly white skin, looking very much like he had led a pampered life, but there was an awful stench to him. The last individual was also the most unique, as he looked like a golden lion, his gold beard hanging limply to his chest. He was short and stout, and carried a bamboo basket on his back. When Cheyenne saw them, she immediately tensed up, clenching her fists. But Xia Fei maintained that big grin of his, addressing the three individuals of unknown origins. How coincidental! How did the three of you find your way here? That fat and pale elder seemed to be the leader of the trio, and he sized up Xia Fei and Cheyenne. You're asking us? Who are the two of you in the first place? Just as Xia Fei was about to reply, Cheyenne suddenly took a step forward and commanded loudly, enough talk. Union Special Bureau. All of you get on the ground, and put your hands on your head. Xia Fei wanted to stop Cheyenne from revealing her identity, but unfortunately it was already too late. All he could do was shake his head slightly and crack a bitter smile. Meanwhile, the expressions on the three's faces changed drastically the moment they heard the two were investigators from the Special Bureau. With ferocious gazes, the golden-bearded man among them even sneakily reached a hand into the bamboo basket behind him. This slight motion was of course still seen by Xia Fei. The elder very calmly said, "Special Bureau? So what? I'm afraid you'll be in the same boat as us. You found your way in, but there's no chance of you finding your way out." His gaze turned to Xia Fei and curiously asked, "How did you discover that we were hiding in the jungle, rascal?" Xia Fei laughed, "It's very simple, really. Because you guys are too unhygienic, the smell coming from your bodies are far too powerful. No matter how skillfully you hid yourselves, there was no way for you to mask that smell. My colleague has already told you, we're investigators from the Special Bureau, and we need you three to follow us back. There's a case you need to assist us with investigating." Ha ha ha. The three men exchanged looks and burst out laughing at the same time. The man with the full golden beard remarked, "Twerp, your sense of smell might be pretty sharp, but you're a bit dull in the head. Did you chase us all the way here without even knowing what this place is? I'm afraid you won't even know how you died later." The fat elder rolled his eyes, then extended his hand to stop his companions from taking another step forward. He said in a grave voice, "I won't deny it, this is the trial grounds that the unparalleled factions of Ashen Dragon and Hidden Dragon constructed. Back when me and my brothers had discovered this place, none of us could have imagined it would be a trial ground, and 5 warriors made up a standard combat squad. That was the usual fighting method that the factions used, and there were only 3 of us, so there was no way for us to trigger the conditions of the trial ground. But now that the 2 of you are here, that makes 5, and the trial ground is finally in operation. According to the rules, all 5 of us have to survive the trial, and if one of us dies, the remaining 4 will immediately be executed. As I said before, becoming a member of Ashen Dragon Hidden Moon wasn't easy, and this trial ground here is a place that requires its participants to put their lives on the line. That is why there's no way for us to return with the 2 of you for your investigation, because no one can leave until the trial is done. Whether you're an investigator of the Special Bureau or not, right now the only thing you can do is cooperate with us." Xia Fei was startled. Hearing the tone of the elder, he did not think they were lying. The 5 lights above the dragon floodgate also backed the claim they were making to a certain degree. Just as Xia Fei's brain was racing, thinking of a countermeasure, he had no idea why Cheyenne today was acting so agitated. She yelled spitefully, "You want us to work together with you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're wanted suspects of the Union. There's no other outcome, aside from being sent to the execution block." So she actually recognizes these 3 people. Xia Fei was shocked after hearing Cheyenne's words. That was when he suddenly sniffed the air deeply, and his expression changed. In the next moment, Xia Fei grabbed hold of Cheyenne, tucked her under his arm, and began sprinting off. Something's coming. Speed ability, activate. Chapter 1391, Transparent Beasts. Xia Fei began sprinting off with Cheyenne in tow, putting distance between them and the 3 strange men. "What are you doing? Let me go. I can walk by myself." Cheyenne was in a terrible posture being wedged under Xia Fei's arm, yelling at Xia Fei in great annoyance. But her complaints quickly stopped. She had noticed that huge numbers of strange beasts were flooding out from the jungle. The beasts did not have any muscles or skin, nor blood vessels or nerves. All they had were skeletons. It was a horrifying scene. The bone monstrosities let out a series of roars as they came charging after Xia Fan while he ran away, and they also chased the three suspects. No, the monstrosities were not just bones. They actually had muscles, it was just that for some unknown reason, their flesh was transparent. Xian was shocked to realize that these bone monstrosities had visible eyeballs, hanging suspended in their eye sockets. The eyeballs were still rotating and moving, showing that their flesh was indeed transparent. Xia Fan sprinted away as he rolled his tongue to unleash the skill fisherman grandpa had taught him, the high-frequency sound waves that could control beasts. Unfortunately, Xia Fan failed. The bone monstrosities were unaffected by Xia Fan's high-frequency sound waves. It was not hard to tell by how bloodshot their floating eyes were that these wild beasts might already be in a state of madness. Xia Fan's beast control skill could not control enraged beasts. The sound waves were usually more effective when used on small beasts, or herbivores that were naturally docile, as well as animals with higher intelligence. If they were ferocious beasts, there were certain criteria that needed to be met. For example, a female wolf was easier to control than a male wolf, and an average wild wolf was easier to control than the leader of a wolf pack. The same went for a well-fed wolf when compared to a hungry wolf. These frightening bone monstrosities did not comply with any criteria for his beast control technique, no matter how he looked at it, and so he failed, despite how amazing his beast control technique was. Several dozen minutes later, having reached a small stream far away from the jungle, Xia Fan set Xian down and took out the scalpel that Dr. Grandpa had given him and swiftly dissected one of the bone monstrosities. The monster was one that Xia Fan had taken down as he was escaping, and he had dragged it along with them. None of the bone monstrosities appeared to be nearby, but Xian was still pale from fright. In contrast, the younger Xia Fan was still as calm and composed as ever, his hands steady as a slight smile hung on his face. I understand now. For some unknown reason, the skin, muscles, and organs of these beasts have all turned transparent. Look, I don't appear to be holding anything in my hand at all, but really, this is that monstrosity's heart. It is just that our eyes aren't able to see the outline of the heart, Xia Fan explained as he weighed the transparent heart in hand. His hands were coated in blood right now, but unfortunately the blood of these beasts was also transparent. Why are they like that? Xian asked, confused. Xia Fan answered earnestly, I suppose it must be to stop their metabolism. What has their state got to do with metabolism? Everything, of course. Xia Fan replied quickly. According to biology, metabolism is what causes living creatures to age, and is the real cause of death. If anyone manages to stop their metabolism, or if they could develop their metabolism only toward its positives, they would essentially gain immortality and never die, whether they were human or beast. The reason why these creatures have blood and muscles that turn transparent is based on the idea of cutting out their metabolism, and in doing so, allowing these creatures to live forever. There once was a passage describing this in the Cosmic Chronicles Volume 17. According to the relics that we excavated of our ancestors, after Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon became known as the strongest factions, they once sought a method to attain immortality. This could very well be one of the reasons why Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon suddenly disappeared from the universe. Since even the animals that Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon had controlled could achieve a disrupted metabolism through transparent flesh, my guess is that the strongest warriors of the universe might have been able to live forever by becoming transparent people. Xian still did not understand, so she pressed, then why do the animals' bones and eyes not become transparent? Xia Fan shook his head, I don't really know myself. But according to the principles of optics, the moment their eyes turn transparent, then there would be no way for them to gather light, making it impossible to see anything. As for the bones, it might be because the calcium content is too high, and they may hold trace amounts of metal elements. No matter the case, right now isn't the time for us to discuss this. We must first ensure we survive and get out, so I'll go save those three suspects. Xian was startled, and grabbed hold of Xia Fan's arm, they are very dangerous. They are wanted criminals of the Union. I know, but if they die, we'll also be trapped here. Xia Fan replied calmly. Instantly, many inexplicable thoughts ran through Xian's mind. If there was no way for them to get out, would that not mean that the two of them, being single people, would end up trapped in this underground world and give birth to a bunch of children? How are you going to save those three? Xian shook her head vigorously to clear her mind of those stray thoughts. Very simple. I'll just kill them all. Xia Fan said with a bright smile. Zing! Pumping strength into legs, Xia Fan shot forth from Xian's side, and instantly reached his top speed of over 150 ms/s. No one had any idea when, but a long and slender sword 2.2 meters in length was already in Xia Fan's hand. The sword's name was Skypiercer, and was the parting gift blacksmith grandfather had given Xia Fan. Though it looked slender, it was extremely sturdy, but because it was just a thin blade, it had an amazing degreeness of suppleness. Speed was the sharpest weapon. Xia Fan dashed back into the jungle like a bolt of lightning, with Skypiercer dragging behind him. Like a beam of light, Xia Fan swiftly twisted and turned his way through the complex jungle. Every time he flashed past a bone monstrosity, he would apply an oblique cut with Skypiercer. The slight brush with his sword would cut off the monsters' necks. Xia Fan had no weapons during his coming-of-age ceremony, yet he could already accomplish the astounding feat of slaying 10,000 beasts back then. Now that he was at an even higher level, he was much faster and stronger. He was therefore all the more powerful when facing the bone monstrosities. One by one, the bone monstrosities fell in rapid succession. It was like Xia Fan was harvesting wheat and reaping their souls. Speed allowed Xia Fan to be invincible. Though these monsters were vicious, no amount of ferocity mattered when they could not even keep up with Xia Fan's tempo. By the time any of the monsters pounced over, Xia Fan's shadow was no longer even there. All it took was a moment of negligence and Xia Fan would come slashing in from some inexplicable angle, giving them a single cut across the neck. Speed was the most unreasonable special ability. Forget a group of bone monstrosities, even powerful warriors 2 ranks above Xia Fan would be rendered helpless against him. It was fine that he was fast, but Xia Fan had also inherited a good tradition of the Skywing clan, rarely ever taking a straight path, and constantly attacking from slanted angles, so it was impossible for his enemies to predict just where he was coming from next. Such an innovative use of positioning on top of his speed practically made Xia Fan the nightmare of the bone monstrosities. Facing an enemy that was not particularly intelligent, Xia Fan was not assassinating them, but ruthlessly crushing them. Leveraging his fast speed, nimble physique, and sharp weapon, Xia Fan was like a crashing wave from the raging sea, slaying layers upon layers of the beasts. It was not long before Xia Fan managed to advance on the 3 suspects. He saw the 3 of them had their backs pressed together, and were defending against over 100 bone monstrosities that had surrounded them. Xia Fan's arrival greatly eased the quandary they found themselves in, but Xia Fan did not directly lend them a hand, merely watching them from afar. The tall, lanky man wielded the strength special ability. He was very strong, and any of the bone monstrosities that were on the receiving end of one of his blows would immediately let out a mournful cry, their internal organs collapsing from his attack, falling to the ground, and dying. The pale-skinned fat elder's special ability seemed to be some form of all-around sensory perception, letting him preemptively learn the exact position the bone monstrosities were pouncing from. His warnings allowed the lanky warrior to prepare himself in advance, and focus all his attention on attacking. Xia Fan could not understand the power of the warrior with the golden beard. He did not make a move at all, merely clutching the bamboo basket carried on his back. There was a tightly woven lid on the basket, so Xia Fan could not tell what was being stored inside, but he could sense that it probably contained something fairly valuable. Out of the 3, one was in charge of fighting while the other 2 were acting as support, so it was really no wonder that the 3 of them had been surrounded and were in such a terrible situation. The last bone monstrosity was finally killed by a single punch from the lanky man, and the jungle returned to quiet. Xia Fan came walking out from the jungle smiling, his arms crossed. "I feel that you 3 might have a hard time leaving this place." The golden-bearded warrior instantly went red. He was disgruntled and wanted to say something in anger, but the fat elder stopped him. As such, all he could do was angrily stomp his foot and keep his mouth shut. Xia Fan kicked away a dead body on the ground and observed, "These animals are not just bones and eyes. Their skin, hair, muscles, internal organs, and even blood are all transparent, which is very strange." The fat elder snorted coldly. "Perhaps you are not aware of this, but we are close to the biggest secret in this universe, why the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Move disappeared so abruptly. According to the legends, they obtained some sort of technique that could allow a human to become immortal, but there was a price they had to pay for it. You've seen these beasts now, but they are nothing more than semi-finished products. Perhaps the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon did not disappear at all, but used some amazing technique that caused them all to become invisible. It would be not like these monsters, but a complete invisibility where even their eyes and bones would not be seen. As investigators of the Union's Special Bureau, have you ever wondered why there are so many cases that the Bureau could not solve all year round?" Xia Fan was a little taken aback. This fat elder had made a very bold guess. If the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon had not disappeared, but instead became a group of invisible people, then they would practically be gods in the Ashen Moon universe. They had already been the most powerful warriors in the universe, so if they had obtained a technique that allowed them to become invisible, there was no way anyone would be their match. Perhaps they were currently hiding somewhere in the dark, controlling everything in the universe, and the people living here had no clue at all. The fat elder smiled. I can tell that your interest has already been piqued by my words. If you want to learn the truth, we'll first have to get out of here and arrive at the final location of this trial ground. Aside from working together, you have no other options. Only we know the way out of here. Xia Fan thought deeply for a moment, but soon nodded with a smile. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now and focus on getting out of this accursed place first. Tell me, where are we going next? The fat elder looked around. I have no idea, but the first floor of the trial grounds has already been cleared out, and a passage that heads down to the second floor beneath us should open. We need to find that passageway and continue on down. Xia Fan asked further, how many floors are there to this trial ground? The fat elder pondered for a moment. That I have no idea of, either. All I know is that there are 3 different tiers to the trial grounds, primary, intermediate and advanced. The primary tier consists of 3 floors in total, while the intermediate spans 6 floors, and the advanced has 9. I hope that we are not in an advanced trial ground, because if that is the case, then that is reserved for peak rank special ability warriors. Even if you are a rare speed ability user, you'll also die here. Chapter 1392, Demonic. The passageway leading to the second floor of the trial ground was soon found. There was a pond filled with lotus leaves in the middle of the jungle, and after all the bone monstrosities were eliminated, a device similar to an elevator rose from the center of the pond. At the same time, a pontoon bridge leading from the shore to the elevator also lifted into position. Xia Fan had the 3 suspects wait by the shore as he went to pick up Cheyenne from where he had left her. How did you recognize them? Xia Fan asked after meeting up with Cheyenne again. Cheyenne ground her teeth. It's very simple. That golden bearded man has a tattoo on his neck, the mark of wanted criminals in the Union. Anyone with said mark is without a doubt a criminal that had once committed heinous crimes. The lock-shaped tattoo meant they should be permanently sealed in a space cryogenic station. The only reason why they were not sentenced to death was to store their DNA. A criminal who was subjected to permanent cryogenic storage has now appeared on Camelback Island, so it is obvious that he must have escaped from their cryogenic cell in space, and must be a very dangerous individual. Xia Fan nodded slightly. There were not that many special ability users, and the Union would not automatically kill off all special ability users who had committed crimes. Instead they had established some remote cryogenic stations out in distant star systems, and threw the convicts into cryogenic storage in space permanently. That way their DNA could be extracted were a need were to arise. That golden bearded man was actually a fugitive from a cryogenic station for criminals. That was something Xia Fan had not expected. People who had been subjected to cryogenic storage had committed very serious crimes, and yet the man did not take any actions, even at the end. Xia Fan had no idea what his special ability could be, or how high-ranked he might be. This could very well be trouble. Reuniting with the 3 men by that elevator, Xia Fan said with a laugh, me and my colleague will be in charge of clearing the way ahead, while you 3 need only follow behind us. What do you think? Cheyenne was startled. Clearing the path was more dangerous, so she had no idea why Xia Fan would choose that option. However, just as Cheyenne was about to object, she saw Xia Fan secretly winking at her, signaling her to keep quiet. Sure enough, the 3 suspects were elated. The fat elder said, truly, you 2 are elite investigators from the Special Bureau. We shall leave it all up to the both of you. They were looking at Xia Fan like he was a fool. No one would take the initiative and volunteer to lead in such a dangerous place. Xia Fan choosing to do just that was a very foolish decision, in their view. At the top of the elevator were 5 jewels. Each person who entered caused one to light up. After all 5 of them entered and the jewels were all shining, the elevator's doors shut with a bang and it began a rapid descent. It was probably a magnetic elevator, given how it descended so quickly. After only several seconds, Xia Fan and the other 4 found themselves far deeper down, somewhere tens of kilometers underground. Exiting the elevator, Xia Fan saw that they were no longer in a vast jungle, but standing on a single straight path. A canyon ran down the middle of red hills on both sides. There were plenty of dark caves peppering the base of the hills that had appeared all along the mountainside. Perhaps strange monsters would be emerging from those caves soon. A straight path probably means we don't have to kill every enemy. We should be fine as long as we make it through expediently. Follow me closely. Xia Fan loudly announced with a big grin on his face. With that, he picked up Cheyenne and had her straddled across his shoulders like he was a horse. He then whispered to Cheyenne, "Listen to my commands later. We might need you to use your wind special ability soon." Cheyenne was startled, but just nodded grimly. The truth was, though Cheyenne had been doing investigative work for 3 years with the Bureau, she was actually no match for Xia Fan in terms of her special ability or rank. Cheyenne was at intermediate star base rank, and her special ability was wind. The biggest distinguishing trait of the wind special ability was how it could create chaos. It was capable of turning one's surroundings into a dust storm, and using the power of the wind to hamper enemies' attacks. It was considered to be a combat support type special ability. Xia Fan's speed ability was considered one of the most powerful combat abilities known to the universe. Out of all the martial arts, only speed was king. The reason Chief Jerry had Cheyenne and Xia Fan become partners and sent Cheyenne's original partner Qin Zimo off to fly solo was all because he felt that the special abilities of Cheyenne and Xia Fan were very complementary. As for senior investigator Qin Zimo and his ever-grim face, his experience and ability already qualified him as more than competent enough to accomplish assignments on his own. "Let's go!" Xia Fan shouted and charged ahead with Cheyenne on his shoulders. Although carrying someone lowered Xia Fan's speed slightly, he was still able to achieve an astounding pace that left the 3 men unable to catch up, no matter how hard they tried. Xia Fan could smell the wild beasts again, and he quickly warned Cheyenne, "Here they come." With a rush of wind, several bone monstrosities leapt out from the caves in the bottom of the hills on both sides of them. Compared to the first floor of the trial ground, the bone monstrosities here appeared to be a different species of beast. They were much bigger, with just their skeletons over 2 meters tall. The bone monstrosities from the first floor had not been even a meter tall. The ones upstairs were likely a species of wolf, given their skeletons, while the bone monstrosities on the second floor were probably a more powerful lion or tiger species. The ferocious beasts were not afraid of death, leaping out from the caves and dashing right for the 5 while roaring fiercely. "Use your special ability and prevent the enemy from getting near us," Xia Fan whispered to Cheyenne. Cheyenne did not understand what Xia Fan was trying to do, but she did as she was told. Extending her slender arms, a great flow of air magically shot forth from her hands. Sand and pebbles were instantly stirred up in the center of the valley, obscuring the vision of the beasts. Coupled with the impact from the blast of air, their advance was also slowed down rather significantly. The enemy's charge was slowed, but Xia Fan's speed was not affected at all. Though he was carrying Cheyenne, he was like a sly loach, slipping away from the encirclement of beasts time and time again, leaving the 3 men behind him to deal with them instead. The 3 suspects were so mad that they were cursing his mother inwardly. They wished they could slip away from the beast horde as deftly as Xia Fan, but they simply lacked the ability to do so. This was the reason why the speed ability was so powerful. Xia Fan could slay everything quickly if he wanted to, but he could run away when he did not. It was not like anyone could catch up to him anyway, and no one was more limber than him. He could attack by advancing and defend by retreating. The unreasonable speed ability allowed Xia Fan to be an invincible force right from the get-go. Wah! The 3 suspects were wailing in impotent rage. Forget that Xia Fan could run faster than them, he was even constantly attracting even more of the bone monstrosities to them. It was really immoral, there was sabotaging people, but never had there been anyone doing it to Xia Fan's degree. The beasts that Xia Fan kited, upon realizing that they could not catch up to him, naturally grew frustrated. What would they do when frustrated? What else but vent on the 3 following behind Xia Fan who were not as fast? This second floor of the trial ground exploded with activity after Xia Fan mischievously messed around with it. Anywhere anyone looked, all they could see were crazed and ferocious beasts crashing out like waves of seawater, thronging as they surrounded the 3 suspects. "Faster, you guys! I'm waiting for you all in the front!" Xia Fan shouted out loud from afar. The 3 of them practically vomited blood in their exasperation when they heard his comment. How could any of them catch up to Xia Fan at the speed he was going? As the pressure worsened, there was no way they could prevent the attacks from the beast horde by just depending on the strength of the fat elder and the lanky man. The 3 were hanging barely by a thread now. "Quick, help!" Sweat was already pouring down the face of the lanky man as he glanced at the golden-bearded man carrying the bamboo basket, who was constantly bobbing and weaving to evade attacks, not once retaliating. Humph! The face of the bearded man turned livid. He knew that if he did not act, his life might be in danger, and so he let out a roar and tossed the bamboo basket on his back to the side. With a crunch, the bamboo basket splintered. A powerful force exploded from it. 2 scary humanoid puppets jumped out from the splintered bamboo. The puppets were ashen all over, and a lot of their skin tissues had already deteriorated and rotted away. Their purely black eyes had no shine of life in them. These puppets were small in size, like young children, but they were absolutely crazy in a battle. They were like evil demons that tore open the beasts' chests, using their great strength to directly rip their enemies into pieces. They were fast, possessed great strength, and their diminutive stature granted them a unique dexterity to their movements, plus their methods were quite cruel. Cheyenne's expression changed drastically as she said to Xia Fan, "That's demonic puppetry." Xia Fan had not imagined that his plan to force the golden bearded man to use his special ability would actually reveal this incredibly cruel special ability. Not only did the demonically enchanted puppets appear, the bearded man had also seemingly instantly turned into another person. The golden hair on his head and his full beard all turned the color of fresh blood. His eyes were like those of those child puppets too, turning completely black as fangs grew out from his mouth. That was demonic puppetry. Normal puppetry was just the control of lifeless props, but demonic puppetry controlled life itself. Aooooo! The bearded man let out a wild howl and charged into the midst of the monstrosities with the 2 puppets, actually scaring the beasts silly. They began to tremble uncontrollably. The moment a demon-type special ability was unleashed, the user was no longer a human, but a living demon. If the ferocious beasts had gone crazy, then the bearded man was essentially an absolutely insane demon. Just his aura was enough to suppress all the beasts. Crunch! Crunch! The bearded man and his 2 puppets slew the beasts like they were chopping up vegetables and fruits. Thanks to the muscles and blood of these beasts being transparent, the battlefield was not drenched in a sea of red, because the puppets did not just pull out the guts of the beasts, they even used their mouths to rip and tear. Frightening! Unimaginably fearsome. Even Xia Fan, someone who had only smiled since he was born, felt his lips were beginning to turn rigid. It was no wonder this bearded man had been sealed in the cryogenic space station by the Union. Such a savage individual would likely bring about an apocalypse if he was left alive. He's able to control 2 demonic puppets, which means he's at the star base rank. Have no fear, we still have a chance. Xia Fan reassured Cheyenne. The scoundrels from the Holy Tomb planet had inculcated the need to be a good person to Xia Fan since he was just a baby, but that was only secondary. More importantly, the scoundrels wanted Xia Fan to be able to survive, and that was their most sincere blessing to Xia Fan. Growing up under such tutelage, Xia Fan had a desire to live that was far greater than the average human. The more difficulties he faced, the more Xia Fan would face them with greater tenacity, and so his fighting spirit was even greater than before. Cheyenne nodded after freezing up for a moment, but the expression on her face was more distraught than Xia Fan had seen on her before. As an investigator who had received elite training, she was very much aware just what it meant running into a demon-type special ability user. The battle soon ended. Xia Fan had relied on his strength to slaughter the bone monstrosities in the first floor of this trial ground, but here on the second floor, Xia Fan had inadvertently forced a true demon to show his face. The bearded man with the demon-type special ability had killed tens of thousands of the beasts in his frenzy within a very short time. Not a single corpse on the battlefield was left intact, because not only did the bearded man massacre them all, he had slaughtered them madly. The faces of the lanky man and fat elder revealed cold smiles. The bearded man returned back to his normal appearance after he was done butchering the beasts, acting like nothing had happened. It was just that there were now 2 murderous puppets standing beside him. Looking at the expressions on their faces, neither was the little girl from the Zhang family who had been dismembered. The bearded man approached Xia Fan. Xia Fan maintained his smile, but he could not help but secretly clench his fist. There was a blank expression on the bearded man's face, but his eyes were profound with meaning. He placed his thick palm on Xia Fan's shoulder and said in a somewhat mocking tone, "Well done, kid." Chapter 1393, Blood Father Deacon. With his bamboo basket ruined, the bearded man placed the 2 fearsome puppets into a snakeskin sack, and slung it on his back. He was practically 2 different people in terms of his gaze and gait between when he was not using his special ability and when he was. Xia Fan believed that the demonic warrior with holy black eyes and so cruel in combat was his real self, and this was just a facade. That's the Blood Father Deacon, Cheyenne said in a small voice to Xia Fan, her face drained of color. What did you say? I said that the bearded man is one of the most vicious special ability criminals in the history of the Union, Blood Father Deacon, Cheyenne said in a suppressed voice. I remember now. When I was studying criminal psychology, my teacher once used Blood Father Deacon as the case study for the class. He is one of the rare unconscious criminals, a savage criminal that has been written into textbooks. Xia Fan was stunned. A criminal who could make it into a criminal psychology textbook was just proof of how frightening he was. Furthermore, the deacon's actions only proved what Cheyenne had said. Let's go, the fat elder said to the deacon. The infamous Blood Father Deacon actually followed like an obedient student, nodding his head slightly and carrying that snakeskin sack on his back as he followed right behind the fat elder and the lanky man. It was the defining element of an unconscious criminal. What was meant by an unconscious criminal was some criminal who themselves had no intention of killing or harming others on their own initiative, but would commit their crimes at the behest of another. The most frightening aspect of an unconscious criminal lay in whether they saw no value in themselves, and would completely listen to the orders of others. Even if the fat elder pitted the Blood Father Deacon up against the entire Union, the deacon would not even hesitate at all. His brain was completely incapable of challenging why he was killing, and would only subconsciously carry out other people's orders. Actually able to control the Blood Father Deacon? The fat elder was most definitely not simple. Aside from his perception-type special ability, he had to have some unknown secret that Xia Fan had yet to figure out. The situation had become thorny. The puppets that Deacon controlled were not human, but a type of demonic puppet. Their speed was comparable to Xia Fan's, and their strength was even greater than his. The moment Cheyenne realized that Xia Fan no longer had his speed advantage and among the suspects was the Blood Father Deacon who was written into the textbooks, she could not help but shudder. Just how were they supposed to deal with such frightening enemies? The fat elder walked over, giving Xia Fan a sinister smile, and said, that was what we prepared to deal with the final monstrosity that the trial ground would throw at us. There's no need for any misgivings now that it has been exposed. From here onward, you can't leave from my eyesight, otherwise. I'm sure you know. All of a sudden, Xia Fan flashed him a radiant smile and nodded, agreeing to the elder's request. Xia Fan's smile made the elder feel rather uncomfortable, almost like Xia Fan did not know the concept of fear. He was clearly threatening the young man, but all he did was reveal an unexpected smile. The elevator headed to the third floor was located at the end of the valley, in the middle of a desert. Going by their experiences from the last two fights, the area ought to be a primary tier trial ground of the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. Though the bone monstrosities were frightening to behold, their combat strength was barely acceptable. The 5 jewels all lit up, and the elevator made its rapid descent. This time, the time for their journey was longer. Xia Fan mentally noted that it was at least twice the distance they traveled the first time around, meaning they ought to be about 100 kilometers under sea level. With a whoosh, the doors of the elevator opened. Everyone was startled by what they saw. It was the sea. They were so deep underground, yet in front of them was a boundless sea. Xia Fan and the others had disembarked on a lone cluster of rocks in the middle of the sea, with an endless horizon all around them no matter where they looked. There were waves over a meter high on the surface of the sea, constantly crashing onto the rocks. The sea was murky black, showing just how deep the water was. All of a sudden, a shark leapt high out from the water in the distance with a great splash. When it landed back on the water, it used its tail to slap the water's surface hard, creating a fountain of water dozens of meters high. It was a bone shark. Like the bone monstrosities from before, its skin, muscles, and organs were transparent, aside from its bones. A school of the bone sharks had discovered traces of intruders, and were beginning to swarm around their lonesome cluster of rocks. The moment Xia Fan and the others jumped into the water, there was no doubt they would face an assault from all sides. Humans were ultimately land creatures, and did not have any advantage going into the water. Even Xia Fan, a speed ability user, would find his combat strength reduced by a good half the moment he was in water. Just what could he do? Just as Cheyenne was fretting over this, that fat elder suddenly laughed mirthlessly. Looks like we have no other choice. According to what we've gone through so far, there's only 2 ways for us to clear this trial. Either we do this quickly and locate the passageway to the next floor, or we kill all these bone sharks. Right now, we can only do the second option. The lanky man nodded in agreement, his arms folded in front of him, looking like he was just going to watch the battle unfold. The Blood Father Deacon set down the snakeskin sack on his back. Zing! In that moment, Deacon underwent demonification, and his hair turned blood red, his eyes becoming completely black. The man and the two demonic puppets jumped into the sea with a flash of movement. All those watching saw was the sea water turning turbulent, like a bubbling pot. No one knew just how Deacon and his two puppets did it, but the carcasses of the bone sharks quickly floated up to the surface. Their numbers gradually increased, until dead bone sharks covered the surface of the sea. After about 3 hours passed, Deacon finally crawled back up out of the sea with his two puppets. He had already returned to normal, and his eyes were back to their original blue irises. The two demonic puppets were also once again like wooden dummies, which he had clutched in his hands. Deacon got up and said to the fat elder, "It's over. The entrance is under the sea." Several minutes later, Xia Fei, Xian, and the three suspects dove into the deep sea. Under the illumination from the flashlight, Xia Fei could see that there was a covered well at the bottom of the sea. The cover had already opened up automatically, and the sea water was presently rushing into it, creating an underwater whirlpool. The elder looked at the cover, then over to Xia Fei, before finally gesturing for the lanky man to be at the front, and Deacon to stay behind. He had Xia Fei and Xian placed in the middle, most likely to prevent Xia Fei from suddenly running off. The moment they drew near the eddy, the lanky warrior was sucked in, with Xia Fei and Xian following soon after. They found themselves involuntarily spinning after entering the whirlpool. The strong traction from below dragged Xia Fei and Xian down the well. Xia Fei tugged at Xian's arm and signaled her to relax a little as they proceeded to go along with the flow of the water as they were shuttled through a long passageway. Xia Fei soon saw light, and felt himself land into a place that seemed to be a pond. Crawling up onto shore, he saw the water from the passageway formed a waterfall, directing all the water to fall into a pond surrounded by steel alloy plates. This pond was not too big, but there was an outlet, so no matter how much sea water poured in, the water in the pond did not rise. The lanky warrior had already reached the shore and was staring closely at Xia Fei and Xian. Xia Fei pretended to be comforting Xian while he took stock of their surroundings. This should be the end point of the trial ground. There were 5 jewels on top of the waterfall with 3 of the 5 currently lit up. It was not too long before the fat elder appeared. Then after a dozen or so minutes passed, the deacon also made it through the passageway, prompting the final jewel to light up. Just as the deacon passed through, and all 5 jewels shone in unison, Xia Fei suddenly made his move. He had been in the middle of helping Xian dry her hair with a towel, and like a bolt of lightning he shot forth and charged at the lanky man. With a speed of 153 ms/s, he took just 0.33 seconds to cross the 50-meter distance between them. In the time it took for a flint to spark when struck, the lanky warrior widened his eyes and by instinctive reflex, held his hands up in an attempt to block the coming attack. Unfortunately for him, his reaction speed was in no way comparable to the speedster Xia Fei. This was just how tyrannical speed was. As long as they struck, there was no way the enemy would stand a chance. Xia Fei's right arm passed through the skinny arms, and a silver scalpel flashed from Xia Fei's fingertips, stabbing right into the lanky man's throat. Crunch! Xia Fei did not drag it out. He killed the lanky man with one cut. His legs were in the air as he made a 180-degree pivot, immediately turning to target the pale and fat elder after he made his first kill. Boom! Strength coursed through his legs. This was an irregular movement which accelerated Xia Fei through his superior physique. In the instant he did this, his explosive strength allowed Xia Fei to move like he was a special ability user with an instantaneous movement technique, immediately leaping to his enemy's side. A leaping assassination. It had to be mentioned that the opportunity that Xia Fei had chosen was simply too marvelous. The deacon was still falling in mid-air, and that fat elder had just gotten out of the water. Xia Fei had pretended to be busy, but now had launched an unexpected attack. As a result, none of his targets were prepared, and it was already too late for the 2 men to seek the deacon's help. A speed of 153 ms/sm, instantly. With the oblique acceleration that was traditional for the Skywing clan, Xia Fei flashed past the fat elder, and with a casual flick of his wrist, Xia Fei had slashed through the elder's neck with his scalpel the moment he passed. The expression of shock on that fat elder's face was very prominent, almost as if his eyeballs were about to fall out from their eye sockets. This was not merely an issue of speed, but the coherence of the series of actions. Xia Fei was simply too smooth. When he exploded with speed while intending to kill, he moved as fluidly as flowing water. He even ran in a startling Z pattern. Normally, speaking, making drastic turns while moving at high speeds would put an enormous inertial strain on the bones. Being able to execute oblique acceleration was proof of how strong a speed-type warrior was. Furthermore, Xia Fan's body had been nurtured with the highest grade of energy crystals by the scoundrels on the Holy Tomb planet. His bone structure was almost as hard as Koro alloy metal, allowing him to execute drastic turns that most speedsters could not accomplish. Oblique acceleration was not Xia Fan's limit at all. He was capable of moving in any direction he chose, and at any angle, making any drastic turns. With a body that was as tough as metal, there was no such thing as limits for him. Crunch! A second kill in the span of a second. After the double kill, Xia Fan did not slow down at all. He charged toward Cheyenne, picking her with one hand as he continued to accelerate even further. Mere nanoseconds had passed when Cheyenne saw the two puppets hurtle past the location where she had just been moments ago. Their sharp fingernails barely missed Xia Fan's back. Had it not been for Xia Fan's speed, she could very well have died there, and she had not even sensed the specter of danger looming over her. Since the deacon had failed to deal a blow to Xia Fan there and then, he would not have another chance to do so from here on out. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fan carried Cheyenne and together they disappeared through the endpoint of this huge trial ground with his incomprehensible speed. Cheyenne was riding on Xia Fan's back, the wind whistling in her ears. She could feel the sky spinning, and watched everything around recede behind them crazily. In that short span of time, Xia Fan had carried her far away from danger. Xia Fan made an urgent stop and came to a sudden halt. Cheyenne could feel the immense force of inertia rush over her in her abdomen, nearly causing her to collapse and vomit. She lifted her head up, only to find Xia Fan staring dumbly at an open room, looking like he had been struck by lightning. A single word was carved on the wall of the room. Skywing. Chapter 1394, Skywing Bloodline. A single word was carved on the wall of the room. Skywing. But for some unknown reason, there was a huge cross over the word, almost as if the person who carved the words harbored a deep hatred toward the Skywings. Xia Fan could not settle his restless heart. He entered the room, and saw that there were even more curses and rebukes directed toward the Skywings. Our cursed Skywings! I will kill you all one day. Shame! To have been killed to the point we abandoned our armor by the Skywing clan. We will remember those maniacs for the rest of our lives. We must recover our lost honor, no matter the cost. Revenge. We don't care even if it takes 10,000 years. It seemed the Skywings had committed some unforgivable offense against the two great factions of the Ashen Moon universe, the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. It was so great that these people had carved the litanies of hatred they felt toward the Skywings and filled entire walls with them. Room after room was filled with such carvings, or proclamations of taking revenge against the Skywings were written with thick water-based ink, either red or black in color. In one of the rooms, Xia Fan saw a mural of a group of crazy speedsters leading draconids and the fearsome fiends, as well as a strange race with huge heads and arms like octopi. Time and again, they attacked, brutally abusing the two strongest factions of the Ashen Moon universe. Shock. Absolute shock. The Skywing warriors were not men, but like rays of light that could fly across the galaxies and 9 heavens. Charging at speeds beyond light, blasting planets and ruining warships. Countless Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon warriors found themselves heartlessly slain where they stood. Xia Fan noticed a figure, a slightly skinny warrior with a sharp gaze, who was none other than the one leading the Skywing clan as they shuttled through the cosmic gate and into the Ashen Moon universe. He had a gentle temperament about him, similar to Xia Fan. There was a slight curl at the corner of his lip, but the moment the battle began, he transformed into the most frightening fiend. Anyone who dared resist, killed. Anyone hypocritical or deceitful, killed. Anyone he did not see eye to eye with, killed. This was what it meant to leave bodies in his wake, letting blood flow freely like a river. They had vanquished the strongest forces of the Ashen Moon universe. Even more inexplicable was that no matter if they were the Draconids, the Fiends, or that alien race, they were all friends of the man in charge of the Skywings. He had gathered the strongest and most peculiar strengths from around the universe. He was backed not only by the Skywing clan, but there were countless dragons at his beck and call. Heavens, just how did that person do it? With the body of a human, how did he rule the world? Xia Fan felt so excited that it felt like his heart was about to leap out from his throat. Though Xia Fan had no idea just who that unreasonable man was, he could actually feel an incredibly strong resonance with him. A speedster, smiling, showing an incredible affinity to all things, animals, plants, and even aliens. That crazed momentum when he was fighting. Were those not his characteristics, too? It was almost as if there was this unexplainable bond between the two of them, binding the two people who had never met. Staring at the face of this stranger, Xia Fan felt that he looked very familiar, almost as if he had seen him somewhere before. He could not help but search through the spatial ring on his finger, and found that cashmere blanket inside. This blanket was the only item that could prove Xia Fan's identity. Skywing Clan, Demon Sealing Fiendish Blade had been stitched onto the blanket. Xia Fan really wanted to yell out in his excitement, "I am a member of the Skywing Clan too. Where are all of you right now?" Xian could see the change in Xia Fan's expression too, but she assumed Xia Fan was just flabbergasted upon finding out that there was an existence even greater than the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon. It seemed this was a trial ground that the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon had not finished constructing, and while it was ongoing, the Skywings had appeared and stomped all over them, utterly destroying their deployment. The project was forcibly suspended. When the two factions collapsed, those who had been constructing the trial ground must have felt abnormally indignant and sad back then, so they ended up vandalizing the incomplete rooms, one by one. It had been 40,000 years since the Skywings had broken through the Chaos Gate and entered the Ashen Moon universe. It was like Xia Fan was suddenly overcome by madness, inspecting each room, one after another. As more and more of the vandalism entered into Xia Fan's eyes, the full story behind the situation became clearer and clearer. According to the graffiti, the Skywings were completely uninterested in the resources of wealth of the Ashen Moon universe. Their goal was to locate a child called Xia Fan. Upon arrival, they directly sought out the most powerful entities in the universe, Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon, and proceeded to utterly destroy them. They forced the two factions to use their forces to search the entire universe for a child called Xia Fan. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they never found any trace of Xia Fan. The Skywings departed in disappointment, leaving behind a legend to the Ashen Moon universe, as well as an item called the Skywing Token. The Skywing Token could only be activated by the person known as Xia Fan, and the moment it was activated, no matter where they were, the Skywings would return to the Ashen Moon universe. 40,000 years ago? Searching for someone that shared the same name as him? Xia Fan felt this matter was simply inconceivable. This Xia Fan could not be referring to him, could it? But the times did not match up at all. He was only 16, so why would the Skywings have been searching for him over 40,000 years ago? His mind was racing as he thought of something his blind grandpa once told him. The problem could very well be the Chaos Gate, as it was said that it was an amalgamation of space and time. The moment someone passed through it, there was no telling just when or where they would end up appearing on the other end. The Chaos Gate was frightening not just because of the spatial traversal, but because even time would be distorted as well. Perhaps someone passing through would find themselves going back to the past, or perhaps they might appear in the future. The Skywing clan had braved the Chaos Gate just to search for one person. The difficulty of the matter was simply mind-boggling. They must have traveled repeatedly through space and time, arriving at foreign universes time and time again. This never giving up and never abandoning their own attitude made Xia Fan's blood boil. The longing for family affection over the years surged out from Xia Fan's heart uncontrollably. He felt an utmost pride. This was the first time he had felt proud of his identity as a Skywing. Xia Fan flexed his arms as he thought to himself, though I'm still just a small fry now, I want to be like my kinsman too, living proudly and bravely. If it could be said that Xia Fan had a unique power hidden in his Skywing bloodline that would affect Xia Fan's decision-making from time to time, then today was the day when the blood of Demon Sealing Fiendish Blade flowing inside his body was completely activated. Never abandoning and never giving up. Slights must be avenged, fighting to the end and never retreating. The personality of the clan had been deeply carved into the genes of the Skywing descendants, and that was something that would never change. As for that Skywing token that would allow Xia Fan to return to the Skywing clan, the writings on the wall did not give any description of how it looked, much less where to find it. Xia Fan could not help but feel a little disappointed. "This pain is killing me," a strange voice complained in his vexation. "That damned twerp nearly ruined our plan." Had Xia Fan not left that pond, he would have witnessed an unforgettable scene unfolding. From inside the corpse of the fat elder, a skinny and completely black man was crawling out. Tearing open the fat-filled belly, the fellow came crawling out all bloodied. No one could have imagined that there would be another individual hiding inside that fat elder's body. This individual was skinny and as withered as a child's skeleton, his eyes abnormally large. There were only sparse strands of hair on his head, and his mouth was wide, like a slit that went from earlobe to earlobe. There were thin, small, and jagged teeth lining his mouth, and his hands and feet were bigger than his limbs, looking absolutely disproportionate. This was the freak who had been hiding inside the fat, pale elder. "Are you all right?" the Blood Father Deacon asked, sitting down beside him. The dark-skinned freak jumped into the pond to wash off the blood and other gore that was clinging to him. Returning to the shore, he let out a cold harumph, cleaning himself off with a towel as he grit his teeth. "So close. Fortunately, I had the unique concealment technique of our small night race, otherwise this would have been a major slip-up." The deacon nodded. The small night race was one of the most unique minority races in the Ashen Moon universe. People of their species possessed extremely great mental power, but their bodies were exceptionally weak. The most powerful warriors of the small night race were barely over 1.3 m tall, weighing just shy of 50 kilograms. Such an individual would be recognized as a burly man among them. Because of their ugly and scrawny appearance, people of the little night race were severely discriminated against, with people calling them hairless black monkeys. Among the three major coalitions and unions, they even went so far as to prevent them from naturalizing, and their citizenships were revoked. The reason why the dead fat elder was so pale was not because he was of higher upbringing, but that there was an extra large parasite living off of him inside him. Achoo! The little night warrior appeared to have caught a cold, sneezing badly. He wrapped a blanket tightly around himself as he kept shivering. His eyes turned toward the so-called endpoint and he said in a grim voice, "Don't panic. Let me rest up first, then I'll lead you to those two accursed investigators. After all, the physical bodies of us little night people are far too weak. Do what you can to keep that woman's body intact. I need a new body right now, and that Cheyenne woman's internal organs are thicker than the one called Xia Fei, and I like extra fat." Deacon nodded nonchalantly, "No problem. But I don't need your help, I know where they are." The little night warrior was slightly surprised, turning his head to look at Deacon quizzically. Deacon explained, "Do you remember after the first time I transformed, I patted Xia Fei on his shoulder? At that moment I applied some essential oil that is created when refining demonic puppets. The oil is colorless and odorless, but it is able to transmit a signal to my girls." With that said, Deacon pointed to the unmoving and fearsome dolls next to him. The little night warrior laughed out loud, "You sure live up to your name as the Blood Father. Well, what else are you waiting for? Send your girls to kill Xia Fei, then. As for Cheyenne, be sure to leave her for me. I want to crawl into that woman's body." Deacon nodded and pointed into the distance with his right hand. Just like that, the two demonic puppets went charging into the darkness in blurs of motion. Chapter 1395, Mechanical Core. As Xia Fei discerned more and more information from what he was seeing, the context regarding the Skywing clan's invasion of the Ashen Moon universe 40,000 years ago grew more and more vivid. The Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon had suffered a one-time heavy assault. Perhaps a frightening opponent like the Skywings existing in the world was the reason that caused them to make the ultimate decision to research the technique to become physically invisible. As for why they had suddenly disappeared later, it was most likely related to the Skywings, as well. No matter the case, Xia Fei had found proof that his kin existed, and though the Skywing clan had actually come looking for someone with the same name as him 40,000 years ago, something he still could not wrap his head around, at least he was now assured in knowing he was not alone in this world. As for how he would get back to their side, that would depend on the mysterious Skywing token. However, Xia Fei had no idea where it could be, nor did he have any idea if it could pass through the cosmic gate. Thus, all he could do was pack up his curiosity and focus his attention on the present. Xia Fei abruptly sniffed the air. He had caught the scent of the two demonic puppets, and it was getting stronger by the moment. It meant that the two creatures were swiftly making their way toward him. Just how did they find me? Xia Fei wondered to himself. He quickly came to the realization that the question was no longer important anymore. The only thing important now was how he would deal with the two puppets coming after his head. Continue to flee? No. Xia Fei immediately rejected this thought. Trying to escape by relying on his speed would not solve the problem at hand. What was destined to come would come, and what he needed to fight he would fight. Once he understood that, Xia Fei immediately grabbed Cheyenne again and ran out the rooms, arriving at the open area in the hall outside. To a speed ability user like himself, being in an open area was far more conducive to his combat style. "What's the matter?" Cheyenne asked, nonplussed. "Those two demonic puppets have caught up to us. While you're protecting yourself, try and use your wind special ability to hamper the speed of the enemy, Xia Fan quickly told Cheyenne. Cheyenne turned very focused, able to feel a strong sense of danger. She nodded solemnly, adopting a fully defensive stance. Whoosh! 2 shadows came hurtling through the passageway in front of them. They were none other than the 2 demonic puppets, with their ashen skin that was rotted all over. Xia Fei charged forward, as well. In just a moment, Xia Fan and the 2 small puppets were locked in battle. A very intense sense of pride blossomed in his heart. He had witnessed just how brave and strong his ancestors from the Skywing clan had been, fighting by putting their lives on the line right till the end, not retreating an inch, even in death. He must not be a burden to his clan's name, either. The blood of the demon-sealing fiendish blade that flowed inside him had been energized, and Xia Fan could feel the power of his bloodline pushing him, and he grew more focused. Speed was king out of all martial arts, and only the brave were undefeated in all battles. Because there was no way to solve any problems by forever escaping, only the strongest offense became the best defense. The demonic puppets leapt into the air, opening up mouths filled with jagged teeth. They viciously bit Xia Fan's arm, but Xia Fan did not have any intention to avoid them. Instead, he welcomed them with fists of his own. Boom! Though the demonic puppets ended up biting Xia Fan's fists, his fists were even more ferocious than before. Despite his injury, he sent his punches right into the mouths of his enemies, shattering their mouths full of jagged teeth. The punches did not stop. He continued to direct them at his enemies' throats and heads. This is a treasure. In a room where a giant machine was in operation, the little night warrior's small and skinny frame crawled into the machine. He took out a delicately built metal ball and held it in his hand, unwilling to let go. Deacon did not understand. He asked curiously, "What is this thing?" "A mechanical core." The little night warrior wiped the ball clean and raised it up, saying to the deacon, "The trial area depends on this thing here to maintain everything in operation." "You wouldn't have guessed it, would you? A small mechanical core like this can actually contain so much power. Now that I've retrieved the mechanical core, the entire trial ground will very quickly be put out of commission. Anyway, a mechanical core is a type of precious radioactive metal. It is completely harmless to humans, but it can maximize the performance of a machine. Steel will rust, that is a rule of nature, but if a mechanical core is placed next to steel, even if 100,000 years pass, the steel would still be as new. Spaceships, after voyaging through space for years, might see their performance gradually decline, and metal fatigue is a thing as well. But if the ship has a mechanical core, even if said ship were to fly for tens of thousands of years, its performance would still be the same as when it was just made. This trial ground by Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon has been up for several tens of thousands years, yet it has suffered no damage whatsoever, and it is still in operation. Why? That is for no reason other than because it had this mechanical core. The deacon was surprised. "It's so amazing? Then this mechanical core must be worth a lot." "Worth? A mechanical core isn't an issue of money, but that no matter how much money you spend, you can't even buy one. This mechanical core is uniquely radioactive, and only the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon could create one. Furthermore, it has been 40,000 years since their secret disappeared. Any mechanical core is a much sought-after item in the Ashen Moon universe, so if you're thinking of selling it, making several dozen billions should be no problem." Deacon was elated. A small metal ball that could be sold for several dozen billion Union dollars? That was a true windfall. Even if he bought a new cruiser every few years, he would still not be able to spend it all. It was at that moment when Deacon suddenly froze, his gaze turning strange as he looked out into the distance. "What's the matter?" the skinny little night warrior asked him. "My girls have located Xia Fan, and the fight has already begun," Deacon said. "Isn't that good? What's with the worried expression on your face?" Deacon bit his lips and said in a serious tone, "It's because they've lost." That skinny little knight was startled. The demonic puppets of the notorious Bloodfather Deacon actually lost to Xia Fan? That was practically unbelievable. Still, that was not the worst part of it, because he and Deacon heard an electronic voice sound off from the huge machine that controlled the trial ground at the same time. "Attention! The mechanical core had been removed, self-destruct sequence initiated. The trial ground will self-destruct in 30 minutes. All staff members should leave immediately in an orderly manner. I repeat, all staff members should leave immediately." The 2 criminals got goosebumps. It turned out that the mechanical core was connected to a self-destruct system, and the moment it was removed, the trial ground would explode. That was when something rolled in from outside the room where the large machine was situated. They glanced over, and saw that it was the heads of the two demonic puppets. They were torn to pieces, falling apart even as they rolled in. One of the heads had even been caved in. Xia Fan and Xian entered, smiling at the two. They positioned themselves in such a way that they blocked the way for Deacon and the little night warrior. Such speed! After slaying the two puppets, Xia Fan had rushed right over here. Xia Fan's hands were bleeding, but his head was lifted up proudly, a sharp gaze. The aura he gave off seemed completely different from before. It was like he was a new person, turning from a teenager to a brave and fearless warrior. He had deleted the two demonic puppets, despite his injuries. In doing so, Xia Fan had basically chopped off Deacon's left and right arms. Without the aid of his two demonic puppets, Deacon had lost a good chunk of his combat strength. Xia Fan laughed, "You were close, Deacon. Had you fought me with your demonic puppets, the result would have been completely different. But it's too bad that you were too arrogant, and felt that these two things were enough to kill me." Deacon frowned. Though Xia Fan was bleeding from both his arms, he could very clearly tell that Xia Fan's muscles were fine, and his injuries were superficial, at best. Such tough muscles and bones. Just how did he get them? Deacon could not help but wonder to himself. Of course he had no idea that Xia Fan did not drink milk when he was a child, what he consumed were grade 9 energy crystals. That was why even though he was a Skywing, he was made of tougher stuff than his father or his grand ancestor. That was when Xian yelled out angrily, "You're already dead meat. Tell us, why did you all kill those innocent children and dismember their bodies so cruelly?" Little Knight first froze, but soon laughed loudly. A fierce glimmer shone from his two black eyes. "Oh, you mean those kids? Had. I killed them because they ought to die in the first place," that little night warrior said in a sinister tone. "You're a bunch of scum that deserve death." Xian's sense of justice was strong, and she reprimanded him vehemently. "Forget it." Xia Fan held Xian back. "It's useless to speak anymore. The place is about to self-destruct now. We'll leave them to die, and that will be revenge for the children." Xian was shocked, but proceeded to nod in agreement. "Let them be buried with the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon's trial ground, forever buried deep under the sea. That was also a fitting punishment." Xia Fan and Xian prepared to leave, when they heard the little night warrior yell, "Wait! Don't you wish to avenge those children? I'm giving you a chance right now. But remember, this is all on you." Struggling until the bitter end? With no demonic puppets, Xia Fan was not in the least bit afraid of Bloodfather Deacon. Promptly turning his head around, he glared at the pair threateningly. Xia Fan and Xian were completely stunned when they saw Bloodfather Deacon suddenly tear off his right arm sleeve. There was a huge wound on his exposed arm that ran from his wrist to his shoulder, stitched together with black thread. The deacon reached over and ripped the stitching on his arm out. The moment the wound opened up, organs fell out from the open wound, one after another. There were feet, all 4 limbs, a heart and a liver, and more. They were all children's organs. Speechlessness was not enough to describe how terrifying this scene was. Bloodfather Deacon had actually hidden the organs of those children inside his body. The horrid demon! To think he would actually do something like that! The little night warrior said frigidly, "Do you know why the deacon's nickname is the Bloodfather? It isn't because he uses little kids as his demonic puppets, but because the demonic puppet needs to first gestate inside the deacon's body. Back then, even I stayed in the deacon's body. The demon-type blood flowing inside his body is really delicious." The little night warrior happily licked his lips in remembrance. Chapter 1396, Xia Fan vs Bloodfather Deacon. "All of you better remember my name, Leija. I'm from a minority race that you humans despise, the Little Night race, because of our ugly looks and diminutive stature. In fact, Little Night people don't even have the right to become citizens of the Union. What I have hated most all my life are the Special Bureau investigators like yourself. We of the Little Night are viewed no differently from pigs and dogs in your eyes." Leija of the Little Night race was yelling, the expression on his face turning fiercer and fiercer. Indubitably, he had developed a rather antisocial personality due to the unjust treatment his race had received from humans, planting the fully blooming seed of hatred he had toward them. The deacon looked frightening, but he actually had no backbone. It was more or less certain that the orchestrator of everything that had gone on was none other than this small and perverted Leija. "Deacon! Kill them!" Leija finished venting and gave Bloodfather Deacon a command. By this point, that pile of children's organs had already exited the deacon's body and gathered into a complete humanoid form. It was bloody all over and covered in a disgustingly thick and viscous liquid that smelled horrible. The head of the demonic puppet was from none other than the deceased granddaughter of Zhang Chunwen, Zhang Xiaohan. Xia Fan had seen a portrait of her in the home of the Jiangs, a pretty little girl with thin little lips, big eyes and dainty little nose. But now the pitiful little girl had turned into a humanoid puppet, her hair all gone, and the sparkle in her eyes extinguished long ago. Her eyes were completely pitch black, and her skin had already turned green. Even the teeth in her mouth were gnarled and sharp. Ah! Blood Father Deacon let out a bellow and extended his arms wide. In that instant, the deacon transformed into his demonic state. His skin turned green, becoming as tough as aged tree bark. The hair all over his body also turned blood red, and his eyes went entirely black. In the next second, he charged towards Xia Fan and Cheyenne with his demonic puppet. It was on, right now. Xia Fan did not retreat, but bravely met his enemy head-on. The Skywing clan could lose everything, but the one thing they would not ever lose was the courage to fight. That was the unique temperament that everyone who was a part of the Skywing clan possessed. Cheyenne's combat strength was limited, but she nevertheless grit her teeth and persisted, opening up her arms and unleashing 2 blasts of wind. Whoosh! The wind behind Xia Fan's back increased the already shocking speed he possessed, while at the same time, Cheyenne's winds also blew hard against the deacon, reducing his speed. After experiencing a battle where they had both shared their fate of living or dying together, Cheyenne and Xia Fan had unknowingly formed a tacit understanding toward each other. Cheyenne's understanding of Xia Fan had also deepened, and she now knew just how she could aid him in battle. Cheyenne's wind special ability was viewed as rather unremarkable due to its low lethality. It was only when it reached an even higher level that it could be considered much of a threat. However, Cheyenne was more than capable of providing Xia Fan with some powerful assistance right now. His speed was blindingly fast. Though it was just a slight boost, when used in conjunction with Xia Fan's already shocking speed, the effect created was improved by magnitudes. The tens of meters in distance could be crossed instantly. Xia Fan reached Deacon and the newly formed demonic puppet in nanoseconds. The latter leapt, and was above the Deacon's head, forming a 2-pronged double assault. When they were less than 2 meters away, the Deacon brandished his arms while the demonic puppet flashed its claws. It was at that very moment that Xia Fan suddenly made an unbelievable action. He performed a very unconventional slide. Attempting to change angles at high speeds was already very difficult. Xia Fan's father was an expert at oblique acceleration, and was the famed lone wolf of the Skywing clan. His skill was even greater than that of his fellow clansmen. But Xia Fan had been consuming grade 9 energy crystals as he grew up, and so had a physique that was even stronger than his father's. His well-developed muscles and bones allowed him to change his stance, even when moving at high speeds. It was a unique talent that only Xia Fan possessed. The deacon's eyes widened. He realized, much to his surprise, that the moment when he thrust out his fists, Xia Fan had actually disappeared like a ghost. The young man leaned back slightly and lifted his legs lightly. Xia Fan was like a sharp sword that had darted through beneath him. His fist swift loudly, and the demonic puppet's aerial assault also missed. Meanwhile, Xia Fan had miraculously passed between the deacon's legs. It was such a small gap made at such a tricky angle. The deacon simply did not imagine that Xia Fan could actually move like that. Slipping right between someone's legs was hardly a prestigious move. There was no martial technique out there that would teach Xia Fan that, but there was no doubt it was very sinister. "Ah!" the deacon screamed as his hands clutched at his groin. But it was already too late. Xia Fan was quicker than he could react. Xia Fan's finger had brushed over his spatial ring and pulled out a scalpel. It was the largest scalpel from the set Dr. Grandpa had given him, used to chop bones. His scalpel slashed powerfully right through the deacon's left leg with a crunch of bone. After years of training, Xia Fan's left leg promptly kicked into the air. Meanwhile, the deacon instantly lost his balance as he collapsed to his left. Xia Fan succeeded in that attack, yet his speed did not decrease. He stretched out his elbow while in the air, and like a dragonfly dancing on water, just used a light tap. Whoosh! Originally, it looked like Xia Fan had lost his center of gravity and fallen on the ground, but the instant he used his elbow as a fulcrum, he managed to get back up again. But he had already woven past the deacon and the demonic puppet's 2-pronged assault, and was face to face with the little night warrior, Leija. "Motherfucker!" Xia Fan shouted out at Leija. There were no good men under the sky dome, and while the scoundrels normally wanted to teach Xia Fan to be a good person, they themselves were anything but. Many of them were rude and uncouth barbarians, so naturally Xia Fan had learned many such obscene words and phrases from them. Xia Fan chopped his left arm down with great force, slashing out his largest scalpel with thunderous momentum. Thum! A dull whistle sounded as the keen blade cut through air. Leja was absolutely stunned. The people of the Little Knight were smart, crafty, and vicious. Their perceptions were acute, and they could easily anticipate the angle and speed of their enemies' attacks. But in front of Xia Fan, none of his predictive skills were of any use, because Xia Fan was simply moving too fast. With Xian's wind ability boosting him, Xia Fan's speed had already broken through the astounding limit of 160 m/s. After sliding past the deacon legs and chopping off his left leg in the process, Xia Fan continued his charge toward Leja, his weapon still in hand and primed for a second slash. This series of movements occurred in the span of 0.07 seconds. That was about the time it took for a normal human being to blink. Facing such a high-speed attack, there was no way for Leja to anticipate it, even if he forced himself to. Why was it said that speed is king? This was the reason. The scalpel chopped yet again. Crunch! With a sharp edge and great momentum behind the attack, Xia Fan slashed at Leja's forehead, and pretty much made his ugly head blossom. The powerful physique nurtured from consumed energy crystals had given Xia Fan not only amazingly fast speed, but his strength was also astoundingly high, too. A single cut was all it took to chop Leja in two. Leja of the Little Knight race died almost instantly when he came face to face with Xia Fan. But still Xia Fan continued. Xia Fan's right leg drew out a semicircle on the ground, using his incomprehensible agility to instantly accomplish a complete turn of his body. Normally, a speedster would have to move in an arc to turn, as that was just common sense in physics. After all, an abrupt deceleration would be far too great for someone to withstand while moving at such high speeds. But Xia Fan was different. He did not need any arc or process of deceleration. Just by relying on his tough physique, he could complete an insane 180 degrees turn, just like that. Leja's body had been separated into two parts and was still flying through the air as Xia Fan completed his turn and went sprinting off again. At this moment, Blood Father Deacon had yet to regain his balance, while the demonic puppet was still in the air. This absolutely unreasonable style of attack was even more oppressive than his father's. No matter his position or angle, Xia Fan would go wherever he desired. The laws of physics did not seem to apply when it was Xia Fan. Devoting his strength to his legs, Xia Fan kicked off the ground, his entire person streaking out like a beam of light. Raising his scalpel once more, he targeted the deacon's back. His arm bulged as he used immense force, cutting with an upward slashing motion, dragged blade style. Crunch! A hard slash cut through the deacon's defenseless back. The sound of breaking bones echoed in the air, first coming from his vertebrae, and then from his ribs. Cutting people in two, the difference only being in where the two were targeted. Leja had his head split by Xia Fan, while Deacon was from his back. The parts of their bodies that had been liberated from the rest flew out into the air. Fresh blood spurted like a fountain, raining down wildly. The demonic puppet lost all power at the sudden death of its master. It broke apart in midair, splitting into several dozen pieces of different organs. Cheyenne's eyes were wide, and she felt like she had great difficulty breathing. She had never imagined that the fight would actually end so fast. 2 seconds had hardly passed, but his enemies were already all dead. The speed special ability sure was fearsome. Xia Fan picked up the mechanical core from Leja's body. He cleaned the traces of blood off of it and weighed it in his hands, smiling as he stored it away in his spatial ring. What was that thing? Cheyenne asked, curious. A mechanical core, Xia Fan said with a smile. Machinist Grandpa once told me about them. They are absolutely amazing. If he had a mechanical core, he would have been able to live forever. It's just too bad that I found this mechanical core a tad too late, and I can't save his life. Cheyenne pouted. A bumpkin who lived in an isolated mountain and had not seen a glimpse of the world beyond was actually even more knowledgeable than she was. As someone who had received an elite education, Cheyenne could not help but feel depressed. Glancing at the corpse lying on the ground, Cheyenne frowned. Do we need to take the body made from those children back? Xia Fan shook his head. They are already dead, so why add to the sadness their parents are already feeling? It would only burden them further to see what their children had been turned into. With that said, Xia Fan quickly dug a hole in a corner and proceeded to bury the corpse in it, giving them a simple grave. Standing on the grave, Xia Fan held his hands together and shut his eyes, muttering some strange words that Xian did not understand, but felt were some kind of words used in ancient sacrificial rituals. What was it you were just muttering? Xian asked after Xia Fan was done. The eternal life scriptures. It's what monk grandpa taught me. Though I don't believe his superstitions, I do feel that giving the deceased some well wishes and sending them off in peace won't hurt. Xia Fan smiled. Xian was speechless. Though Xia Fan was vicious when fighting, he was actually a very kind soul deep down. Every time he mentioned those grandparents of his, Xia Fan would always be smiling happily, a tinge of sadness and yearning in his clear eyes. Xia Fan was very respectful to the dead, and animals were fond of him. His beast control technique was not a special ability, but just a sort of skill, yet it was enough to create amazing effects. It was most likely due to Xia Fan's pure heart, as clear and pristine as a spring surrounded by nature. Xian pursed her lips and suggested, "We don't have much time left. We ought to think about how we're getting out of here." The corner of Xia Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. "No need to worry. We still have plenty of time. Why are you so confident, no matter what situation you're in? What are you going to do if we can't find an exit and get out in time?" Xian was so anxious that she felt like she was on fire. "Don't panic. There's a layout of the trial grounds right here, look." Xia Fan pointed at a wall for Xian. In a rather inconspicuous corner hung a brass blueprint, which was none other than the construction plans for this place. Xian's nerves had been wound up so tight the whole time that she had failed to notice it. She was clearly the investigator who had received specialized training, yet she had depended on Xia Fan's guidance the entire time. It was quite the blow to Xian's pride. "You're such a freak," Xian muttered, her face black with anger. Chapter 1397, The Cruel Truth. Camelback Island, the seashore. Xia Fan and Xian were sitting on the beach, completely soaking wet and enjoying the warm afternoon sun of the autumn day. After returning from the underground world that had no real sunlight back to the world of the living, the two felt as if they had just been granted a new lease on life after surviving a catastrophe. Xian glanced at the message she had received from the communicator on her wrist and let out a bitter chuckle. According to the Seismology Bureau, there was a 3.2 earthquake somewhere 70 kilometers deep under the sea. It was probably caused by the self-destruction of the trial ground. Xia Fei did not give her a reply. He pulled some things out from his spatial ring and placed them neatly on the ground. Among them was the key-shaped sapphire pendant called the Ocean Code. Xia Fan and Xian already knew that the Ocean Code was what the Ashen Dragon and Hidden Moon gave to prospective members of their squads. It was a key to enter the trial grounds, and they had only managed to escape the self-destruct sequence through the emergency passageway because they found the key on Leijia's body. Xia Fan softly said, "Can you bring me back to the Bar Association's filing office?" Xian was taken aback. "Haven't we already cracked the case? We already know who killed Zhang Ziohan, so why do we have to go to the Bar Association?" Xia Fan chuckled, turning his gaze toward the clear blue sky above. "I don't want to think too purely of humanity, but it's too bad, the truth can't be avoided. No matter what, I still want to clarify a speculation of mine. The Brenia Planetary Bar Association." After flashing their IDs, the director of the filing office, Wang Tianmin, received Xia Fan and Xian. Faced with Xia Fan's request, Wang Tianmin gave them a troubled look, but after Xian tapped her special bureau badge on the office table quite a few times, Wang Tianmin sighed helplessly and complied with Xia Fan's request. "Please wait for a moment. I'll head to the archives room." After Wang Tianmin acquiesced, he stood up and left the room. Xia Fan smiled. The words special bureau sure are very useful. Even something like lawyer-client confidentiality can be ignored. Director Wang is actually willing to show us the filing documents in private. Xian scoffed, "You'll slowly come to realize just how deep the authority of the special bureau runs. Honestly, you're quite the exception, having been able to become a trainee investigator without having any qualifications whatsoever. Of course, while our authority is seemingly limitless, you mustn't abuse it. These past few years, the Union have had issues with how much authority we wield and there has been quite a bit of grumbling." Xia Fei nodded. He had been wondering if it was more beneficial for him to use the authority of the Special Bureau to search for the Skywing token that would let him meet his kin. He was still just a trainee investigator right now, and did not truly hold any official authority. He was also quite uncomfortable having Xian help him investigate matters regarding the Skywing clan in his stead. This is Zhang Chunwen's will. According to the Bar Association's requirements, there is always a duplicate of the will set forth between a client and their lawyer, one to be placed in the custody of the lawyer, and the other deposited in the archives, for verification, Director Wang explained to them. Xia Fan nodded and picked up the file. He opened it up and retrieved the documents within, perusing it quickly. Hugh! Xia Fan suddenly let out a long sigh. He then shook his head helplessly, and muttered to himself, "Sure enough, that's how it is." Xian was curious, hurriedly asking him, "Sure enough what? What exactly did you discover?" Xia Fan did not reply. He returned the file to Wang Tianmin and smiled, "Thank you, Director Wang, for your help. This is her personal card. If you ever need any help in the future, please do not hesitate to contact us." Wang Tianmin was delighted. He clutched Xian's card like he had just received a precious treasure, repeatedly bowing and giving them his thanks. Leaving the Bar Association, Xian sniffed in dissatisfaction, "Why did you give my name card to him? My private number was printed on it." Xia Fan shrugged. Fisherman Grandpa once said that the most important aspect of the beast control technique is in ensuring mutual benefits. Little animals help you, so you must give them benefits in turn. I treat humans in a similar fashion. The crux of the beast control technique isn't controlling animals, but in granting mutual benefits, opening your heart to one another. Don't worry. Director Wang is just a commoner, and the chance that he could encounter any trouble for the rest of his entire life that would require the help of the Special Bureau is minuscule at best. Even if he runs into some minor trouble, he would not dare bother you with it. That thin personal card of yours has earned you long-term trust and respect from the other, so it's a very worthwhile transaction. Did you not see just how moved Director Wang was when he accepted your personal card? Xian froze. You actually adopted the same line of thinking toward Wang Tianmin as what you would toward little animals. Xia Fan nodded. Different species they may be, but the logic remains true nevertheless. Freak! Xian rolled her eyes at Xia Fan. Before heading to Jiang's villa, Xia Fan had Xian make a few calls beforehand. By the time their hovercar landed at their compound, Xia Fan spotted 2 police hovercars parked there as well, and the local police's major crime squad had already arrived. When Zhang Chunwen learned that the case had been cracked, he was so excited that he had caretaker Feng to push him into the yard. The moment he saw Xia Fan and Xian arrive, he was so thrilled that he practically got up from his hover chair. Everyone sat down in the Zhang living room. Zhang Chunwen was asking impatiently for details, but Xia Fan merely shook his head slightly, addressing the 2 policemen in windbreakers seated beside him. Restrain caretaker Feng and his wife. The police were stunned, while Zhang Chunwen was flabbergasted. The color abruptly drained from the faces of the Feng couple. The police were still uncertain, but they moved to hold down the couple, who were already elderly individuals past their 70s. They were kindly and seemingly harmless, in no way the sort that would require any excessive effort. The policeman merely made a show of it, and held them down by their shoulders. What are you doing? Zhang Chunwen asked in a panic. Old Feng has been with me my entire life. Even the temperature of my bath water has not been off by a degree, and there's no way he would be the one behind Ziohan's incident. Xia Fan chuckled, I didn't say he killed Zhang Ziohan. However, there is something that I could not make sense of from the start till now. Feng Mao, you and your wife live on the first floor, in a room right next to the kitchen. You said that there was a storm the night of the incident, with lightning flashing and thunder crashing, which was why you didn't hear a sound coming from the basement, right? Feng Mao nodded vigorously. Then you're lying. Xia Fan said to the policeman, send 2 men, one to speak in the basement, while the other goes and lies on Feng Mao's bed. There's a water pipe that runs beside his bed. Try and see if you can hear anything from the basement through that. In no time at all, the police returned, shocked looks on their faces. I can't hear any sounds from the basement when I stand in the room, but if I were to lie down, with my ears near that water pipe, I could hear someone speaking in the basement, though it is rather soft, the policeman reported to those in the living room. Xia Fan continued, that was something that I simply couldn't make sense of. The killer possessed great strength, and so there was no way no one would hear what they were doing. However, with so many children all gathered together, they were bound to make plenty of noise given how energetic and exuberant they were. Could no one have heard of the din they made? That pipe that connects from Feng Mao and his wife's room to the basement happens to be near the left side of the bed. From what I know, that is the spot where Feng Mao's wife habitually sleeps. She is sure to have heard the commotion the kids were making from the basement, maybe even complaining to her husband about the young masters being too noisy, and that they were preventing her from getting any rest. When the noise suddenly stopped at midnight, Feng Mao's wife grew somewhat worried, and sent him to go down and check. Finally, when Feng Mao finally went down, he saw an absolutely gruesome scene through the gap of the door. Don't tell me that there's no light in the basement. In fact, there is a bay window in the basement, and according to the weather records, the intensity of the storm was so great in the area that there were 7,539 bolts of lightning recorded, lasting through the entire night. Every time lightning flashed the sky, there would be a temporary flash lighting up the basement. Through that weak light, Feng Mao could very well see the traces of blood on the ground, and even the killer's butcher knife. When Xia Fan rattled off his speculations, everyone was left dumbfounded. Xian also had no doubt that when the killers were doing the deed, there was no way they would make even a hint of sound. They were special ability users, and were all experienced killers. But everyone, including the police investigating the case, had all been too preoccupied with the sounds the killers made, and had forgotten about the fact that when so many children were gathered, they were bound to make a din. The reason why they shut the door to the basement was just so that they could have as much fun as possible without bothering the adults. Were children not all like that everywhere? But since there was a way for them to hear the noise the children were making, and then the noise suddenly came to a halt, how could anyone not get suspicious? Though Xia Fan had cut into this murder case, a rather strange angle, Xia Fan's speculation as to what had happened left everyone impressed. Xia Fan could tell that sweat was already beading out profusely from the foreheads of the old couple, who appeared exceptionally anxious. This was normal, given that they were just regular citizens who had not received any specialized training. Feng Mao did not commit any major mistake, but over the past 4 years, his conscience had been eating at him, accumulating a growing pressure. Now that the truth had been found out, the hearts of the Fengs naturally collapsed. After a pause, Xia Fan said, "We went to the Bar Association and checked. According to Mr. Zhang Chunwen's will, his granddaughter Zhang Ziohan would be the only inheritor. In this sense, Mr. Zhang is far too harsh, not even leaving any assets to the old caretaker who has been taking care of you your entire life." With that, Xia Fan lifted his head to look at Zhang Chunwen, and saw a sad expression on his face, rubbing his hands in chagrin. Xia Fan continued, "It is just as you said yourself, Feng Mao and his wife have been here since their 20s, and have been taking care of you for your whole life. Even their 3 children were born here in this villa, across the span of nearly 50 years. I wonder how much salary you pay the couple every month." Zhang Chunwen lowered his head and replied with the barest of whispers, $1,800 every month. Everyone frowned. That came up to be 900 per person, which was the minimum wage dictated by union law. Who would have guessed that a billionaire like Zhang Chunwen would actually pay his old servants such a low salary? Perhaps it was because he felt everyone gaze on him, that Zhang Chunwen feebly added, "But they get to live on my property for free." Humph! Xia Fan chuckled coldly and commented heartlessly, "With the merchant's personality, all you see is profits. They have taken care of you your entire life, yet they live in a small and narrow cubicle next to the kitchen, paid with the lowest possible wages in the union, and yet you'd actually have the face to mention that you let them eat and live for free on your property? Why not ask anyone out there in the world if there's any servant who does this sort of work, starting at the crack of dawn until late at night, who would not also have their food and lodging covered? From what I understand, the Feng couple have 3 children of their own, and 11 grandchildren. All of them live in poverty. While Feng Mao and his wife see it, they are helpless to aid their descendants in any way. All they could hope is that because they've taken care of you your whole life, you'd actually leave them a portion of your inheritance. Unfortunately, you gave a large portion of your assets to your granddaughter, who was barely the age of 7, not leaving even a cent to them. When you signed the will with your lawyer, Feng Mao was witness to it too. This is something I've confirmed with your lawyer. Feng Mao accompanied you and him for the entire session, serving tea and refreshments, and so he was well aware of the details of the will. He was disheartened, but given how old the pair are, there was no way they could leave you, or leave this villa out in the wilderness. In fact, they might even have a problem feeding themselves. That is why they have no choice but to remain behind, leading lives without any hope. Which was why, on that night, when Feng Mao suddenly realized there was no sound coming from the basement, and saw the blood on the floor, he chose not to call the police. That is because he knew that the moment Feng Ziohan died, he might be able to inherit your huge estate. Even if he cannot have it all, he could at least get a decent share of it. Xia Fan turned toward the couple at this point, his gaze sharp like daggers as he stared right into their eyes. Greed blinded your conscience, and while Feng Chunwen has been unkindly toward the two of you, that was his fault, and the 7-year-old Zhang Ziohan was innocent. For the sake of wealth, the two of you let this tragedy happen, giving false statements to the police, leading the case to grow cold. The young Zhang Ziohan died without her body intact, and while what happened to you two is pitiful, what you did in return is also very detestable. Xia Fan's callous words caused Feng Mao's wife to break down completely. She was wailing loudly as she knelt down on the ground, tearing at her hair in anguish, like she had gone insane. Take her away. Xia Fan waved his hand dismissively. The policeman dragged Feng Mao's wife away, leaving the room with an oppressive atmosphere. No one would have guessed how cruel the truth of this case would turn out. The life in Zhang Chunwen's eyes gradually dimmed, looking like a zombie who had collapsed in his hover chair. Cheyenne's look of shock was still there. She asked in consternation, just when did you begin to suspect that there was something off with Feng Mao and his wife? Xia Fan sighed, the first time we came, Zhang Chunwen was disheartened, while Feng Mao and his wife were spirited. They had kept the villa clean this entire time, while the courtyard outside was filled with withered leaves, creating a great disparity. The reason was precisely because they knew that the villa would be theirs soon. The courtyard appeared unkempt solely for appearance's sake. People would suspect something if they cleaned it up too much. When I made this observation, I still refused to believe it. After all, I grew up in isolation from the world, and my grandparents always warned me that the world beyond is treacherous, but I always had my doubts. It was only after I saw the three men did I realize that humans could be so distastefully terrible to such a degree. On our return, I began to face the observation I made frankly, and my grandparents were proven right. There's truly far too much inexorable cruelty in this world. Cheyenne was rendered speechless by his statement. She was quite acquainted with what Xia Fan had been through. It turned out that he had long since noticed this dissonance, and had only been unwilling to consider this most malicious possibility out of the kindness of his heart. The experience in the trial ground had changed Xia Fan. It seemed like he had matured overnight. Of course, this could also be because he had inadvertently learned about his familial clan. The Skywings were no doubt bold and brave, and Xia Fan hoped that he would be able to face everything with the same boldness and bravery. Nodding, Xia Fan turned to the expressionless Feng Mao and said to the policeman there, have him brought away, as well. You shouldn't have any problems finding the truth if you follow the breadcrumbs. However, I do hope that you'll treat them leniently. In truth, he could have had Zhang Chunwen killed at any time, and that way he could have gained the wealth that he sought more quickly. But, he didn't do such a thing, choosing to continue to care for Zhang Chunwen, slowly waiting for him to die of old age. The policeman nodded, thanking Xia Fan profusely before leaving. After all, he had helped solve the cold case, which had raised a huge rock from their chests. Getting up, Xia Fan made his way to Zhang Chunwen's side and handed him the pendant, ocean code, as well as Cheyenne's bank account number. What's mine should be mine, not a cent less, not a cent more. Please make the 10 million transfer as soon as possible. Zhang Chunwen was startled, but slowly nodded faintly. Xia Fan's gaze and voice were filled with indifference. Though he sympathized with Zhang Ziohan and the innocent children, he did not have any warm feelings for Zhang Chunwen. Cheyenne and Xia Fan left the villa together, departing in their hovercar. The sky was clear and bright, with the autumn sun hanging over them. Behind him the sound of heart-rending sobs from Zhang Chunwen rose from inside the villa. A large and lonely manor, a cold courtyard. Everywhere was devoid of life. Chapter 1398, A Military Situation. There was a specialized training center down on the subterranean 7th floor of the Special Bureau. With Xia Fan included, the Bureau had a total of 6 special ability users, but there were only 5 people using the training center. For some unknown reason, Chief Jerry, nicknamed Candy Dad, had never once done any training. He was a big fan of high-calorie sweets, and his body reflected that. He was not even 1.7 meters tall, yet he weighed well over 300 kilograms. He was like a mountain of meat and fat when he walked, completely not looking the part of an elite special ability user. After completing his training regimen in the center, the curious Xia Fan posed a question to Cheyenne. After hearing his question, the woman could not help but laugh. Aren't you pretty smart? To think you'd be stumped over such an issue. If Dad wasn't capable, how could he become the chief? The special bureau isn't a place that would keep anyone who contributes nothing. Everyone in the bureau affectionately referred to Chief Jerry as Dad. The rotund elderly man had a very kind personality. Every day, he would be holding onto a bag of snacks, walking about the bureau. Other people would shake someone's hand the moment they met, but Jerry would first hand over some sweets without a word, almost like he was afraid that the people of his branch would end up hungry. Xia Fei shrugged, using a towel to wipe his sweat as he said, I studied some medicine, and the state of Dad's body is clearly problematic. His organs are surely clogged up with fat. Just looking at him panting from just going up the stairs, I worry that excess fat has already begun to press against his heart, and might lead to him having problems keeping his brain properly oxygenated. Cheyenne waved her hand dismissively. You don't understand. Dad hasn't even reached his peak state yet. He's someone who is more powerful the fatter he gets. I remember when I first arrived in the bureau, and Dad weighed close to 500 kilograms. Right now he still needs to work hard in order to get back to that weight. Xia Fei stuck his tongue out. He simply could not imagine that someone who was not even 1.7 meters tall could actually reach a weight of 500 kilograms. Was that not far too ridiculous? Meanwhile, Dad never exercised or trained himself. His entire body was just fat, which was extremely unhealthy. Cheyenne took 2 bottles of electrolyte water from the fridge, handing one over to Xia Fei. The secret bureau had very good benefits for its members, and the drinks and energy bars that replenished energy were all free for their employees. You're such a freak, that mind of yours not once taking a break from morning till night, always mulling over some problem. Aren't you tired? Dad likes you a lot right now. It's only been 3 months since you joined the bureau, yet you've already cracked 16 cold cases that had accumulated over the years, maintaining a 100% case resolution rate. Adding on your unique identity, forget the Brenia branch, you've even made quite a name for yourself with the headquarters, Cheyenne said as she gulped down her bottle of water. Xia Fei's work had really been doing well lately. By relying on his amazing scent special ability, as well as the myriad of strange skills and techniques that the scoundrels had imparted to him, Xia Fei managed to repeatedly crack plenty of cases that had been gathering dust, earning himself some prestige and a large amount of reward money. The one happiest with this was Rodun. The butler that Ratenkai had left for Xia Fei was in charge of making sure Xia Fei's daily living was as exquisite as possible. Though he was quite expensive, Xia Fei was experiencing a visibly improved quality of living, courtesy of the butler. Cheyenne would enjoy a sumptuous meal every day at Xia Fei's, claiming that if there ever came a day when she could not eat Rodun's food, she would have no idea how she would carry on living. Rodun really liked Cheyenne, as well. Whenever she came over, he would always conjure up unimaginable delicacies, causing Cheyenne to recently gain some weight. Now she was working even harder training every day, also she could eat even more of the food Rodun had prepared, revealing her nature of being a foodie. Xia Fei laughed, they are just some local cases, nothing worth celebrating over. The duty of the Special Bureau is to apprehend special ability criminals. I'm merely helping the local police a little bit right now, when what I really wish to do is some real work. Cheyenne suddenly became stern as she said to Xia Fei, I would advise you to refrain from thinking like that. It is best if the Special Bureau has no work, because whenever the Special Bureau is mobilized for anything, it will always be a major case. Just as Cheyenne finished saying that, the wrist communicators for both Xia Fei and her suddenly rang at the same time. She glanced down at the display before wrinkling her forehead and said reproachfully, you and your big mouth, speak of the devil. We've got a red mobilization. I'm afraid we've encountered some major trouble. The hovercar landed on a villa by the beach in a whirlwind of air. The local police had already set up a police cordon. Xia Fei counted between 70 and 80 police cars squeezed into the area, and there were even police boats patrolling the coast, which showed just how important they viewed this case. Getting out of the car, Xia Fei looked around and noticed that the villa was only about 30 meters away from a beautiful and white sandy beach with a picturesque view. There was a lone door to the backyard where someone would be able to walk directly to the beach. The villa was 3 floors, covering an area of 1,500 square meters. Marble was used everywhere in its construction, which must have cost an astronomical amount. Indubitably, the person who could live in a place like this was not only rich, but also led a very leisurely life. Union Special Bureau. Send the one in charge over. Cheyenne flashed her badge, promptly. The local police tensed up, flashing smiles toward Cheyenne and Xia Fei as they acted humbly in front of the pair. The police quickly found the local sheriff, who was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He hurried on over the moment he got word of the investigators' arrival. What's the situation? Xian asked immediately. Her attitude was slightly condescending, but given that the Special Bureau was the organization that wielded the greatest authority in the Union, it was completely expected for her to act like that. According to the registry, this place belongs to a retired special ability user named Wu Ji. He and his wife, as well as two granddaughters and one grandson, lived here. They were all found dead in the living room, the police sheriff reported as he wiped sweat from his head. The expression on his face was anxious, which Xia Fan deduced was not because he had run all the way here, but more the scene of the crime had been particularly gruesome, resulting in him being so unsettled. Why are there children here? Xian asked, her brow furrowed. It seemed she was more concerned over the children's deaths. Wu Ji's children work in the military, and are usually very busy, which was why they sent their children over to the elderly couple to take care of them. They would come here every half a year during the long holidays. Wu Ji was also someone who had worked for the military before his retirement. This is information we learned from the maid that the family hired, who was also the one who discovered their bodies, the sheriff answered. Military. The furrows on Xian's brow deepened further as she said to Xia Fan, in the Union, any problem involving the military will get very troublesome. Xia Fan nodded with understanding. After all, military affairs were completely different from civilian matters. It was very likely that the moment the military learned that an ex-employee of theirs had been killed, they would intervene as soon as possible, bringing a lot of pressure to the work that the Special Bureau would attempt to undertake. Xian said loudly, continue to keep the scene of crime on lockdown. Send your men to conduct door-to-door interviews with those living around, try and find if there's any eyewitness clues. From here on out, the Special Bureau will be taking the lead on this case. The sallow-faced sheriff nodded repeatedly, we've already begun knocking on doors, interviewing the residents around, and the visitors of the beach. Everything is underway. However, before the two of you arrived, some people from the military had already taken over the scene, and sent our men away from inside. So soon? Xian was stunned. Which department are they from? Are they the Military Intelligence Bureau, or the Military Administration Bureau? The sheriff shrank his neck back and said helplessly, that I do not know. They just flashed their identification and everyone had no choice but to obediently evacuate from the place. Xian sighed, forget it. Continue with your business. The sheriff nodded and turned to leave, instructing his men to begin a large-scale inspection. Xian and Xia Fan made their way straight to the door to the villa and knocked. Inside, a gruff voice responded, who is it? Didn't I ask you lot to withdraw as far away from this place as possible? Xian chuckled coldly and flashed her identification card. Union Special Bureau. After some time, the door was reluctantly opened. Xia Fan saw a tall and powerfully built man dressed in black, with a top heavy build and straight back. Anyone could tell at a glance that he was a military man. There was a visible protrusion on his waist, most likely the sidearm he carried. Before he could even speak, Xian immediately barged into the villa before the man guarding the door could stop her. Entering the living room, Xia Fan could immediately tell that something was off. There were ceiling-to-floor glass doors at both sides of the living room, but at present, the curtains were all drawn and only a dim light was visible. Even if the military needed to investigate the scene, they would need more light in the place in order to be more thorough with their examination, so why did they have all the curtains drawn? Or was that done by the culprit? Was the military just maintaining the scene of the crime, which was why the curtains were untouched? Xia Fan sniffed, and his expression changed slightly. Xia Fan could smell the faint odor of disinfectant, not like the household disinfectant that Rodin used for cleaning purposes. This was a far more specialized disinfectant that was far stronger, strong enough that Xia Fan's scent special ability could no longer catch a whiff of anything. In addition to the corpses in the room, there were 4 other military men similarly dressed in black. Xia Fan could see a huge black leather briefcase was set aside in the corner of the room, the insignia of the Military Intelligence Bureau imprinted on it. The scent of the disinfectant also happened to come from that direction. It turned out that the military were not trying to protect the scene of crime, but to ruin it. At the same time, Xia Fan could smell a different odor permeating every corner of the room. The difference was that the scent had been masked by the disinfectant, so it took some time for Xia Fan to discover the second smell. It was benzene. This was something that was harmless to humans, but absolutely lethal to mice and insects. Xia Fan dared to wager that there would not be a single mouse or insect alive within these 4 walls right now. As such, the beast control technique and olfactory senses that Xia Fan was so proud of would be of no use here. Could they have done this on purpose? The thought appeared very quickly in Xia Fan's mind. A military man with triangular eyes suddenly nodded, and his men pulled the curtains open. Bright light flooded the room, so Xian and Xia Fan could clearly see the corpses lying on the carpet in the center of the living room. There were 5 bodies, each of them with their backs facing up and their faces on the carpet. The carpet was dyed red from the amount of fresh blood it had absorbed. From where the blood had flowed, Xia Fan could tell that the wound had originated from their necks. It was around this time that Xian spotted that case in the corner, and frowned as she asked that man with triangular eyes, "Are you all from the Military Intelligence Bureau?" "That's right," he replied. The full name of the Military Intelligence Bureau was the Union Military Intelligence Management Bureau. It was an intelligence organization within the military, with very high clearance and authority. Xian lifted her eyebrow, "So you mean to say that you are the ones taking over this case?" That man with triangular eyes chuckled, "Every case that involves special ability criminals belongs to the Special Bureau. Besides, while Wu Ji was once part of the military, he has already retired. That is why of course the Special Bureau will be taking the case. It is just that because this involved ex-military personnel, and we had the right to know, which was why we've come over to aid with the investigation." Xian rolled her eyes, "It's good that you know." Xian turned to Xia Fan, "Don't just stand around. Go and investigate the crime scene immediately, and tell me what you've discovered." Xian had absolute confidence with Xia Fan and his 100% case closure rate. She believed that as long as Xia Fan was here, there was no such thing as a case that could not be solved. That was why her tone was filled with confidence, though it was too bad that she had no idea that Xia Fan's 2 greatest tools had already been sabotaged. Xia Fan frowned and was about to inspect the corpses when the gaze of that man with triangular eyes dimmed. "I think it's best if you wait a bit." "Wait for?" "Though this scene is under the jurisdiction of the Special Bureau, you're not the only ones from there. Xiao Wang, go get that man down here." There was a hint of mockery in his words, and Xian immediately glared at him. Receiving his orders, one of the military personnel went up the 2nd floor, and in no time at all, the footsteps of 2 people were heard making their way down the stairs. Soon, the military man returned with a stranger. Pinned on the chest of this stranger was also the badge of the Special Bureau. Chapter 1399, Senior Investigator. "This here is the senior investigator from the Special Bureau's headquarters," Farron Liang, the military officer with the triangular eyes, introduced him. "My name is Huang Rong, a special commissioner of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Me and old Liang here have already decided to conduct this investigation together. Please inform Dad that there's no need for you two to take part at this time." "A senior investigator from the Special Bureau's headquarters?" Xia Fan gave Farron Liang a once-over. He was a middle-aged man with a broad mouth. Though it was still daytime, he was wearing a pair of wide sunglasses, and his hair was neatly combed, with not a strand out of place. "This is Brinia, and every special ability criminal case that happens on Brinia is within our branch's jurisdiction." Xian protested. "Humph," Farron Liang snorted, the expression on his face somber. He stared at Xian's chest and remarked coldly, "The 2 of you are just a junior investigator and a trainee investigator, neither of you have the qualifications to speak to me. Scram! Get Jerry out here if you wish to discuss this." What an arrogant attitude! Xia Fan could see that Xian felt humiliated, her fair neck flushing red as her breathing became labored. It was at that moment that Xia Fan heard the voice of Candy Dad Jerry, asking my men to scram? "I think you're the one who ought to fuck off." Xia Fan was shocked, as this was the first time he had heard Jerry swear. Turning around, he saw as Jerry was squarely in the center of the entry hall, his rotund body taking up the entire corridor. Behind him were Rock Chin Zimo, Prince Ge Chen Chen, and Man in Black Dun. Every investigator from the Brinia branch had already been assembled. Starting with Candy Dad Jerry, everyone had their own nickname, except for Xia Fan. Because he was still a trainee, he was only considered half an investigator, so he had not received his nickname yet. Farron Liang stared at Dad, and before he even spoke, Jerry changed his previously ambivalent tone and aggressively hissed, "Farron Liang, senior investigator of the 7th Division from the headquarters. You were still a child the last time we met. Who would have thought that so many years would have passed since then? If I remember this correctly, you ought to be 40 this year, right?" It turned out that Dad also knew how to wield his seniority. Xia Fan found that quite amusing. He could see Farron Lang wrinkle his brow and unwillingly correct him. I turned 43 this year. Dad chuckled and asked him, how is your rascal of a division head, Zhang Weiwen, doing? Xia Fan could feel his heart shudder. Dad actually called the division head of the 7th Division from the headquarters a rascal? That was some impressive bravado. Farn Liang answered, Division head Zhang has already been transferred to become the chief of the classified bureau. Oh, then what about old Cai, who was originally the classified bureau's chief? Dad asked. The elder is now in the headquarters law enforcement committee, Farron Liang answered hesitantly. Jerry laughed, law enforcement committee you say? He must have succeeded Liao Qingshan. When I was still in the headquarters, old Liao was already in a bad shape, barely hanging on the entire time. It must have been really hard on him. It's good that he's retired now, giving him time to enjoy happiness with his daughter. I remember when her daughter Liao Qingqing was first born, I had even hugged her, and the cheeky little girl pissed in my arms. Xia Fan was completely speechless. The daughter of someone on the law enforcement committee in the headquarters had pissed while in Jerry's arm before? It was almost as if he knew everyone in the headquarters. Just what was the history of this fat and chubby old man? Farron Liang pursed his lips, Dad, please don't use your seniority to oppress me. The past is no longer the present, and as a senior investigator of the bureau, I have the qualifications to take over the operations of a local bureau. Of course, I can't help it if you wish to snitch on this to the headquarters. Ha ha ha. Dad laughed out loud, as he pulled out a bag of hazelnut chocolate and distributed some to everyone. Seeing how large his bosom was, there was no doubt plenty of delicious snacks hidden in his pockets. Why would I? Dad peeled the wrapper off a chocolate and popped it into his mouth, relishing it as he said, snitching isn't my style. But I do feel that this case isn't unremarkable, and ought to be handed off to someone who could better crack the case. Farron Liang did not accept the chocolate Dad offered him. Excitement was clearly in his eyes when he said, Dad, are you serious? Have you forgotten that I'm a senior investigator from the headquarters? I'm positive, Dad nodded. Tell us what you deduced. Farron Liang nodded and his expression turned stern and serious. He squatted down and carefully examined the victims' bodies, stroking his chin from time to time as he lost himself in deep thought. Xian brought Xia Fan to a corner of the living room and said, while Dad and that Liang person have it out, there's nothing for us to do, so let's just watch the show. The baffled Xia Fan asked, Dad has an amazing background, hey? Yeah. Xian answered happily. I heard that Dad was a gold-rated investigator when he was with the headquarters in the past. Something happened later that caused him to be sent over to Brinia. That Liang person dares to act pretentiously in front of Dad, so he'll now be teaching him how to properly be a man in a matter of minutes. Prince Ji Chen interjected, Dad isn't the sort that enjoys pulling rank, either, and is more than happy to show obeisance if he can get away with it. However, Dad is someone that cherishes his wards the most. When that Liang person mocked you too, Dad heard it, and that is a great taboo for him. He is fine if others ill-treat him, but he will not stand it if others bully his men, and that means all of us. Xia Fan felt touched hearing this. Jerry's style was quite similar to the scoundrels that Xia Fan had grown up with. They too would protect Xia Fan to the best of their abilities, even until the end when they exchanged his freedom with their lives. After about a dozen or so minutes passed, Farron Liang finally got up and laid out his plausible speculation, obviously, this is a premeditated robbery-cum-murder case. According to the stiffness of the body, I judge that the time the crime occurred is between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. last night. There's no signs of damage in the entire villa, which means that the culprit must have first gained the confidence of Wu Ji and his family, and upon entering the room, suddenly committed the murder. At that moment, Wu Ji and his wife were accompanying their 3 grandchildren watching television, which is why their bodies are gathered here in the living room. The safe on the 2nd floor in Wu Ji's study has been busted open, and the belongings inside are all missing. This clearly shows that the culprit could very well be someone the family is acquainted with, as they knew the location of the safe and the daily routines of the family. It's apparent that the scene of the crime had been professionally cleaned, and there's no remnants that would serve as clues to shed light on more details. Adding to the fact that Wu Ji was once a special ability user, I dare posit that there should at least be 2 culprits to this crime, wielding star domain rank combat strength. Farron Liang gave his deduction from a professional point of view, judging this to have been a robbery and murder case. Living up to the title of a senior investigator from the headquarters, Farron Liang's deduction was reasonable, with a clear line of thinking. He concluded it thusly, according to what we can gather from the scene of the crime, the murderer should be 2 or 3 stealth special ability users, unregistered. However, as long as we conduct a residential survey within a 30-kilometer radius from the site of the murder, we ought to be able to locate the suspects. Focus on the local property companies, electric and utilities company, police and other such jobs that could easily gain the victim's trust. Clap 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 clap. Huang Rong from the military applauded loudly. When a senior investigator turns up, they sure demonstrate just how extraordinary they are. I do believe we'll be able to locate the culprit if we follow this line of thinking. What are your thoughts, Dad? Candy Dad Jerry had a half smile on his face and turned his gaze to Xia Fan. Xia Fan, do you have a different take on the matter? Xia Fan was startled. He had not expected Jerry to just toss the hot potato to his corner. He had been led to believe that it was Jerry who was about to personally take on this case. The face of Farron Liang turned green as he said through gritted teeth, "What do you mean by this, Dad? He's just a trainee investigator who isn't even wet behind his ears yet." Jerry thought nothing of his protests. "How do you know without giving it a shot? When I first met you 20 years ago, you weren't anywhere better than Xia Fan now, either." "It's fine, Xia Fan. Boldly tell us what your thoughts are." Xia Fan had no choice. Giving a slight nod, he smiled at the seething Farron Liang and met his angry glare. "I think this isn't a robbery and murder. It was an execution." Execution. The word Xia Fan used was very specific, and everyone was stunned after hearing it. Jerry stroked his fat chin and gestured kindly, "Go on." Xia Fan made his way to the center of the living room. He stood in front of the 5 corpses and pointed below with one hand. "Have none of you realized that the method of death Wu Ji's entire family experienced is very strange? Their heads are all pointed to the center of the living room, and their faces are all planted on the floor, with slit throats. It is my belief that after the murderer entered the villa, they restrained all the Vichitims in the living room and made them kneel down in a circle, before using a knife or something sharp to slit their throats. Such an execution style of killing the victims demonstrates just how deep-seated the hatred the killer had. From the wounds on their necks, you can tell that the cuts were all done with the left hand, because the right side of the gash is clearly deeper. Meanwhile, for all 5 of the victims to sport the same left-hand slit of their throats means that there wasn't a group of killers, but just one. After all, the chances of there to be many killers all being left-handed is far too low." "What nonsense!" Farron Liang could not contain his outrage. "Wu Ji is a retired military man, a special ability user. If there was just a single killer, why didn't he put up a fight?" Xia Fan chuckled. "Perhaps Wu Ji knows the killer, and when he or she came knocking on their front door and appeared inside his home, he already knew that he was going to die, and so did not put up any resistance whatsoever." "Ridiculous!" Farron Liang glared at Jerry. "Is this your underling? We of the Special Bureau rely on the strength of our evidence, not whimsical conjectures." Jerry was unmoved, but asked Xia Fan, "He's right. You need proof." Xia Fan nodded, "I'll try." With that, Xia Fan walked over to the floor-to-ceiling glass door and donned a pair of gloves. He proceeded to push open the door and rolled up his tongue, as if he was going to whistle, but the sound he made was something no one present could hear. In no time at all, a few orioles came chirping up and landed beside him. These orioles were not in the least bit afraid of Xia Fan, perching on his arm and shoulder, before finally moving to Xia Fan's palm, to eat the bits and pieces of chocolate. "Is that a beast control technique?" Farron Liang was stunned. He was looking at Xia Fan with completely different eyes right now. They no longer had contempt, but great shock. After all, Xia Fan was quite young. It was rare to even find anyone actually able to grasp a high-level beast control technique and be able to control the little animals around them at his whim. Normally, even if someone was proficient with the technique, they ought to be some elderly man who was advanced in his years. Huang Rong squinted and also re-examined Xia Fan. Turning around, Xia Fan said helplessly, "Originally, the mouse living beneath the sewer under the kitchen was an even better choice, but it's a pity that someone used some powerful insecticide containing benzene that sent all the mice scurrying away. Fortunately, these little guys were staying nearby, and they told me that only one person visited last night." "Humph!" Farron Liang said morosely, "Even if you have a beast control technique and could obtain information from the animals, you still can't explain the safe on the 2nd floor being robbed as a retired special ability user. The wealth that Wu Ji owns is sure to be far greater than that of the average citizen. This isn't a revenge kill, but a premeditated robbery turned murder." "Achoo!" Xia Fan sniffed the air and sneezed suddenly, scaring the orioles away. Powerless, Xia Fan had no choice but to toss the chocolate out onto the grassy lawn in the courtyard and return to Jerry's side, whispering a few words into his ears. "Are you sure?" Dad was startled, the fat on his chin trembling. "About 50%. After all, the smell of disinfectant in this room has severely inhibited me, which is why I need you to make the final decision," Xia Fan shrugged. Dad nodded his head slightly, studying Xia Fan, who maintained his smile. Jerry first looked at Farron Liang, and then turned to Huang Rong, before finally resting his gaze in the corner of the room on that black briefcase with the Military Intelligence Bureau's insignia. Lifting his head, Candy Dad Jerry raised his voice and spoke in an imposing manner, "Right now, I suspect that the items stolen from the second-floor safe are in that black briefcase. Please open it and show us its contents." Chapter 1400, An Intense Battle. The mysterious black briefcase from the Military Intelligence Bureau had turned into the focal point of the case. Candy Dad Jerry asked Huang Rong to open up the briefcase to be searched, and of course the latter refused. That was because those were military assets, and Farron Liang from the Special Bureau headquarters was standing on Huang Rong's side. "Dad, don't go overboard. Military assets aren't something that just anyone could search and look at," Farron Liang said in a nasty tone, as he licked his lips nervously. Jerry laughed. "How did the Special Bureau become just anyone? Can either of you take the responsibility of impeding the Special Bureau when conducting a criminal investigation?" Farron Liang froze. In accordance with Union law, everything pertaining to a special ability criminal's case would be handled by the Special Bureau, and that included these matters. If Jerry were to report this matter to the higher-ups, even the military would very much stand in line with Jerry's view, since the military had no wish to be placed under suspicion from the Special Bureau. Just as both sides were in this stalemate, Huang Rong suddenly made eye contact with one of his men, and a military man dressed in casual clothes lifted the briefcase in the corner of the room and placed it in front of Jerry. Huang Rong spoke, "You can search it if you wish, but let me pose you a different question, what will you do if you can't find any relevant evidence inside?" Jerry looked at Xia Fan, who revealed a mysterious smile. "I dare guarantee with my own head that evidence will surely be found inside that briefcase." "Hat." Huang Rong chuckled and shrugged, "You can't bear such a responsibility." "What do you say, Dad?" Jerry called Dun, whose nickname was Man in Black, over. With a serious look on his face, he told him, "Go and see what's in the briefcase. If there isn't any evidence, I'll resign from my post." The colleagues of the Investigation Bureau were all shocked. This was Dad putting himself on the line. Qin Zimo looked at Xia Fan, seemingly appearing to have some gripes about him. After all, Xia Fan was the reason Dad was acting in such a manner. If there really was no evidence found inside, Xia Fan would be to blame. Dun frowned. He seldom spoke and wore a black windbreaker all year round, which was why everyone called him the Man in Black. Xia Fan felt that of every single investigator in the Special Bureau, Dun was the most mysterious. He was never in the station, and Xia Fan had no idea what he was busy with. Chen Chen was his partner, yet Dun would always leave him alone in the station. Opening the briefcase, Dun put on a pair of black gloves and retrieved the items within, as the expression of the Special Bureau members turned uglier with each moment. "Hugh," Dun took one final look into the case and then silently shook his head at Dad, indicating that there was nothing inside the briefcase that had been stolen from the safe. He then glared at Xia Fan fiercely, like he wanted to skin Xia Fan alive. Huang Rong laughed as he gloated, "All of you are finally appeased, right? Dad, we're quite busy today, so me and old Liang will buy you drinks next time." The overweight body of Dad swayed slightly, and shut his eyes unhappily. Never did he expect that his career would be over just like that, while everyone, including Cheyenne, was glowering at Xia Fan with resentment. Suddenly, everyone heard Xia Fan chuckle and say, "Hold it! What else are you trying to do?" Farron Liang fumed angrily. "There's nothing from the safe inside the briefcase." Xia Fan unhurriedly corrected, "I was not hoping to find the stolen items from the safe inside the briefcase in the first place. What I really want to find is this." With that, everyone expressed their surprise as Xia Fan walked over and took out a clear glass bottle from among the items inside the briefcase. The moment he retrieved the clear bottle, the expression on Huang Rong's face changed as he silently clenched his fists. Arriving in front of a wall in the living room, Xia Fan pointed at it and said with a smile, "The killer left an important message on the wall, but someone arrived at the crime scene before we did and used a special chemical solution to remove the words. If you don't believe me, you can have it tested. Erasing key evidence without authorization? You guys should sit tight and wait to be court-martialed. After Xia Fei was done, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a sealable bag and placed the bottle of chemical solution inside, handing it over to Cheyenne. They had actually been played by Xia Fei. He did say there would be evidence found inside the briefcase, except he did not specify what kind of evidence. What he had been looking for was not the items that had been stolen from the safe, but the bottle of chemical solution. Farron's gaze was lifeless, while the color of Huang Rong's face went from white to red, before finally becoming livid. Bold move, kid. Chen made his way over and happily patted Xia Fei on the back. Though Xia Fei had found the important evidence that the military attempted to erase evidence with that chemical solution, the expression on Dad's face only grew even more solemn than before. Huang Rong merely looked him in the eye and shrugged, not saying a word. Every military personnel instantly went mute like Huang Rong, as well. No matter what Dad asked, not a single one of them said even a word. At this rate, you'll all be going to military court. Is that worth it? Dad asked again, but all of them maintained their silence, as if they had made the decision to hide the truth of the matter. Xia Fei softly said, Dad, aside from them, there's also the maid who discovered the crime scene. Perhaps she might have seen what was written on the wall. The maid should now be giving a written statement at the local police station. Jerry nodded. Qin Zimo, have the police send the witness to our station. Qin Zimo nodded and left the living room, heading to the hallway to ring up the police. Not too long later, he returned to the living room with a furrowed brow, whispering into Dad's ears. Dead. Jerry blurted out in shock the moment he heard him. Cheyenne was right. It was best when the Special Bureau had nothing to do, because whenever they were mobilized, it would naturally become a major case. The 6 military personnel from the Military Intelligence Bureau had been detained. As they were part of the military, it was necessary to report that to both the headquarters and the military, and just that alone kept the Special Bureau busy. As for Farron Liang, Dad merely reported his status to the headquarters, and then had his freedom of movement restrained, without physically detaining him. The on-site investigation was handed over to Chen and done. Qin Zimo was in charge of escorting Huang Rong and the others back to the station, while Xia Fei and Cheyenne were sent to investigate the scene of the maid's death. Her name was Bai Dongmei, 47 years old. She lived in a low-class community some 37 kilometers away from Wu Ji's villa. She had 5 children, and her husband worked in construction. They did not have too much in terms of income, and the family lived in extreme poverty. Wu Ji and his wife were military-born and were in great physical shape. There was technically no need for anyone to take care of them, but because their children worked too much, the old couple had to hire Bai Dongmei, putting her in charge of cooking and taking care of the grandchildren whenever they were sent over. The police needed to take her to the police station to get her written statement, but while they were driving through a tunnel, the car suddenly lost control and crashed into an oncoming truck. The police car turned into a ball of flame upon impact, and the 2 policemen and Bai Dongmei died almost instantly. The driver of the truck was also heavily injured from the collision, and was sent to the local hospital. He remained in a coma even now. After they were done examining the scene of the crime, Xia Fei and Cheyenne returned to the station. By then, it was 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Jerry decided to immediately call for a plenary meeting and summarize all aspects of this case. There were only 6 investigators in the Special Bureau of Brinia, including Candidate Jerry, so the conference room was still fairly spacious even when everyone was gathered. Dad sat in the middle of the conference table and said with a furrowed brow, Done, you go first. Dun, still in his black windbreaker, nodded and with a push of a button on the remote he was holding, he projected high-resolution pictures of the crime scene for all to see. It's a tragedy, Dun began. 2 elderly individuals, 3 kids, and just as Xia Fei had speculated, they were all executed. There were bruises on the knees of the children, which was a clear sign that the killer made them kneel in that living room for at least 30 minutes before killing them. Traces of tears were also found mixed with the blood on the floorboards from under the 3 children. It's apparent that they were frightened into tears by the killer. The killer then used a knife with their left hand to slit the throats of the kids, starting with the youngest, before ending with Wu Ji. That is to say that Wu Ji had to watch as his own grandchildren and wife were slain before he was also taken care of. This was most likely because the killer felt that letting Wu Ji die wasn't enough, and so they employed psychological torture before he died. Being able to restrain Wu Ji so easily indicates someone with an intermediate starbase cultivation, going to show that the killer's cultivation was very high, and the same could be said about their combat strength. The only thing I haven't figured out is why the killer was so cruel with his methods. Given how deep a hatred he must have had toward Wu Ji, why did he simply stop short at just slitting the throats of the family, and not do anything further to their dead bodies? If we are talking about some deep-seated grudge, then surely an appropriate revenge from the killer would be cutting Wu Ji's body into pieces, right? The entire conference room was deep in thought, until Xia Fan commented softly, this case could make sense if the killer was from the military. How so? Dun asked, baffled. Everyone turned to regard Xia Fan. Xia Fan explained, I read this from a book, the third volume of Union Military Culture Studies, which includes Marshal Ricardo's Fourth Great Cosmic War's memoirs. It was said that ever since the First Great Cosmic War, the military of the three major federations have the custom of exchanging their dead. During times of war, military personnel would regularly set aside a date for the exchange, so that the dead soldiers could be sent back to their homes and be given proper burials. Mutilating a corpse was considered a serious taboo, and was viewed as a cowardly behavior by soldiers. Such a custom is maintained even today. Chen Chen scratched his blonde hair and asked, so you mean to say that the killer is a soldier? Xia Fan responded noncommittally, Wu Ji joined the military when he was 17 and worked with them his entire life. His social connections and friends are all in the army. Just now what Dun said, the killer made the family of 5 kneel on the ground for as long as 30 minutes, scaring the kids witless during that time, yet the killer showed no compassion whatsoever, nor did he panic. That sort of calculated cruelty isn't something your average criminal could demonstrate. Dad did not say a word for a long time. After he was done thinking, he asked Xia Fan, any clues from the Wu family maid? Xia Fan answered, the body has already been burnt to a crisp. Cheyenne and I found a pair of black diamond earrings in the wreckage, and after analysis, we concluded it was something that Wu Ji's wife wore, a wedding keepsake that the two had. The price of the item when it was around 287,000 Union dollars. The transaction records were found in the archives of the Jewelers Association. If I'm not mistaken, the maid wasn't some good person at all. She came to the Wu family's villa in the early morning, discovered that the 5 were dead, and then grew bold enough to steal the lady's expensive earrings. That was why Farron Liang's deduction that this was a robbery murder simply couldn't stand. Stealing something specifically from the safe, when the precious jewelry worn on their persons was left untouched. That was just abnormal. Even stranger is the fact that the cars built nowadays all have accident prevention systems, and yet the police cars' safety measures completely failed, accelerating into oncoming traffic. It's really hard for me not to find that suspicious. What do you mean? Cheyenne asked nervously in her haste. Xia Fan shrugged helplessly, it's clear that there is an unknown force that is stopping us from getting to the truth, and if I'm not mistaken, even if it isn't the military, it's surely someone with ties to them. I suggest we use the truth serum and interrogate Huang Rong overnight. He's bound to know something. Truth serum. Everyone was stunned. The truth serum was a type of powerful chemical drug that the moment it was administered, the subject would lose control of their mind and answer any question without a single untrue word. But while the truth serum was a powerful drug, it also had severe side effects, putting the subject into a trance. In more serious cases, it could even induce mental illness and cause death. Huang Rong had already been detained by the Special Bureau, but he was still a military officer. Using the truth serum on him would most likely incur the great displeasure of the military. That was when Jerry slapped the table and said in a decisive tone, then let's do just that. Done, go get the truth serum from storage. Qin Zimo and Xia Fan, join me in the interrogation room. If Huang Rong still refuses to cooperate, then we'll inject him with the drug. Got it. Understood. As everyone rose from their seats, the doors of the conference room promptly burst open as Farron Liang came walking in with a somber look on his face. He swept his gaze across the room before finally taking out a printout bearing the Special Bureau's insignia and placing it in front of Jerry. This is an appointment and dismissal order from the headquarters. From here onward, you have been effectively relieved from your work, Farron Liang said in a hoarse voice.